Hey, how's it going? What's up, Sonny? When did you start playing? Oh, what is this? Let me know if the volume is all right and if my mic sounds all right and everything. I'm never 100% sure if I have the streaming settings right, so hopefully they're all right. And the last couple of times that I streamed, OBS kept automatically muting my mic, but I updated to the latest update, so hopefully that stops it. Yo, what's up, dude? Wait, did you not go to NAIC? I thought you were going. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you've been liking it. That's awesome to hear. Oh, nice. Now is a great time to get into the game too. Like a nice in between period, and you can start getting ready for next season when locals will start again and everything. And it's kind of cool because for the longest time, the end of the format, like this period, would not really matter very much because it would be right before rotation, and rotation would happen right after Worlds. But now, like, this whole format is going to be relevant until towards the end of next season, which is cool. Oh, dude, I don't know why I thought that you were going with all them. House and stuff is definitely more important. Oh, that's great to hear, Ches. Yeah, when I started doing YouTube was like a lot because there wasn't a lot of videos like that on YouTube, and I figured that I don't know, that's the kind of stuff that should just be out there in a easy to understand format. You stayed up all night watching my videos. That's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, I'm glad I did not start this at 9:30 because I was originally gonna try to start the stream right when the event started, but then I remembered that it's usually like an hour of just random talking and like the opening ceremony and stuff. So even 10:30 was a little bit earlier. Huh. I probably would have just played Guardy, I think. Or actually I might have played Charizard Dragapult. I don't know. I feel like I always think that like Charizard Dragapult or like these Dragapult decks are gonna be awesome, but then I just do better whenever I play Guardy. I've been like working on a Guardy list. I was working on a Guardy list with like 4 monkeys and 4 darks and Fluttermane and TM Devo with no Drifloon. But I don't know, Drifloon is like one of those cards that it just makes all the random decks that you might hit so much easier. It's like I keep running into I played like a lot of a donk deck, so my hidden MMR on live is relatively low. And I keep running into random decks like the Okie Dokie EX deck, and that deck is really hard to beat without Drifloon. Wait, Dondozo EX? I gotta look this card up. I didn't even know that there was a Dondozo EX. Worlds is super fun as a spectator. I went as a spectator in 2019 and like played in the open and just hung out and stuff, and it was such a great time. Yeah, I couldn't tell if Chris was trolling with that. I thought about the Espathra and Guardy for like 2 seconds with the 50 HP flittles so you could put 2 energy on it and then hand attach one, but that's just so much extra and the deck is already like so tight on space. I think he just ended up playing like a super straightforward Guardy list, but I don't think he ended up putting in Mew EX, which I think he should play Mew. Mew is so broken. I don't see how they don't play that card. That's like half of the cards I draw comes from Mew when I play Guardy. I feel like I think Poldzard, well, I would say Poldzard's like the sleeper play, but at the Limitless Master Cup, all of like half of the good players were playing Poldzard, so I guess it's not much of a sleeper, but it seems like a really good deck right now. Like Charizard is just insane, and of course Dragapult and Dracloaks for the draw, and like I played games with that deck where I was like bricking half the game and just hitting into stuff with Charizard, and then was able to take 6 prizes with Dragapult. Yeah, I think he has Cleffa over Mew, which I don't know, dude. When I was playing Guardy, every game that I used Cleffa, like those few cup weekends in a row, every game that I used Cleffa, I lost. And then I don't, of course, like half of them were against Goldengo, which is just a hard matchup. I think he definitely should have played Goldengo. I think Goldengo is a solid play for the event. That deck, it just puts on so much pressure and has such an awkward amount of HP. I'm kind of surprised they haven't started the event yet, but they're like I noticed that Puka was like already I probably shouldn't do that. Was already like building up the Australians as like a storyline. How they've gotten like second at the last two ICs. Players to watch. Oh, these are the Japanese players. I think that that's the group that came up with the Grimmsnarl deck, I believe. At least Yoshi was playing it at the Masters Cup and beat Tord with like Tord was up 6 prizes to two or something like that, and the Grimmsnarl deck made like a 2-turn comeback and won. Oh, does the I kind of thought the Dondozo would be like have an ability that it has more HP for like Tatsugiris on your bench. That would be cool. Because that's like a really cool combo. And they didn't really implement it in the TCG very well. Like obviously the one card does more damage for each Tatsugiri in your discard pile. Oh, water colorless, you can even just like attack for like a water and a counter gain. Yeah, it seems like a cool fun combo. I'm surprised it doesn't do anything had have anything to do with Tatsugiri. All right, what do they got? Oh, Chip, the picnic basket tech. I'm curious if Yan Mega is gonna do anything. I should keep putting my mouse on the screen and forgetting that's probably kind of annoying. Um, yeah, I played against that Yan Mega deck yesterday, trying out like a Rockets deck with like Crobat and Ampharos and the Rockets Tyranitar, and was able to just like Devo wipe all the energy off of their board, and then they jetted their next Yan Mega up and had no energy left in the deck. Yeah, it's really cool. And right now, like the I don't know, there's a few decks that are bit better than everything else, but in general, the power level is like at a good spot where I've been able to win a decent amount of games with more fun decks online. Like I've been playing just a lot of decks with Rockets, Tyranitar, and Ampharos, and a bunch of TM Devos. That deck has been super fun. I think the Crobat version might be a little bit better though. And it actually feels like it's like almost good enough where if there was no basic decks in the format, it would be really good, but the basic decks are just a struggle. Isle with the Frostlass TM Devo pick. That's funny. TM Devo might be a really good card for this tournament. I wonder when the rounds are actually supposed to start. 'Cause I thought for ICs they streamed like every round. Which I guess round one really hasn't even started yet. I thought these tournaments started super early. Um, I'm gonna look at Poké data and see if the round like even got paired yet. Oh no, round one's already over. Oh no, I hope that they don't wait until round three to start streaming. Or it looked like it's in the middle of round one because Pokédata has like half of the matches reported and half of them aren't. Um, I guess it's at the point in the round where the stream match could just be getting ready and and then it's gonna like lag behind everything else. Like on the website, it already says like Andrew Hedrick won. Yeah, I thought that waiting an hour past when it started would be enough time for where I would like start the stream pretty much as they were starting the next round. I guess it's only been 10 minutes, but the Worlds and IC ones, at least NAIC specifically, end up taking a long time. The Worlds one is like 2 hours long sometimes. It's like a huge opening ceremony, which they're always like a lot cooler in person than they are watching on the stream, I think. Yeah. Oh no, I just realized I'm streaming at 60 FPS for probably literally no reason. I thought I checked all that stuff beforehand. That is kind of silly. They're gonna pop up over here. Yeah, that's bad. That's a little unfortunate. And I don't think you can change that while you're streaming, right? I don't think so. Whatever. I guess we're at 60 FPS. I should have played a couple of games on live at this point. Let's see if we can hear what they're saying. Oh, that doesn't even come through there. That's unfortunate. I'm like watching on Twitch on my phone too to try to get the Twitch drops. Yeah, they're still just rambling. I wonder if they're setting up the stream in the background, hopefully. Is the picture quality all right? Yeah, it says that it's at 1080. All right. Hopefully they start soon. They usually pick like a pretty good match for round 1 too. Or at least they have in the past. Like, who won last year? Was it Hedrick? Oh, Hedrick already won his round. I feel like at this in Worlds, they usually try to put whoever won the previous year on in the first round. Yeah, I hope it actually starts this time. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, that would be pretty great. This is a good casting duo though. Chip and Raz Wolp and Ming Wen. Oh, is CN China? I don't know the that'd be cool. Yeah, no problem. Oh, he's playing the Toad Scroll. I was playing quite a bit of Toad Scroll as well. That deck, it seems like really good, except unless you run into like Cornerstone Ogre Pond can be really hard to deal with. And what's the new? There's like a new safeguard Pokemon, the I can't think of the name of it. It's like a crab with a rock on its back. That Pokemon is hard to deal with as well, which I thought about putting into this deck. It would deal with both things. Oh, CN is China. That's cool. It must be a pain for them because I think that they're like, I tried to figure out what the Chinese format was to try and plan some online tournaments because they have like a really weird format with tag teams still, I think. So it must be a pain for them to figure out cards and stuff. Oh, this is awful quality. Yeah, Dwebble. Yeah. Oh, what I can't think of the name of the evolved version, but that card has been really hard to deal with the Toad Scroll deck. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of it. I just like completely blank on Pokemon names sometimes. I think that this bad quality is actually on their end for that camera view, or maybe it is on mine. I don't know. Let's see. Doesn't look like any very relevant prizes. Spikemuth can be a little bit annoying. And the 1/1 Toad Scroll line probably doesn't do much. 2 Nest Balls actually is probably the only Nest Balls in the deck. I think it's like 2 Nest Ball, 3 Ultra, and 4 of the yeah, Crustle. Yeah, I don't know where he's from. I know he uh does well a lot of the time. Oh, yeah, I think those are the prize pack Nest Balls. Oh no, yeah, the old school League Cup Nest Balls. That's like those are super old. Cool, I messed it up. From like the Sun and Moon base set League Cups, I think is when they had them. Oh, the camera's shaking. Yeah, they had really cool ultra balls. I had a bunch of them at one point, but sold them all and definitely regret that. Turn one secret box is pretty busted in this deck. The quality just like doesn't look right. That's unfortunate. Yeah, this is round one, which means that the stream is gonna make the whole tournament lag, which is kind of funny. Does the quality look all right on the stream? It looks like the foreground is like nice and clear, and then the actual table itself is like lower quality. I don't know. Guess there's probably nothing that I can do about it anyway. They took quite a while to start the first round, but we're here now. And I'd imagine this is a pretty hard matchup for Grimmsnarl, especially when the Toad Scroll deck can put on a lot of pressure pretty quickly. Like it's generally, oh, thank you. It's generally able to get like a turn one knockout, which decks like this the Grimmsnarl deck would really rather have that not happen. Yeah, ah man. I think that it's because I put it on 60 FPS maybe. I didn't mean to do that. I don't know why stream setting would be set to FPS. Is Dragapult beginner friendly? It it kind of is and it isn't. Like it is in a sense, but then it's got a lot of hard matchups right now, which make it a lot trickier to play. Like if Guardy stays good, that's a generally hard matchup, and this Grimmsnarl deck can be difficult to deal with. I'm kind of surprised to see this Toad Scroll deck. I didn't really expect that. That's definitely a hard matchup for Dragapult because it just makes it so Dragapult is just doing 200 damage. But it's one of those decks that definitely rewards players for putting more time into it. Oh, those grass energies, the hollow ones, are some of the coolest energies. They're like the pill hollow play Pokemon energies. And they're like one of the few crosshatch hollow energies that aren't like super thick and stiff. Well, that was a weird thing to say. Because like the older ones, the older crosshatch hollow energies are like the WotC era thickness of cards, and they don't like feel. I don't know. I can't really explain it. They're very apparent where they are in the deck when you're riffle shuffling, but these ones aren't. I've been playing since I think like 2017 or 2018, and I don't know. It's just fun. The game is great. I think a lot of it too is like um the people that play. Like a lot of my friends just also, well, pretty much all my friends just also play it. So whenever we hang out, we're just kind of playing, and it's just something cool to like think about. Oh, he did get the turn one knockout. I don't know if you promote the Monkey Dory here. Probably one of the Frostlats. Or maybe two Frostlats is super important in this matchup, maybe. Oh, Rads is playing the Fez. I'm playing the Fez and Grimmsnarl as well. The deck feels like it needs some kind of like support Pokemon, and really Fez is the only option, because I don't think you're ever going to play a Mew in the deck. This is an interesting choice of a matchup to pick for round one, because this seems really hard for Grimmsnarl. That's what I was thinking at first, but maybe two Snorunt is super important in this matchup, because Grimmsnarls, you're only going to be able to like maybe get two attacks off of Grimmsnarls for the whole game. Yeah, I tried to learn Magic once, and it's like, it's a lot. There is a lot involved. Which, I don't know, that's what I've been trying to figure that out lately as well. I think I'll I think it's probably like the matchups where you don't want to, or where you can't attack very much with Grimmsnarl. Kinda you need two Frostlats out, but all like the any matchup where Grimmsnarl's a really good attacker, one Frostlats is usually fine. And it also depends on like how many monkeys I think you get out too, because two Frostlats can get overwhelming pretty quickly on your own side of the board. It can start to get tough to deal with. Like the original version of the Frostless Monkey Dory deck could get like three out, because you had Radiant Serena to just heal 20 whenever it got to be too much. And I don't, it might depend a little bit too on like how much the math matters of, because with two you're always going to have 40 damage on yourself coming back into your turn, and sometimes that could be the difference between getting one shot and not. I can't think of any decks specifically right now that do 280, but I'm sure they exist. That's like kind of one of the numbers that tends to be like the round number that Pokemon hit for. Yeah, I think, oh, he's just not drawing well at all. Oh, I finally got a Frostlass. He's also got a Badoo in hand, but is opting not to put it down. I guess Badoo isn't like the most important, most impactful thing in this matchup. Getting rid of that's probably the only TM Devo I would imagine too. Which TM Devo seems like it definitely could be good in this matchup. Just to be able to easily knock out the Toad Schools. But maybe the Toad Scroll player can just like stream Teal Mask Ogre Pons, and that just ends up being enough. Yeah, because he just has to knock out this Grimmsnarl and the next one, which, yeah, if he doesn't bench another Toad School, I imagine it's going to be pretty difficult for the Grimmsnarl player to win, unless he can evolve. Huh. Well, with no Devo, it might not even matter if he benches any Toad Schools from this point. It's just that now that he's got a Frostlass out, he can ping the Toad School for 30 and then KO it with Monkey Dory. And I don't know if putting the damage on Squawkabilly is ever very relevant at all. Yeah, Squawk is only turn one. It's just this card, like abilities like that are just generally really good. It just doesn't go into a lot of decks right now because the format is more like evolution focused, but in formats where like all the decks were more big basic base decks, every deck would probably play Squawkabilly. And it like turn any hand that's just a dead hand with just a nest ball or an ultra ball is automatically like a discard draw 6 on turn one. Oh, he does put the 30 on Squawk. That's interesting. Oh, dude, you're right. Yeah, wow. Good call. The EX ability definitely stops Devo. That is a very good point. Yeah, so that sucks. This matchup, I don't know what you do in this matchup. Just hope that the Toad Scroll player gets a slow start because like the matchup would be so much better even if you could just finish off. Yeah, never mind. I was gonna say if you could ping the teal mask for 30, but that's kind of irrelevant as well because you just KO them with Frostlass and Monkey Dory damage. So I do see how there's a line to win in this matchup, but I think it involves the Toad Scroll player not getting back-to-back knockouts, like going second and then on their own second turn. Fluttermane and Klefki had like the benefit of being super good against like Lost Zone decks, and were also Klefki in particular was very good against Miraidon, which isn't really much of a deck anymore, and the uh the Joltik box deck is just like slower than Miraidon, so you're not super worried about slowing them down. You're more worried about your own setup. So putting a Klefki in the active isn't as good as like drawing cards with Cleffer or something like that. But I think Fluttermane is pretty good right now. It wasn't really needed last format, but I think it's starting to be better. And you can't, I don't, the Fluttermane isn't as good without TM Devo. It's obviously still good to like item lock for a few turns, and then if you can get a better setup than your opponent, you're able to like KO two evolving basics with Fluttermane, which I don't know. I think it seems pretty solid right now. I'm curious to see if the players that bring Guardy do end up having Fluttermane or anything like that in it or not. They stopped running Badoo just because they're really focused on the uh TM Evo, which it's pretty logical because if you think about it, any matchup with Guardy, if you get a turn two Guardy, it's way easier than if you kind of stumble for a turn. So just going second and using TM Evo ends up being better than like item locking your opponent. Oh no. Yeah, that's another thing about Fluttermane. It is like the only wait, that does block the festival lead ability though, right? I was trying to think if you I can't remember when abilities like that, if abilities like that get checked for before or after knockouts. Because there's like a weird interaction with Fluttermane that I only came across it once and it was online where Fluttermane was in the active and my Frostlass was in the active, but then the Fluttermane got knocked out in between turns. Or no, it didn't get knocked. Yeah, it got knocked out from a bench Frostlass in between turns, and then that triggered the active Frostlass's ability. But I don't know how that's actually technically supposed to work. That's one of those things that I'd have to try and look up because there's like a sequence of things like you attack and then you check for damage and then check for knockouts, and then there's a certain way that in between abilities and stuff like that get checked for, like poison and burn and stuff. Yeah, I think Fluttermane is probably worth playing right now. I'm playing it right now. Um, I don't know. I think people just didn't want to play Arvin in Guardy because the 4 research Guardy does feel way better. And I guess people didn't really consider of playing TM Evo without 4 Arvin. And then Henry and Michael Davison did it. So it's like, oh, it does work. It just doesn't seem like the most obvious thing to do. Oh, if you KO, all right, it does trigger. Yeah, stuff like that can be weird. Oh, Raz hasn't taken any prizes yet. He can take 4 prizes this term, but like he kind of can't because then he just like is admitting defeat basically. So he can knock out the active Teal Mask. And what does he have to do? Like counter catcher the Squawk and Iono? This is like a hard board state to deal with as a Grimmsnarl player. All right. You knock it out. Your opponent benches a second flutter main for when you knock it out. Or the first flutter main. A second flutter main is crazy. I wonder if he's gonna grab a second Frostlass. I don't know. That's like one of the hard parts about this deck is like there's so much weird math to figure out. No, he's grabbing a Morgrim or a second Frostlass. Yeah. Huh. So 40 more damage on the Squawk ability. And he's so that'll bring it up to 100. Oh, if he can stall in the active for a turn with Badoo, bring the Squawk ability up, hit it with Badoo, and then not lose the game on that turn as well. I think he can actually win with moving Monkey Dory damage over to Squawk and knocking out a Teal Mask and Squawk ability to take 4 prizes because the Ogre Pond's going to get knocked out in between turns. So there is a line for him to win, which that's like the weirdest. Like it feels like sometimes the Grimmsnarl deck wins games by accident. Yeah, he is going to do that play. I think that is the only play, but if he is able to stall for a turn, which is pretty likely because the opponent has no draw at all on board, like not even a Mew, and he's going to be item locked anyway, so I don't know how much Mew would actually draw. He needs like boss energy to win. I got research, but research isn't enough, I don't think. Is research enough? Just attacking, I don't think is enough to win. Unless, of course, the Grimmsnarl player doesn't get another counter catcher next turn, but if he does, he's actually going to be able to win. Which would be crazy because this seemed like a tough spot. And yeah, he's going to be item locked, so he can't even play Prime Catcher. Yeah, I think that the Grimmsnarl player is actually going to pull this game out. That is a bit crazy. Yeah, this deck is wild. It's like it has been making me wonder like this deck for a lot of the time this deck doesn't do very much throughout the game. So it makes it seem like maybe decks don't actually need to do that much to win games. If the I don't know. That's like one of those thoughts that I have that I can't really explain. But there is no one card that he can top deck. He's gonna have to research, but then he can't take two prizes this turn if Raz has counter catcher or boss plus Grimmsnarl, which I know he has Grimmsnarl in hand. I'm pretty sure I saw. Well, the Spike Myth is in play. Yeah, you got to play the Stadium. That's really not an option. Oh, this is actually a very interesting game. So he's got to retreat. Um, yeah, either retreat to Toad Scroll or I don't know how much of a difference that really makes, but huh, that's interesting. This is a pretty good first game. I think he has it. He's not moving fast enough to where it seems like he has it right all in his hand actually. But he does have Pheasantipity draw. Oh, he just needs the gust effect. Oh yeah, he has it all. He just wins. That's crazy. That was a sick comeback. Yeah, this Grimmsnarl deck is kind of wild. The way that it wins games, that it really just feels like it has absolutely no right winning. But that's kind of why, like, one of the reasons why Guardy's been so good, because it's just Guardy and Dragapults, they're just able to like manipulate damage in such a precise way. Even though like Guardy has the benefit of also being able to take big one shots. I don't know, it's interesting. Like 6 prizes with only 2 attacks is kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, dude, that this deck is kind of nutty. That was like I think the exact only line that could win the game too. Like he needed that amount of damage on the Squawkabilly. No, he didn't actually. He could add 2 less damage and one in between turns, but really he just needed his opponent to not have boss KO Fez or Morgrim on that turn. Huh. That is interesting. So I wonder. Yeah, putting down Squawk actually specifically lost him this game, right? Yes, it did. So I guess with you just can't put down Squawk against this deck as a Toad Scroll. Because that was like a pretty straightforward and obvious line to go for. That seems like that could end up happening in a lot of games if you bench Squawk. Yeah, because with 2 Frost out, you can always build up Squawk to be KO'd in 2 turns. He did start the Toad School though, which is kind of annoying, I think. I'm pretty sure you'd rather just start a Teal Mask Ogerpon to be able to like more easily get a turn 2 KO. And he also has. Oh, is he gonna have to put down Squawkabilly again? I couldn't tell if that was a research in hand or not. But Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, Badoo, and Iron Leaves an energy switch and bug catching set. They might be able to like get a couple teal masks and hit some energy off of the bug catching set to draw to try to not have to put down Squawk. But it seems like that is a bit too much of a liability in this matchup. Hey, what's up? That's a funny name. No deck. Yeah, it runs 2 boss and two boss and a prime catcher usually. Yeah, either well like I think that the Toe Scroll player wasn't really thinking about it too much because it seems like a pretty obvious line to win the game of just KO 2 1 prize Pokemon while they're setting up, and then KO the Grimmsnarl when they attack, and then just like Fez was on the bench, so he could have knocked that out. Or obviously, this guy is never gonna like send up a Grimmsnarl into your face to just lose the game. But Yeah, I think he's going to have to be a little more considerate. Which the Gus can be pretty easy to find in this deck 'cause you do draw a lot of cards and thin the deck out pretty quick. But another problem I was having with this deck, which I guess it is just this probably a thing with this deck, is if your starting hand has ways to draw with teal mass and you also have to research, you can end up like having some really awkward discards because like things like the two boss and only one prime catcher, so it feels bad to get rid of any of those individual pieces. Or now he has two energy switch in hand and also has to probably squawk this hand away, which sucks. And that always feels bad because energy switch is just super good in this deck. Oh yo, that's awesome to hear. Dude, the Mew EX Monkey Dory play is disgusting against Dragapult. It's so awesome. And I think a lot of people that just played like Brent's list without Mew, at least in my area, so the Dragapult players were not really expecting the three prize turn with the Mew Monkey Dory play. See, now he has to squawk away a hand of double energy switch and super rod, which is really unfortunate. I was running into like problems like this a lot with this deck. Just because of the way that, I don't know, you have to draw cards sometimes before, like before discarding your hand. And it doesn't really work if you try to save the draws till after. So he's going for a big, just like toad scroll bench, like 3 toad scrolls, which that does make sense. I think that's probably the way to go. Cornerstone is just too much of a liability. And if you don't give them, oh no, there's already 2 on the bench. Wow. What? Oh, he chose to get another teal mask instead of a third toad school. And he did not get the turn 1 attack, it doesn't look like, because he had to discard so many energy switches. That's unfortunate. This game, if he lost the last game, this one's going to be a lot harder. No, I don't think either of these decks run Turo. The Toad School deck just plays like, at least the list that I pulled from the top 8 at whatever regional it was, had like 4 research, 3 Iono, and 2 boss as the only draw supporters, or only supporter cards. And he prime catchers up the snow run. Oh, what? Why can he not research? It's turn 1, he used squawk. So there's still a chance. Just getting rid of those 2 energy switch sure does feel bad, and he got it. This like might be the most reliable turn 1 attacking deck right now though. Huh. So I wonder if trying not to put down ogre pawns more than one is ever worth it, because you are just like giving up the turn 1 knockout by only putting down 1 ogre pawn. And especially when your opponent seems to have like a bit of a weaker setup like this, maybe just going like all out for an attack is the way to go and try to run them off of the board. Yo, that's a good call. Yeah, that is a good call. He has to overfill his bench. He could have done it this turn, I think. He did prize 2 area zeros, and so there is a chance that, or am I just blind? Yeah, he has an area 0 in hand, but I guess putting down Mew is just kind of the same problem in a different way. He could have bumped the stadium and played down the Toad School in his hand, and then was the opponent bumped it, just get rid of the squawk. But his opponent also could counter catch a squawk and then bump the stadium. But you can also put this Grimsnarl deck in an awkward spot because a lot of their Pokemon search is stadium based. So if they can't bump your stadium because you'll get rid of like too many liabilities. It probably could get kind of weird for them. Gonna Arvin for secret box. That's a play I always see on stream, and I don't think I've ever once Arvin for secret box. Oh yeah, if you had Turo, that would probably make this matchup. I still don't think this is a bad matchup. I think Raz just played really well last game, combined with having to put down Squawk is really awkward. I still haven't tried the item lock Tyranitar. I've been playing Rocket's Tyranitar a lot. I think that deck is like almost really good, but almost really good still means that it's kind of bad. um, I don't know if he's running Defiance Band, but I know the original lists were from Japan. You end up, well, yeah, now you would need the Defiance Band to one shot Tail Mask for sure. Maybe that's one of the reasons that it was in the deck in case you kind of stumble on your setup a lot. Because this deck definitely has some awkward setups. I've noticed from the limited number of games that I've played with it. It's gonna evolve the active. Oh, and then TM Evo the bench. That makes sense. TM Evoke with Frostlast is so good. You know, you still get the damage on the board. And the Toad Scroll player is down 3 energy switches, which could make it awkward for him to get energy on all of his Pokemon. So TM Devo could actually come up in this game. Well, I guess if he draws the last E switch, it doesn't really matter. But because the TM Devo still works if there's no energy on the guy, but when he does bench the Mew, I guess you already got liabilities on the bench, you might as well. At that point though, why not bench the Toad School and draw one with Mew? Oh, he couldn't play his hand down enough. Yes, Rocket's Tyranitar with Ampharos. That I've been trying it that way, and then a thinner Tyranitar line with like a 3/3/3 Crobat line is actually pretty cool. And the version with the Crobat, you also get to play the Rockets engine. You're not running like Fez and stuff like that. And I don't know. I've not played the most amount of games with the Crobat version, but the games I have played, it feels pretty fun and not like the worst deck in the world. Crobat would be so good if they didn't make it discard the energy. I don't understand why they did that. They like went they tried so hard to make the Rockets archetype good and then said, nah, Crobat should just discard the energy. Like what? Yeah, it's like more focused on Crobat, and then you what I've been doing with it is you use the attack once and don't pick the Crobat up as long as you can't get one shot, and then they hit into you, and then you Crobat attack, pick the Crobat up, and promote the Tyranitar, and like then you're able to re-evolve and manipulate damage and set up a little quicker sometimes for the TM Devo plays. And then you also get the Rockets engine because you're only playing Rockets Pokemon, so it's a bit more consistent. And the Rockets engine is just insane. It is so good. Um, there, it, we just don't know the best way to play it yet. I don't think. Yeah, that would be way too much. And now he gets to clean up his bench, but he left the Mew, which I guess at this point in the game, it's not super devastating. So you're just gonna pull all the energy out of the deck. I wonder if the Toad Scroll player knows how many night stretchers the Grimmsnarl deck typically plays. I think he could have evolved into the other Toad Scroll. No, never mind. That's still the baby one in his hand. Gonna super odd. Oh, he was down both frost lasts. I forgot that he had to research the other one away. Yeah, his setup is not nearly as good this game, which if Toad School doesn't win this game, I think this matchup is probably just not as good as I thought for Toad School. Which it looks like he's kind of setting up for the same play as last time, but he's not having the frost last and monkey damage all game is pretty tough. And I fully missed if he actually played a supporter card that turn or not. Yeah, now bench the Toad School. Oh, he didn't bench it. I think you probably just bench that because he's made it pretty clear that he's not targeting them down, and you want to be able to bump the Mew. I think you want to be able to bump the Mew when he bumps your stadium a bit more than you'll end up needing the draw. Maybe I could be wrong about that though. Kind of an underwhelming turn, but I don't like see any super obvious way for the Grimmsnarl player to win from here. He does have the other Grimmsnarl in hand. I'm curious what the line of Grimmsnarl is. I've been trying to go like 3-2-2 instead of 4-3-3, which seems like it should be enough most of the time. Like you're never attacking with 3 Grimmsnarls, I don't think. Oh, he's gonna counter catcher. Oh, try to buy a turn. That makes sense. If they end after time and it's 1-0. No, the way that it works after time is in Swiss is even if you're it only counts the games that have completely finished by taking all 6 prizes, or I feel like I worded that in a really stupid way. It only counts the games that are totally finished. So if you won one game and the opponent won 0, then you would just win the round. And if you're in the middle of a game, it doesn't count as a full game during Swiss. You just go off of what was the record before that game. Let me know if that makes sense. I feel like I explained that really poorly. What is he ultra balling for? A monkey dory? Yeah. Yeah, he's gotten like really bad setups both these games. Normally by now you'd really like to have down like 2 monkey dories with darks on the bench and have damage building up, but this deck is kind of a clunky pile at times. That is for sure. Bez should make it a bit more consistent, I would imagine. I think I wonder if we'll see everyone playing Fez and Grimmsnarl, because I think that is definitely one of the ways that Grimmsnarl can be exploited is by just Ionoing it at the end game and like counter catching up a Frostlass without a rescue board on it and hitting the bench or something like that. It can be really hard for them to deal with. Or if the game ended right now. Yeah, Raz would win. Yeah. Yeah. If the game ended right now, Raz would win. And if Ming wins this game and the game ends in the middle of the next game, that's a tie, no matter what the prize card score is. Yeah, that's a better way to explain it. I don't know why I like could not think of how to explain that. But yeah, that is definitely a better way to think about it. So what He promoted the monkey dory. Now he's got to retreat it. That feels terrible. I'm not too sure. Yeah, the only plays counter catch the other Toad School and hope or Toad Scroll and hope that he doesn't have an energy, I guess. Or boss. Yeah, boss works just as well. It seems like he has an energy. Or maybe not. If he does all this just to already have an energy in hand. That's awesome. Yeah, those are the rules in best of three. Every or at all the TPCI region tournaments until Top Cut. In Top Cut, it goes by prizes, but only if it's a tie. What? Oh, I didn't see how much time was left before this next game. I'd be surprised if there was enough time for it to comfortably finish. I don't think it will be. Let's see. Oh yeah, 9 minutes left. Why'd they pick to replay that? That's funny. Starting Fez, is that ideal actually? That might actually be really good because you're not really one-shotting Fez. And if you like hit into it, um, you're just like giving them a bank of damage for like double Monkey Dory and having all the damage in the world to spread around. Oh no, am I dropping frames? What does that mean? Whoops. The audio stream. Does everything sound all right? It's like saying that there's something wrong, or the OBS is saying that there's something wrong with the stream. I definitely did not set this up properly. And I think I'm connected to the wrong internet in my house, which kind of is unfortunate because if I switch it, I think the stream is just going to stop and then I'll have to remake a whole new stream and start over. But this might be the one matchup where you actually want to start Fez, which is kind of funny. And I'm kind of interested that the Toad Scroll player chose to go first. I've been wondering if you're supposed to choose first or second with that deck, and I've been choosing second a lot because it just so reliably gets off the turn one attack, and that seems like such a good thing in this format. So did he get the TM Evo and the energy? It just benches 3 Pokemon from hand. All right, thank you. Yeah, it stuff pops up a lot in OBS, like that makes it seem like something catastrophic has happened. Actually, I was thinking that the Fest start was good the whole time when I was assuming that the Toad Scroll player went second. It's probably not nearly as good going first. Like it seems like he needs a lot to get the knockout, but he really doesn't. just like an E switch and a couple TLMS and a couple of energies, which like the whole deck is built to find those cards. Another nest ball. Oh, he just has like nothing in hand. I did not realize that. And he can't even like play down his hand enough to get Mew. He can go E switch prime catcher, which I'm not completely sure how good that is. I guess that's really the only choice. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna play his hand down and Ultra Ball for Mew, which might just be the only real option. Was he thinking about Ultra Balling away the prime catcher? That'd be sick. That is like one of those like plays that's just really hard to do. Yeah, I don't think there's that would really ever be the best thing unless you were just like grabbing the Mew and going all out for the Toad Scroll play. But he already energy switched to the Ogre Palm. My favorite Pokemon is Jolteon, and my favorite deck of all time. My favorite deck right now is probably just Guardy. Um, that's like my favorite. Whoa, we didn't Prime Catcher? Hold on. That's shocking. I did not expect that. Um, yeah, my favorite deck right now, definitely to play at competitive events, has been Guardy for quite a while. I think my favorite deck of all time is either Mewtwo and Mew tag team deck or like a deck from that same format that was like the Dark Box with Weavile GX to move the energy around. Or another deck that I always thought was really fun to play, which I didn't get to play as much as I wanted, was the old Zoroark GX decks that still had Puzzle of Time in them. Those decks were sick. I have like all the cards to build a couple decks from that format. That format's weird. It was definitely a fun format, but there really wasn't like all that many decks. Like it was like Malamar, or Malamar wasn't even that good at that point, but it was like Buzzwole, Lycanroc, and Zoroark decks, and then a couple other fringe decks. That Beast was a lot of fun too. I had to pick my favorite though. That Beast was awesome, but it kind of sucks that we never got the format here where it was like with a format in between Sun and Moon and Tag Team GXs, because we got all that stuff with Pikarom. That deck was a lot of fun though. What did he? Oh, he bossed up the Toad School and TM Evoed. And he really doesn't want a Prime Catcher. That's funny. He wants to knock out the Pheasantipity. Oh, he just passes instead of Prime Catchering. I don't fully see the point of that. Unless he just knows there's only a minute left and it's playing for a tie. I think you always Prime Catcher the Frostlass or the Morgrim there. I don't fully see the benefit to not doing that. And Raz is just playing super fast to try and make it so he's not turn 0, or that maybe he even gets another turn. Yeah, it's definitely looking like a tie. There's like, what is on him? 210. I think that thing has 270. So yeah, he could possibly take 4 prizes next turn, but he's never taking 6, I don't think. Unless this guy does just like, oh, he's not gonna end his turn. I was gonna say if he ended his turn before he's turn 0, there was a chance, like a slight chance that Raz could win. Zero. Oh no, Raz still gets 2 turns because he could take 4 prizes this turn. Oh, he even took the knockout? That's a mistake, I'm pretty sure. Because he only gets 1 turn left, but also there's a chance that he doesn't know how the time rules work here. No, if he that's what I mean. If he was aiming for a tie, he should have just passed there to make the Grimmsnarl player have like the retreat as well as the attack. Because there's no way that the Toad Scroll player can win this game, but there is a way that the Grimmsnarl player can win. And in like these weird tie when time gets called situations, sometimes you just like have to play way differently than you would normally play in like a real full game. Which he did not get a second Frostlass or Dark Energy for his Monkey Dory, so there is still a way that he can win, which is just counter catcher the other Teal Mask and yeah, knock out the Teal Mask and the Toad Scroll next turn. But he also is probably gonna need Candy Grimmsnarl, which could potentially be hard to get. That's like this is the thing that's been happening to me a lot with the Grimmsnarl deck, is it just is so clunky. And I wonder if he just doesn't want to Iono him because Raz hasn't been doing very much. I think you got to get the KO on the Grimmsnarl, or else you basically just lose the game. Or not basically just lose, but there's such a bigger chance that you lose if you don't KO this Grimmsnarl. Excuse me. This could really come down to the wire. Oh, he basically already has. No, now he doesn't. Because Iron Leaves is like a very easy way to end up with the KO here. I wonder what he's saying. Oh, he's asking if it was KO'd in between turns by the Frostlass or if it was KO'd by damage. And I do believe it was KO'd by damage. Which that is a smart thing to ask. Don't want to put Fez in play for no reason and remove the Iron Leaves option. I think he probably should have just not benched the Fez and gone for the Iron Leaves KO. There's like such a good chance that you draw into an energy off this, but yeah, I think it was like almost guaranteed. Or not guaranteed, obviously, but there's a lot of energy in the deck and a lot of outs to energy as well. Why are you retreating? He doesn't have the KO yet, does he? Huh. It's 80 plus 40, I believe. That's 120. That's not enough. I wonder if you had to just go for the teal dance and try to draw into another energy. No, I think that yeah, I think that the Toe Scroll player has a pretty good odds to lose from this point. If he was trying to find the knockout because he needs to knock out this Grimmsnarl to make Raz need more. Now if Raz just has Dark Energy boss. Oh, actually, how many boss does this Grimmsnarl deck even play? Because Counter Catcher is not live right now. Oh my god, now they're like arguing about semantics. Maybe he just assumed it was a knockout. Which it is definitely not. Because if Raz just has boss, he wins the game. Yeah, I think he thought it was a knockout. which it is not. Not even close. So this is turn 3. If Raz doesn't win here, it is a tie. And he looks like he at least has draw supporters in hand, but he does need boss, which I think he just wins. Wait, what? No shot. Am I losing my mind? Yeah, he just threw. He was gonna Arvin for counter catcher. Oh no. Oh no. Now he's like trying to hide it. Dude, he flipped it over. He's like, yo, I didn't play this. What? Oh no. That's so tilting. Yeah, that sucks. See, this is exactly why I play as slow as I play. Cause I I don't play the quickest in real life, but it's because of stuff like this. I would never just slam that Arvin down. That's wild. So he's basically gotta grab a dark energy if the deck even does play Vessel, knock out the Toad Scroll, and hope this guy promotes the wrong Pokemon. I don't really see what else he can do. Yeah, that's wild. He needs to get like Dark TM Evo. Alright, is there still a way? There's 240 damage on the Toad Scroll. Oh, there is no in-between turn phase because the game is over actually. Oh man, that's wild. Rip. I'm so confused why he just like slammed down the Arvin when he drew game. I wonder if he thought that he played boss maybe and just grabbed the wrong card out of his hand, or if he honestly just didn't see it until the moment after. No, he doesn't win because there is no in between turns. That was the most awkward handshake ever. Wait. Oh no, that. Oh, did he just do what I think he did? I'm very curious about this. Maybe they had a gentleman's agreement and he was showing him how he was going to win the game. But I wonder if he just like said, oh, because he did still technically let's see what they circle. Oh, of course the cameraman cuts away. Oh no, he does know the rules. He wanted his opponent to circle that he won because I think what he was trying to do is just show the play that would have won in the game, but since it was turns, the end of turns, there was no in between turn for the Frostlass to knock out the Squawkabilly on the bench. So he didn't technically finish the game in the terms of the rules of the game, but I think he wanted his opponent to think that he won the game and circle that he won. I think he either, yeah, that's essentially what happened. I don't know if he thought it was boss or if he was going to Arvin for counter catcher or if he just didn't see the play, but yeah. And then I think he was just hoping that his opponent would think that he won the game, but his opponent didn't circle tie or win or anything because 120. Yeah, the Squawk had 150 damage on it after the Grimmsnarl attack. So the Frostlass would have knocked it out, but it it didn't because there's no, Pokemon checkup after the game ends. That is unfortunate. He drew the perfect cards and just did not see it, which that is the way she goes. All he had to do was put this 30 right here onto the Squawk and he would have won. See, this is the part. Yeah, no, I think that he thought Counter Catcher was live And then they re-showed the awkward handshake, which I definitely respect from the people. And he did the Eastern thing where they put all the damage counters on the Pokemon to show how much it was KO'd by, which is awesome. Yeah, it I don't know. I That's just my guess of what was going on. It seemed like that's what was happening, but a lot of people also just start making gentlemen's agreements like right at round one, so that's possible. Oh, dude, the turning the Arvin over is like great. Just hiding it and like, dude, there's two judges there, man. You didn't see the fist bump handshake. That's like classic awkward handshake moment. That's unfortunate for Raz, which I mean, if he did think that, no, he definitely didn't think that he put the boss down because he went to grab his deck, which in that case, he probably does just deserve to lose the game, which is, I don't know. I don't know how people feel about that, but even if you have the win in your hand, if you don't see it, I'm pretty sure you just like don't deserve the win. Or if you don't see it until too late. I don't know. That's interesting. That is kind of unfortunate. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I gotta go stop the dog from barking. All right, I'm sorry about that. The dog started barking uncontrollably and the mailman was trying to deliver something that I had to sign for. Yeah, I agree, Julian. He should have just he kind of did. I hit like that's what he thought he was doing, probably just showing his opponent that he was going to win that turn, but his opponent was asking about the rules, I think. Um I've been mostly playing like meme decks lately. That's why I haven't posted too many like gameplay videos or anything. I've been playing a lot with Rockets, Tyranitar, and like Ampharos decks. which I don't think, I don't know. So I played a couple games because it looked fun, and then I'm like, oh man, this deck is like almost good. So I started playing more to try to figure out if there was a way to actually make it good. And I don't know, I'm just not too sure. I like Charizard Dragapult right now. Charizard Dragapult and Guardy are have been my favorite decks to play, which I gotta play more Grimmsnarl, but I just haven't been playing it that much because I don't have the cards to play it in real life. So I want to like focus more on decks that I can actually play at like winter boxes and stuff. Which I might be able to get. I probably can just get the Grimmsnarl cards pretty easily if I do need to. I don't think they're that expensive, and I have everything but the Grimmsnarls and the evolutions. What are we watching? Why is that Sableye just standing still? Yeah, the rogue decks I enjoy are definitely the Rockets, Tyranitar, Ampharos deck, and then that same deck but with a 3/3/3 Rockets Crobat line squeezed in. And I was liking Toad School a lot. I was gonna use that to just like climb the ladder without having to think very much. But I kept running into decks with the Crustle, the new Crustle, and Cornerstone Ogre which are just really difficult to deal with. The only way that you have to deal with either of them in the deck right now is Mew. So I've been thinking about putting a Crustle line into the Toad Scroll deck because that can definitely cheese matchups and it would help you beat Cornerstone and opposing Crustles. And Cynthia's Garchomp is really cool too. Um, what's his name? Fabian Pujol played that at the Limitless like Masters Cup thing and got top four, which was really cool to see. But he said that he really only played it because he didn't think there was going to be a lot of Raging Bolt there. Um, the game very awkwardly ended in a tie, I'm pretty sure, because Raz had game in hand and didn't see it. I'm gonna refresh Pokédata actually and see if they put in the result yet. But I'm guessing there was no post-game interview. Yep, it's officially was a tie because my dog started barking and I had to go answer the door. Very unfortunately. Yeah. Oh goodness. Yeah, I wish the dog didn't friggin' bark at the door because it was some guy that wanted a signature for code enforcement because we have a shed that is like 2 feet too far to the right and now they want us to like somehow move it, which is quite annoying. They're showing a lot of Pokemon Unite stuff. Ceruledge must be new to the game, I'm guessing. Yeah, that was a very unfortunate tie. I think the Toad Scroll player could have played a little better, but well, I mean, he could have played by not knocking out the Fez that one turn, but I don't think it's completely obvious to. I don't know. I think they play best of one over in China. So the way that you have to play out turns can be not completely obvious if you haven't like played in that format for a little while. I have four Blissies. I want that card to be really good so bad. I really like the abilities where you move energy around. I think they're a lot of fun. I'm hoping that it'll definitely be really good at some point in the life cycle of the card because it is just has a lot of HP. The ability's good, it has a decent attack, and it goes. I've never tried it with the Scorch though, and that is a way to get damage on your board for Monkey Dory, right? I think it could maybe also go well with like Rocket's Adventure Bomb. I don't know. I'd have to think more about that. But that a lot of the times when I played the deck in the past, it feels like it really wants a way to get damage into play to move around with Monkey Dory. Yeah, I like that card a lot. I don't know. I think I like the 110 ability HP bliss chances where you flip the heads to get him out of the prizes. Yeah, that makes sense. The 130 plus 30 to your whole bench. What kind of attack is? Sometimes you gotta wonder what they're thinking when they print attacks. Like it's good in this niche situation, but maybe they were thinking about Monkey Dory when they printed it. I somehow don't expect that to be the case though. There are more Scorches in the format than I thought there were. Oh, it came out after Monkey Dory. Is 130 for one like too much damage on a single prize stage one where they had to have it have like a downside? That is true. Any attack that can kill Goldango is awesome. Which that is a very bad matchup for Blissies. Raging Bull is probably still hard as well though, right? Do you have anything for Raging Bull or you just take the L on that one? Um let's see. Oh, I'm connected to the right internet. The like quality looks better on my OBS screen than it does on my screen on my like actual monitor. So I'm wondering if there's too much stuff working through my GPU right now. Got 64% load, which isn't doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world. It's not. It's only using like 1 gig of VRAM too. But my CPU is barely doing anything. Oh yeah, I can't. Never mind. I was thinking I can't run this other monitor from my CPU anyway. Oh yeah, the Center Scorch one shot Ogre Ponds. Duh. I did. Yeah. Oh, so that is like a really good idea in the deck. It like kind of it definitely fixes one problem, but it kind of fixes two as well. I'll have to try that. Says the audio stream's current bitrate is 0. I don't think that's the case because it seems like you guys can hear me, right? They have not shown the meta breakdown, I don't think. I did have to answer the door. So it's possible that they did in that short time period, but oh no, they didn't because that was like in between. That's cool. The updating my OBS, I think, knock on wood, it has fixed the mic problem. Because the last time I streamed, it was muting my mic like every 5 minutes. Oh, they're gonna put Stephanie on screen. I thought that they would stream him early. That makes sense. I was thinking they would stream him round one because, um, yeah, he won. He got second at last year's NAIC, and he won the two before that. No, he didn't. He won. I think Azul won the year before that. Oh, geez, it's been a long time actually since he won back-to-back NAICs. I was thinking that was like the period before last year, but it wasn't. Let's see, James Cox also. Tim Franklin 1-0. I don't know why they show this at 1-0 though, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. There's like 2,000 people at 1-0. I wonder if we got the exact numbers yet of how many people showed up in Masters. I'm gonna check. It is a lot. 3,800 players. That is wild. That's a big tournament. What in the world? What? I was just texting someone and I look up to Dragapult Zorark. What is happening? Day two for this is gonna be, dude. It is for real. I didn't go to NIC. I don't know. I just don't really have like the money right now, and I couldn't really like go down there for multiple days. I have to be at my house to take care of family. And what would I play? I probably would have just played Guardy. I'm pretty certain. I don't know. It's like hard to say because if I was going, I would have tested a lot more, or I would have tested a lot. Yeah, I guess he does. Forge of Cloaks is not enough. We need Zoroark too, which is like, wait a no way. Does he play a way to attack with Zoroark too? That'd be sick. Yeah, hopefully we can go next year. Unpopular opinion, but I hope it's back in Ohio next year. I don't really want to go all the way down there. Ohio is like very drivable from where I live. Oh, that's unfortunate. He is a very good player, and luck has to be on your side sometimes. He is like overly coordinated. Black shirt, black sleeves, black nail polish, dark energies, ready to go. Purple drink container. Oh, he cut his hair though. Oh, that's a shaman. Shaman in the active versus the Ogrepon, Jack Carter. You hate to see that. Now you know you can't even really go for the Baby Raging Bolt play. Yeah, that's got to be what the plan is. He has embodied the archetype. Even the brown pants to go with the dragon type colors. Yeah, if he plays the rest the Darmanitan, that would be absolutely shocking. There's some cool thing. Um, he I wouldn't say he's a control player specifically. He's one of the people that like just plays whatever he thinks is the best play for the tournament, which is always like respectable. So I remember at the LAIC right before the pandemic or whatever, he played Silvally GX Quagsire with the red and blue card to like it automatically evolved up a GX and put 3 energy on it. And then you had the Quagsire was like Armor Rouge to move energy up to your attacker. And I think he played like Keldeo GX, which was a safeguard Pokemon, and Blastoise and Piplup tag team, which is like a totally off the wall deck that like you wouldn't expect anyone to play, but he played it and now he's playing Zoroark Dragapult. So pretty cool. He is a very, very good player though. He also was like part of the group that invented the Zoroark checkmate deck that he won NAIC with like in 2019, which was like Zoroark was kind of thought to not really be a playable deck anymore at that point with Reshiram and Charizard and Pikarom running around, but they figured out a way to make it work that was actually like really, really cool. Yeah, he can attack with Luminous Dark, which is pretty dope. That he definitely plays Monkey, yeah. No, he has to I think he does. I don't know that the dark energy would obviously make a little bit of sense, but because he probably built the deck in a way that he has like a very limited number of draw supporters because he has such heavy ability based draw. So that's going to be like where he found all the room, I'm guessing. Well, then he plays an Arvin, so if he has 4 Arvin and 4 Iono, that'd be kind of wild. But like Zoroark decks back in the day, Zoroark GX used to play like almost no draw supporters except for the sake of hand disruption, and then totally rely on like a couple of search supporters and your abilities to draw cards throughout the game. He's probably gonna get Zorua. Um, actually, is Zoroark good in this matchup? I wouldn't. Huh. I wonder if it's like a thin Zoroark line that you only go for in specific matchups. I'll be curious to see if he does grab Dreepy Zorua or what he decides with here. Attaching to the Shaman feels kind of bad. Yep, Dreepy Zorua. Yeah, that's true. That is a true point. Having to waste a Luminous on this does feel kind of bad. Evolving up 2 Dreepies, that makes sense. Don't want to put a 2 Prizer in play before you have to. We'll have to keep an eye on his like deck when he's searching it to see if there's like 1 monkey or 2 monkeys or 0, because I doubt that they would really come into play in this matchup. Yeah, it's probably Reshiram for the Guardy matchup, which I didn't see it in the deck, but I'm sure it's in there. And it does kind of feel bad to play in decks like this. I was playing it for a little bit in my Hydreigon Zoroark deck when I was trying to build that, and it's one of those things where you're just like adding an extra Pokemon that feels absolutely terrible to start. But if he's not going for Badoo early game, maybe that just doesn't matter very much. And like one Pokemon in your deck being a bad start, you like you can't really worry about that too much when deck building. What? Oh, he's doing a Noctowl search. I don't know what you even do here as Raz, like, because Fan Rotom does not knock out this Shaman, which feels bad. I can't tell what he just discarded. Maybe it's Iron Bundle? Or it looks like a Clefalt art almost, but I don't know if that makes the most sense. Yeah, throwing a two prizer active though to knock out this shaman feels pretty bad. But also on that note, you can't just like give Stefan a ton of time to build up his board. Was it Iron Leaves? Interesting. Interesting. The alt art Iron Leaves is like really cool. He's playing the Blood Moon. Got Judge. I was kind of wondering if Blood Moon would go down in play, depending on like if you think a lot of people are gonna play the stadium that shuts off colorless abilities. So I was thinking that's like the stronger argument to play it is being able to shut off Blood Moon in certain decks and also like colliding Noctowls and Pidgeot decks. I'm also curious to see if Tord is playing the same deck that he played at the Masters Cup, which was Dragapult, Charizard, Pidgeot. Huh. Oh, I can't do that, can I? Sorry if this, yep. Sorry about that. Everything pops up on my other monitor, which is kind of annoying. I see what I did wrong. I don't stream enough to like set this stuff up right. I don't think. I probably should have like locked this other my other monitor to 60 hertz to try and raise the resolution. But I did not. I have it at 144 for like video games. All right, so he does attack with the Raging Bolt. I wonder if Stefan does play Crispin. That would make sense. It makes sense to me, but a lot of people have not been playing Crispin. And he also has the Hawlucha in hand to potentially knock out the other Hoot Hoot if he does play Crispin. Counter Catcher might be pretty solid. Other Dreepy is also good as well. I'm curious to see what he picked. Hiding his hand from us. Dark Turo. Oh, he did select the Dreepy. Dark Energy is not very useful, but I suppose Turo is not very useful either. He is already in a tough spot. Ultra Ball for Fez, maybe? Probably could just ditch the Dark. This like overlay is Dark and Dreepy, interesting. But he prized a Dracloak though, so that makes sense. Yeah, to get Pheasantipity. Huh. That would be kind of unfortunate if he doesn't play Crispin. It feels bad to just have to let the Raging Bolt player basically just go back on even prizes and get a free two prizes in a row. He's got all the draw in the world. Probably just discard Turo, right? Nope. Discard Boss over Turo. Oh, is that a Sparkling Crystal? I think that's what that is. That would mean it's kind of unfortunate if he misses the attack. Or, of course, unfortunate, kind of unlucky. Pull is typically running Unfair Stamp a lot, I think, but Sparkling Crystal is also really good right now. I think it just comes down to like how fast you think the format is going to get, and if you think you can afford to take the extra turns to hand attach all your energy. Like him not having a hand attachment this turn probably feels pretty bad. It's the Turo for the extra free draw. He's probably really just looking for an energy at this point, which he does not get. And there is a Monkey Dory. Was that a second Turo? Hard to see. Why are they showing us this angle? We'll never know what he took. So item lock for a turn is going to be a little bit annoying, but it's going to stop like a Sada prime catcher play. But that is, I don't know that that's like the most relevant thing to snap right now. Really would have liked to hit into this bolt. Got the all gold energies. Gold energies, these gold energies are like the cheapest I think gold energies really have ever been. I pulled a psychic one and I was like, oh cool, it's gotta be like a $20 card. It's like $6. Hey, what's going on? How was your did you go to locals or a cup? No, the cups are over. How was your locals? Oh yeah, not getting that energy attachment last turn really does feel bad. This is gonna be a really hard game to win from this spot. He should have the hit into Raging Bolt, knock out the bench Hoot Hoot too though. Yeah, they were super expensive in Sun and Moon, and now they're just like going down, which I think that these ones or the Sun and Moon ones are the coolest. Wait, which Spite Ops deck? The Rockets one, or I've seen like people playing a more control Spite Ops deck with Spite Ops EX. Or no, is that Spite Ops? I might be thinking of the wrong name of the Pokemon, but the one that raises retreat cost. Then you have like 4 counter catchers and just try and install something in the active and use the Dedenne to keep putting trainer cards in your hand. It looks pretty cool. And they even have like the teleporter ability, Abra, that you can keep switching it back into the active spot to put it back in your deck so that you never deck out. Yeah, it is Spite Hops. um Wait, you didn't play that, right? You played against it? Oh, you fluted your. Oh yeah, you played Garchomp. Duh, I forgot you told me that. Yeah, the pill energies are cool. I have been thinking about selling some of mine because, like, dude, the psychics are like $10, or they were at least. Yeah, I'm surprised that Blitzel isn't the one that came up with that. That is super unfortunate. Oh, geez, that sucks. That's like the one. I guess not the one Pokemon because the Rose raids could get stuck too, but that is tragic. I have to try that deck out, the Spite Ops Mill one. It seems like it could like actually be really good right now. I'm curious if we'll see anyone playing it at NAIC because decks really aren't playing all that many switch cards or Turo right now. Oh yes, that is a very good point. Latias does counter Spite Ops. I didn't even think about that. Right? Yeah, Latias says your basics have no retreat cost. Oh yeah, so he couldn't stick the Rose Raid. So he literally hit the one Pokemon. That's unfortunate. Whoa, whoa, he busted out the E switch? Alright, I clearly missed something. Did he just go ends PP up to Zoroark and then E-switch? That's wild. Dude, how did he fit all these cards in here? Oh, he didn't do the Hawlucha KO Hoo play, which I guess he's just trying to not give him access to Fez, which makes sense. That's super. Yeah, that blue is the most annoying card to play against. It just feels so random. There's nothing that you can really do about it except unless like you can thin the Pokemon out of your deck first. Yeah, that is true. I wonder if they have any sort of a counter to that. Probably not. I can't think of all the cards in the deck off the top of my head. They could run a retreat lock Pokemon though. Yeah, I don't know. That deck won't be too common though. That's just unlucky. These are the kind that just kind of happens against control decks sometimes. And next time even you could just like prioritize using the Gabite to pull all the Pokemon that you don't want fluted out of the deck and try to like Ultra Ball them away or something. Yeah, no Dusknoir saves space, but he's got a lot of cards in here. Maybe they're both just one ofs or like two ofs. I might be underestimating the amount of space that the deck actually has though. Got another Sada. Zoroark's definitely weak to grass, right? It's not like a ghost Pokemon or whatever makes it weak to fighting. So he can take 2, 4. Oh, Stefan, he can take a lot of prizes next turn. Because he can knock out the Fan Rotom and put 10 on the Fezandipity, bring up the Fezandipity, knock out Fez and Raging Bolt, and take 5 prizes all in the same turn. Which I think knocking out the Fez is probably worth it. Yeah, it is weak to grass, alright. Um yeah, as long as you can combine it with Iono. I think that's really his best line to win. Like actually what he's probably gonna have to do is like ping the Fez and the Hoot Hoot and then knock out the Fez and the Hoot Hoot and Iono him to 2. Because he should have pretty much have the attack in hand, I would imagine, with the Sparkling Crystal. Jack did thin his deck down to like it looks like 10 or 15 cards though. And does not have enough bench space for the Mew at the moment. Which I think Mew ends up being pretty important in these Raging Bolt decks to counter Ionos. So you have like 2 draw Pokemon on the bench. Got the skateboard in hand. Of course, the overlay is still blocking his hand, which makes it a bit of a pain. Ultra Ball and Iono, that's definitely one of the pieces, yeah. Let's see what he's got. Counter Catcher, Iono, Hawlucha's got everything, it looks like. Or he might be missing either the energy or the Dragapult. He's got to decide which one he thinks he's more likely to get. Because he probably wants to Iono before drawing the rest of his cards. Is he gonna do the halucha play? I am curious. My audio is not like cutting out every 10 seconds, is it? The OBS keeps like popping up saying that my audio bitrate is 0. I'm gonna try to stream all of day one or for as long as possible because he is already is going for the play, it looks like. Um yeah, I would like to stream all of day one. It just depends on if I start losing my voice too bad or not. Now he just needs to draw a basic energy off of this Iona, which I imagine is pretty likely, or he would have grabbed energy with Night Stretcher. All right, thank you. Dude, it is trolling me, I'm pretty sure. Like it just the message keeps like popping up over and over again. All right, this could be a oh, he has double Night Stretcher in hand, but it looks like he doesn't really want to play it to get back in energy. I don't know if you save it ever though. Oh, he probably plays 2 Dragapult DXs and he prized one, I'm pretty sure, so that's why he's saving it. Oh, dude, I got a whole gallon of water down here. All right. Oh, are you still at your locals? Yeah, I want to get a new PC. All right, I'll talk to you later. Um, yeah, I really want to try to get a new PC. Like doing all this off of a laptop is kind of unfortunate. Oh, he did get the energy. He's got a luminous in hand and can basically do whatever he wants next turn as long as he doesn't lose the game. The Reshiram is confirmed. Don't really need that in this matchup though. So leaving the Raging Bolt alive kind of feels bad, but you definitely want to keep Counter Catcher alive for next turn, and them having access to a Noctowl is worse than them having a Raging Bolt on the bench, I'm pretty sure. Oh, nice. Have fun, get home safe. Um, I've thought about it. I'm not really Discord savvy though, enough to like make a server or whatever. I like started making one. I don't know, I might at some point. Like right now I just use it to like talk to channel members and a couple other people that make videos, but I might make a server at some point. I'm sure it would be fine. I just worry about like having to moderate it. I don't imagine that it would be a big deal though. Everyone in general seems like pretty nice most of the time. I don't think they would do anything weird, but I guess that is like always something to potentially worry about. So he did draw the Crispin, but he's already got a lot of energy in the discard pile. Oh, he does have Fighting Grass. I've been wondering if the Raging Bolts will play 6 grass energy now with Grimmsnarl and the Ogrepons being a pretty solid attacker into it. Yeah, Dom, you're gonna have to be in it. I hopefully next year we can go to like a couple of regionals. I haven't been to a regional in like 2 years. Yeah, that's what I worry about. If how much like I'm sure it would be fine for a while, and if I don't like advertise it too much, it would be fine. Which then I kind of wonder what's the point if I'm not going to advertise it and try to get the most amount of people in there? Is it even worth having one? So 6 Noctowl, that's busted. Dude, you definitely will. Um, There's always a funny story about this one guy at my that used to go to my locals that in top four of a cup he had a Thunder Mountain Prism Star in play, and then he either researched or Jirachi'd into a second one. So he played the tournament potentially with two Thunder Mountain Prisms in his deck, which you're not allowed to do that. It was like an A spec kind of deal where you can only have one of them in your deck. And Thunder Mountain was a very broken card. Gonna bump the stadium with Jamming Tower, get rid of the Fan Rotom. That's definitely gonna make it harder for Stefan to win on his next turn, but not impossible. Actually, 2, 4. Does Raz even have access to a knockout this turn? I can't tell if there's another. There should be a grass in his hand, actually. Oh, yeah, yeah. Locals are just like, yeah, the tournaments at the local game stores. Oh, he doesn't have the knockout. Well, I call locals like cups and challenges too. I just kind of refer to it all as locals. I think normally when people say locals though, they mean like the local weekly league non sanctioned like cups or challenges or whatever. But I group it all into locals. Does he have a boss or a counter catcher? He should. His whole deck is in his hand. And all he's shuffling the deck. Should be able to draw most of it. Yeah, gonna thin the Reshiram out. Makes sense. Is that 3 more bosses orders in the deck? Does he play 4 boss, or am I like seeing that wrong? Let's see what it gets. I imagine he should be pretty close to guaranteed. Yep. Night Stretcher for some reason. Oh, because the jamming tower, duh. So saving that Night Stretcher was turned out to be pretty clutch. I forgot that jamming tower shuts off crystal. That is how that works for sure. No, you're good. There's like a lot of weird terms for Pokemon, but yeah, locals are just when I say it, it's just everything that is not a major event, basically. Yeah, that made that this deck look pretty good. That's like that happens a lot to Raging Bolt on stream. I feel like every time they play Dragapult on stream, they just start off winning the game like so hard and then just lose to one Iono. Knock out the Hoo Hoo play. Oh, he plays double Raging Bolt and his other Hoo Hoo that game. Oh no, it's only one. Never mind. I wonder why he left the fighting on the Slitherwing. I'm kind of to knock out Fez. Yeah, duh. That makes sense. It it kind of looked like Stefan's playing 4 boss. That would be sick. I gotta let my cat in. Come on, buddy. Come on. And my cat was meowing at the door. Come on. Oh. Yeah, he wants me to go upstairs and feed him, but he's already got food in his on his plate, but he thinks it's not there if he doesn't see me put it there for some reason. That's funny that the Reshiram start ended up coming up. And Raz did choose, or not Raz, Jack chose to go second. That is interesting. Prioritizing not letting Stefan get the his preferred turn, not getting the TM Evo off or Badu or whatever. Oh, you got into the game through Pocket? That's super cool. I've been wondering if that exact thing was gonna happen, where like Pocket is like an introduction to the regular game, because it is a lot when it comes to the gameplay, it's a lot simpler. And I haven't played the actual game in a while, but seems a bit more RNG based than the real game. I just go on it to claim my free packs every day or most days. All right. So Stefan did not get as good of a start this game, but I'm assuming he's got supporters in his hand. One prizer decks. Ethan's Typhlosion seems like it's like almost really good. And then other than that though, like Guardy is kind of a one prizer deck. Actually, at this point, it's not really with the Clefairy and stuff, but it does rely on one prize a lot. There's no like classic one prize decks. I don't know what his prize cards are. I didn't notice them this game. Yeah, Gateway app. It definitely is, which is cool. It's cool to see like the game just keep growing. Oh wait, there's multiple people in here that got into the game through Pocket. That's really cool. He prized Baby Bull. All right, they should show it again at some point. Stefan prized double Arvin, double Poffin. That is a bit unfortunate because there is. He probably plays four Poffin. There's a slight chance that he only plays a few. Decks have been really like cutting down on the ball card sometimes to try and say fit in like Brox and stuff, but it looks like he's got a nest ball popped up, so there's a chance he actually only plays two Poffin, or that he already has Poffin in his hand. But if he's grabbing rescue board to retreat into Badu, that means he's got a rescue board and attached to retreat, which would feel bad. Oh, that is a Poffin. I guess he was just counting nest balls for later in the game. I think Stefan does like a pretty thorough prize check normally. Great Tusk Mill. We've won your locals with Great Tusk Mill 3 weeks in a row. That's awesome. I haven't tried the Porygon deck. The ability, I don't know why they made the ability like that. Like they could have just made it discard one, draw two. And it like it's not like it would have been broken or anything. It's a stage two after all. It can have pretty insane abilities and a good attack and still not be like overwhelmingly good. Oh, that's cool to hear. I'm gathering up the Pocket community over here. So he I thought he was gonna grab Dark to attach to the Reshiram Psychic on it. It's kind of interesting. I did not really expect that. No Zorua this game either. Wait, so you downloaded Pocket, tried it, was like, oh, maybe the regular game is more fun? That's really cool. Yeah, I think Pocket was like huge when it first dropped. I haven't heard much about it, like the online scene lately, but they were getting some pretty insane numbers for online tournaments. But they were also doing like cash prizing, which definitely brings a bigger crowd. Like I haven't played in many online tournaments at all lately, but if I ever see one for like cash prizing, I would definitely play in it. Why? There, all right. There's like a giant fly trapped in here, and it's quite annoying. I gotta open the door. We got the Ladia, so that probably means he is gonna knock out the Reshiram, which is a bit surprising. I would think he'd probably prime catcher up a Cloak, but maybe that's just not worth it to only take one prize. Also, leaving only one Hoot on the bench feels pretty bad as well. Yeah, I think that they are really cranking out cards, and it doesn't seem like a lot of the cards are artworks from a couple of years ago in the regular card game, which is kind of interesting. But I have been noticing that like it feels like I barely open any packs from each set. I think the TM. I'm curious to see what Brent is actually playing this weekend. I think he is. I'm pretty sure that he's playing a combination of his list and the TM Evo build, but I think TM Evo is probably pretty good right now. I don't know. Maybe I'll have do an online tournament one day. I'd have to whoops. I have to like apply for you have to like apply to be able to host tournaments on Limitless. I always wanted to or wish that they would bring back like older format online tournaments, not like super old formats, but like 2017 NAIC, 2018 Worlds, like formats like that. Yeah, port the wait, Porygon 2 is a good attacker? I don't even know what that does. I know the Porygon Z does like more damage for all the rockets, Pokemon in the or supporters in the discard pile. I'm gonna look it up. Porygon 2. Isn't that the one that messed with all those kids in Japan? Oh, wait, what is the Porygon's middle evolution called? Am I losing my mind? There, the middle evolution is called Porygon 2, right? Or is it? So I typed it in, nothing but Porygon Z popped up. He's having oh Judge. Judge is a pretty good card. Yeah, it's kind of silly that it's not just showing me what I want to. No, Porygon 2. That sounds right in my head. Yeah, it is. Why I always look up cards on TCG Player, and when I typed it in, all the Porygon Z's popped up. Having an attack with Badoo in the middle of the game feels kind of bad. I guess he can potentially just do the same plays before. But now Jack is down to 4 prizes, right? Oh, maybe it's because I put a yeah, I think it's because I put a space, you're right. I just assumed that I meant Porygon Z. I don't know, Dark Energy, Luminous. It's kind of unfortunate that like Luminous is kind of mid because it came out when Archeops still existed. Which what's it called? Prism Energy is not gonna work for Dragapult, unfortunately. And he committed to either finding the crystal or not attacking this turn, which is kind of interesting. No, Baby Bolt was oh yeah, Baby Bolt was probably his last game, I think. And they were showing the prizes like in one of the replay clips. Energy Switch and Ultra Ball. Kind of want both those cards, I think. He took the Ultra Ball. Is he playing 2 Dark Energies? That'd be kind of crazy. I would have thought it was just 1 Dark and then the rest like focused on the Fire and Psychic. That was just my guess though. Wonder if he's Ultra Balling for the Fez. Which drawing into Sparkling Crystal off of these 3 cards doesn't seem very likely at all. Pretty unlikely, actually. But committing the attachment before the Iono is pretty interesting. That's like removing so many outs. Yeah, he definitely didn't get it right. I wonder if he just has to hit for 70. That doesn't seem very good. Um, I can't. I guess knocking out this fan rotom might not be the worst thing in the world. He's just gonna go for Badoo. That makes sense. Because you could go KO fan rotom and then do like the same Halucha, KO Fez, and Hoot Hoot play. And then also put the 10 on either the other 10 for, no, you'd have to put it on both those Pokemon. Yeah, so KOing um the fan rotom is kind of pointless. I don't Does he play Blood Moon, do we know? I think I saw one, but I might be mixing 2 rounds together in my head. Or no, we saw Jack playing Blood Moon. Yeah, I thought he went Dark Luminous was the plan. Oh, you're a control guy? I like playing control every once in a while, but when it's like not super strong, it's like a lot of commitment to figure out how to play it. And I tend to not play it very much in those time periods. So there's like a pretty low chance that I'm gonna actually play it in real life. I can't even remember the last time I played control in real life. Probably Pidgey control with like the Hamlock deck from 5 or 6 years ago. That deck was insane. So I think he's got most of the play that he did last game in hand. I wonder if we're gonna see it. He is just kind of throwing those bosses away pretty willy-nilly. I wonder if that does mean that he has 3 or 4 in the deck. He still doesn't have an energy, does he? Like a non-luminous energy. He's debating the nest ball. I guess he can nest ball because he has 8 bench with the area 0. I just don't know what you would really want with it. Maybe another Dreepy. Oh no, don't do it. Oh no. So he's not going for the Halucha play again. That is interesting. He is just committing his Dragapult to die. And then he's just gonna put ones on all the 210 HP guys? Huh. I wonder what he's thinking. He's gonna need to buy a turn at some point. He's drawing all the cards. And he's playing the ends PP up energy switches, energy acceleration for Zorark and Dragapult. Which is pretty interesting. Yeah, this feels bad. He's gonna need to have him miss an attack entirely next turn to ever be able to win this game. Like he can take 4 next turn, but wait, is there a way to get there with Halucha? No, there's definitely not, right? If he knocked out that Fan wrote him for 70, there would be, but also he would just lose the game on this turn. So that's probably not worth it. But yeah, I was thinking that the draw power in Zoroark is or in Dragapult is already really good. But that's like people play the Dracloaks for draw and Goldengo, and that deck already draws, so just committing to the ability based draw. Oh, I wonder if he has a Sada in hand. That would make winning this game really hard. He can get 2 more energy and play with Sada and like build up a backup Raging Bolt. Energy retrieval? No, Night Stretcher. Prime Catcher. Eh. I don't know if you ever really need that right now. That is a pretty underwhelming hand though. He will have 2 prizes to work with, which is going to make this pretty awkward for Stefan because from what I've seen, I've only seen 1 counter catcher in the deck so far. And he probably wants to Iono him to 1. That was like the whole point of that play, I think. Yeah, Mill definitely loves to see all this draw. And I think it also enjoys how slow these stage 2 decks are. I will be curious to see if he does have a second counter catcher. So he's playing around the jamming tower. Makes sense. Yeah, Grimmsnarl does look pretty good. I think my guesses are Dragapult, Charizard, Goldengo, or Guardy. I just have a feeling that Goldengo is gonna win, even though it generally has a pretty hard time actually like pulling out full tournament wins, it seems. But those are my guesses. I think Guardy's still gonna do well. I think a lot of people underrated Guardy just because Grimmsnarl came out. And I think it a deck that like if it just stays like not being respected, it's probably going to continue to do well. The classic Iono to 1. Oh, he does have a second counter catcher. Oh, the time was called too. That, huh. I wonder if now, if there's any better way to go about this to just try and not let the game finish. No, I think you still have to knock out the Fez and the Hoot Hoot probably because you just can't leave the Hoot Hoot alive. And if you KO the Hoot Hoot, you also have to KO the Fez. And you did just see the opponent spend a Night Stretcher last turn, so there's slightly less of a concern that it's coming back. Is he going to overthink it? I can't remember how many energy Jack has on his board though. Yeah, he's gonna counter catcher Fez. And he can take 5 prizes this turn. Is that ever worth it? I think it might be because you're removing another ancient Pokemon from play that would make it just slightly harder for the opponent to get up to 5 energy on the board. I wonder if Stefan will agree. I'll be curious to see. 2 and 3, 1. And then 1 on Ogerpon probably, yeah. All right. Busted 5 prize turn. That's pretty sick. What is the top deck? It basically needs to be Sada or Night Stretcher, I'm pretty sure. Will he have anything? Nope. That's GG's. Yeah, that's why CC Fez KO everything. I think Joltik is Joltik, Goldengo. Yeah, probably Joltik and Goldengo are like the 2 decks that if you just want to play like a simple deck while learning, because I think part of just playing like a simple deck when you first start playing is just learning the other decks in the meta and getting familiar with all the cards can be like a pretty big hurdle when first starting playing. Yeah, just 5 prizes average pull turn. But Joltik has been doing pretty good online still. And I think it's a really strong deck that can just take advantage of basically any deck stumbling for a turn. The main problem with it is it has a pretty hard time into Raging Bolt, which I guess Goldengo has a hard time into Raging Bolt as well. Yeah, I can't think of what else are big basic decks right now. With Roaring Moon, the Roaring Moon Poison deck seems to just like randomly win tournaments or do really well in formats even when people think it's not very good, so that might be a good choice as well. And any deck with a bit like the Poison Donk is going to be a little more sequence focused, and so is Goldengo. Joltik doesn't. I don't. Joltik doesn't really have very much like sequencing stuff to learn while playing it. I think the bigger thing with Joltik is prize mapping in a way where you're able to keep all like not run out of energy at some point. And it also like great does spell. Yeah, that's a great starting deck. Yeah, I think it would depend to how familiar you are with all the cards in the format and all the other decks. Because that's definitely something that takes time to learn. That is kind of underrated. Yeah, and Joltik might be a pretty good deck. Goldengo is decent for that too. Um, don't know. All right, you guys can't hear that, can you?
Case, are you feeling comfy?
No, absolutely. I'm always nervous before tournaments, especially big tournaments, and like NAIC is the biggest one, right? At least in terms of number of players. So yeah, I was nervous. I did sleep decently, honestly, so that was nice. But yeah, it's always nerve-wracking. Like, you know, I just have to take it one game at a time.
Definitely makes sense, and building up momentum, that's what it's all about, and you're feeling good. But I think myself and a lot of people at home, they're dying for me to ask you, Dragapult Zoroark EX, where did this unorthodox combination of Pokemon come from?
It comes from world champion Henry Brand, who I'm rooming with. And honestly, to be honest, I didn't have a lot of, I didn't really know what to play. I haven't been feeling super confident in standard format recently. I didn't feel like I was an expert about any deck, you know. I knew that I didn't want to play God of War anymore because without the Kalia to draw cards, it didn't feel right to me. Dragapult felt like a nice deck, but I wasn't sure if I would play it perfectly. And then, like a couple days ago, Henry is like, Stefan, I have found a deck for us to play. It is Dragapult Zoroark. And like, you don't need to convince me very hard to play Zoroark at NAIC. You know, the intimidation factor alone, like it has to count for something, right? And like after he explained it to me, it made sense because like Zoroark is just additional draw power, so it's never bad. It's a secondary attacker against God of War, especially. You hit for weakness, so that helps in this matchup. In other matchups, you can always like threaten things, you know, like you put that active against Grimstyle, you're like, are you gonna attack me? Do you want to attack me? And so yeah, it has a cool couple uses like this. So we'll see how the deck goes. Right now, so far it's been doing fine. So hopefully that keeps going.
Oh no, you're kind of convincing me about the deck too. So, I mean, if you continue to do well with it, Dragapult might have found its new partner. I know players have been kind of struggling. What should Dragapult be paired with to keep up in the new metagame? Were there any other
You guys want to listen to the interview?
Dragapult and Zoroark. Was there anything else on that radar, or maybe something that you're anticipating doing well at this tournament?
Honestly, everything and nothing. Like I knew maybe I would have played Grimmsnarl if I had tested it more, but I didn't get enough tests with it, and I was like, I'm not playing this perfectly. I need something that's either, if I'm going to play a popular deck, something expected, I need to be playing it perfectly, right? I don't want to. If I'm coming here and I'm like the 100th best Grimmsnarl player, then I'm not gonna win NAIC with this, you know? So I wanted something like this. But yeah, Grimmsnarl felt good. I think Raging Bolt was a good choice for the event as well. I considered Goldengo, but maybe if I had more time to try to fix the Raging Bolt matchup, I would have played that. I considered a lot of things. We'll see, but yeah, I don't know how Dragapult Zoroark will be. I don't know if it's like an actually good deck or not, but hopefully it is, or at least for this weekend.
Okay, 2-0. We're seeing maybe the beginnings of something great, a big shift in the metagame, but that is just the beginning for here at NAIC. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and keep this tournament underway.
Thank you so much, Adam. What a fantastic interview. We've been talking about partner Pokemon, destined rivals, journey together. I guess Stefan's partner, Henry Brands, bringing the Zoroark into Dragapult, and it seems to be working out there. I love how he spoke about how much of this deck is just the threat of it. Like, we were talking a bit about that with the Shaman, but now, you know, yeah, talking about being able to attack with the end Zoroark, that's also a big factor, as we saw that Reshiram out there too. I mean, there's just so much that your opponent has to consider, and when you can go into a huge field and intimidate your opponent or throw them off their mental game plan, that is a huge advantage to have.
Yeah, I think he said some intimidation factor as well. Just seeing him with Zoroark using trade again, just, you know, strikes fear in people.
Yes.
Yeah, also funny to hear from the 100th best Grimmsnarl player, but maybe the #1 Dragapult Zoroark player.
Right.
Yeah, always great to hear from Stefan, one of the, you know, greatest players we've seen in the last probably, you know, 5-10 years or so. Incredible run at NAIC, perhaps on the road to another.
All right. Yeah, aggro decks are definitely I think probably just the way to go whenever starting a new game. There should be people playing Joltik in this tournament for sure. All right, yeah, I wasn't sure. I kind of wanted to hear what he was gonna say about the deck and stuff, and then I had to let the dog outside. There is almost certainly there's probably a good amount of Joltik at this tournament. I'm hoping that they'll put the meta breakdown on screen at some point relatively soon. I imagine that they will. They usually show it by like a few rounds into a tournament. And oh, I thought that was going to be it. That is a bit unfortunate. All right. These tournaments give out so much money now, though. Winning would be pretty cool. Like $2,000 for top 64 is wild. In terms of like the like prestige of winning the tournament, I would say it's like a pro tour, but it's not an invite only tournament. Like anyone can register for it as long as like the limit hasn't been reached. There's like you only have to qualify for worlds in Pokemon. Every other tournament is open to anyone. So I'm curious to see what they'll do next year, because they made it sound like they're bringing or they're introducing like another level of tournament, and whether that's going to be states or like another tournament that is qualification only could be interesting to see. Yeah, I think Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh do like invite only for their majors, right? Or does Yu-Gi-Oh not do that as well? Pokemon is like that's kind of what's cool about Pokemon is like the spirit of the game, and like anyone can come play in basically any event except Worlds. Worlds used to be like Worlds you always had to qualify for Worlds, but the qualification used to kind of be like you just have to play the game a bit to get it. Now I think there's so many people that play the game that they had to make it like hard to actually get into Worlds. But for a long time, like if you wanted to go to Worlds and you could win some local events and attend one regional, it was pretty easy to qualify for. Pokemon Champions. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that. No, I don't think so, Nico. It's like if I could afford to just like go to every major, I would, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be like top X and not a point limit again. You have to win locals. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Pokemon, you can just go play, which is cool. Pokemon Champions. Yeah, you gotta let me know. I'm sure that's obvious what that means. I'm just kind of dumb sometimes. Yeah, I guess we at Worlds we'll find out what the I think at Worlds we'll find out what the qualification um requirement will be for next year. Oh, the champions Z to A. Yeah, the mega Pokemon, that should be interesting. I know a lot of people like the point threshold, but I wish that they would do a point threshold for like something more than just the ace trainer stuff for the point threshold, but I kind of think it's cool. Like the top X makes it so much harder and such like more of an accomplishment to make worlds, and it also stops the whole thing at the end of the season where once you have your invite, everyone's like, oh, just scooped me, which I can't really hate on that because I kind of did that this year to get to the 200. Well, I didn't do that, but that's what ended up happening. Champions. Oh, that should just be for VGC. I don't think it'll change much in VGC because they already have Showdown, and it will be interesting to see though if they shut down Showdown, or maybe if they worked with the Showdown people to make champions. That would be cool. I don't know. It seems like it's legit. Like Stefan, Henry, Brandon, all them are really good players. So I imagine that they did quite a bit of testing to find out. I don't know though. I am a bit skeptical about stuffing Zoroark line into any deck. I guess the combo makes sense, but I don't know. Guardy is a very hard matchup, and the deck was kind of missing energy acceleration. They kind of added it all with the Zoroark line. Whoa, dude, that was like baby John Egg. I wish our Believe EX was legit. That card is actually really cool. I would say unfortunately not though. Maybe it will be. Probably not. I kind of forget what it does. It spreads like 240 damage, doesn't it? That doesn't seem right. That would have to be good. Choose one Pokemon 6 times. Oh, so it's only 120 damage. Yeah, Henry is Henry. I don't think Henry always exclusively works with Brett and Natalie, but I think that's what I assumed that he meant, was that he was staying with all of them. That might not be the case though. It's like Brent, Natalie, and James Cox normally work together. Henry's kind of does his own thing sometimes. In TCG Live, when you reach Masters, do you come? No, you just see how high you can get and post it on Twitter, I think is what people do. Unfortunately. It would be cool if they brought like more motivation to like grinding the live ladder, but I think right now it's just for like personal satisfaction. Yeah, spread 120. I thought it was 240, but then I was like, wait, spread 240 would just have to be insane. I don't know. That is like the James is I think he lives in Europe, but he's from Australia originally. And I know he still works with them. I'm not completely sure like the politics of like what Australian players work together, but I think I don't know if Henry always plays what they play. I think he might be like from a different part of Australia. I don't know if they work together. That's actually something I'm curious about now. I've heard that about some places around Europe. I don't know, Europe is pretty big, right? I know some places have like a pretty good tournament scene, and then others like just have nothing. Yeah, my favorite rogue deck right now is Rockets Tyranitar Ampharos. I think that deck is cool. It's just you're just not able to reliably beat any deck that is a big basic deck, unfortunately. But I've been trying it with the Rockets Crobat as well, which I think might make it like a little bit better into big basics. But that's definitely been my favorite right now. For sure. I'm gonna look up Henry Brand's Limitless profile because now I'm curious if he was also playing the same Guardy list as all the other guys or all the other Australians. And I can't remember if if the year that Henry won Worlds, if he was playing the same Mewtwo list as Brent. I'm pretty sure Brent was playing Mewtwo Tag Team, but I don't recall if it was more like Robin Schultz list that they played, or no, not Robin Schultz. Yeah, Robin played Mewtwo and the rest of them played Charizard. I can't remember if it was more like that or more like Henry's list. Yeah, I don't know. Henry was playing. Oh, this is the wrong format. Oh yeah, that's the wrong format. That makes sense. Open complete. Actually, it doesn't look like Henry went to very much this year. Or at least hasn't been to very much since the rotation, it looks like. So I don't know. Yeah, and he doesn't have any finishes with the Reggie Drago deck that they were playing. I think Henry kind of like does his own thing and works with other people. Yeah, it's possible that I don't know where Tim Franklin came from. I don't know if he's been around for a while or what the deal is with that. Let's see. We can check right now. His latest result on Limitless is 2022-2023. Let's see. Wait, like just straight Zoroark EX? King Lu with Iron Valiant. I saw a Frostlass, what's it called? Frostlass's Spathro with Ting Lu that looked kind of interesting. What does Hilda do? Yeah, that's what it looks like. He won like an Australian regional a few years ago and then started playing more. But it looks like he went to a lot this year. Like not like a lot all around the world. Yeah, Black Bull and White Flare is a bit underwhelming after the first few cards that we heard about, I think. Oh, did he post a YouTube video about that? That seems like kind of a trolly deck. Zoroark with Team Rocket's Venture Bomb. Oh, that's only for the ICs though, I think. But he probably did, yeah. That's yeah, the stipends. What does Australia get now? Like I think top 4 gets stipends. They're kind of getting bodied compared to what they used to get. They used to get like a pretty high amount of stipends and have their international there. Oh, all right. Um yeah, I don't know, it's kind of interesting like when the players that you hear about a lot are different from the players that when I started playing. Oh, I saw Azul posted a video saying this is what I'm playing at NAIC, which is kind of crazy if he actually does play what he said. I didn't watch it, but it looked like it was Grimmsnarl. Because yeah, that group definitely did not used to tell people what they were playing. I pretty much just play at like local cups and challenges and stuff now. I didn't go to very much this year. unfortunately just didn't work out that way. I'm hoping that at some point I want to do one season where I go to more stuff. I was gonna go to Worlds in the one that was supposed to be in Europe, but the whole season got canceled, and I like essentially had my invite that year, and then that kind of like messed with everything. I didn't play for most of the online only era. I got top 32 in the open at Worlds and top 64 at Hartford Regional a couple of years ago. I don't know, I've never gone to like too much. Yeah, it sucks that they canceled that year. That was very unfortunate. Yeah, I've never like I'm not very good at major events. I'm not going to the most of them, but I do this thing where I start off really good and then I get really in my head and start getting nervous and like thinking too far ahead and then just like go from 5-0 to 5-4 or something stupid like that cuz I'm overthinking everything and not able to concentrate, but I I don't know. My most proud finish is the I got second at it was like the online qualifier for the world's trip. I forget who hosted it. It was Zach Lesage's thing, and I had to play against like Alex Szymanski round one, and I played against like a few other people that have won regionals in that event, and then lost in the finals, of course. Let's see. The videos will say last minute. Yeah, he could definitely change the deck. Um, they used to play like his group used to play some wild stuff and like break the meta, but that's just not how the game is anymore, it seems. Um, yeah, traveling, especially traveling from like Australia and stuff, it's very expensive. A lot of the people that we see traveling to a lot of events make very good money. Wait, the multi-day pass was expensive? Dude, I'm pretty sure when I went to Worlds, it was like, as a spectator, it was like 20 bucks. Or it might have even been free. That's crazy. The whole thing has gotten kind of wild. Like everything is so special. I guess that makes sense though, because the World Store is really, really cool. um, you just gotta play for fun. Um, and then if you like put enough time in, you'll definitely get better. When I started playing, I would like play PDCGO for like 6 to 8 hours every single day for like almost a full year. And I just went to like every single event. And a lot of the time I would drive to events where I didn't know people. So if I lost, it was like nothing to worry about because I'd probably never see those people again. But it took me like probably like 6 months to even like win my first cup, or 6 months to a year probably. And then like it can be hard at first, but then I feel like there's like a certain threshold as a player, which once you get past it, it just becomes like you almost like expect to do well or like end up doing well more often. It was $100 for a multi-day pass. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of wild, but I guess if they're like that sought after, that's just the way it is. Yeah, I think that like you have to play a lot when you first start playing the game just to learn and figure out everything that's in the format. And there's like I don't know, just knowing what all the cards do is like a pretty big learning curve that can be pretty impactful. Yeah, it can definitely feel like that at some point. at some point, especially if like there's a lot of like really good players at your locals, but just try not to get in your head too much about it and just, you know, practice, try to get better, and you'll definitely beat them eventually. Just try not to think about it too much. I think that could definitely be a big downside. Like if you feel like you've already got, if them you feel like you've already lost the game before sitting down, you're probably gonna lose. So just try not to think that way. Andrew Kedrick versus Matthew Burris is a pretty good matchup. Yeah, I think that's probably just like a sticking point that you'll have to get past once you get more comfortable with playing in person. There's like more to it too than just playing the cards. It's like a social aspect and stuff too, which can definitely be a little bit awkward at first, but you'll definitely get used to it. The shuffling, you don't like shuffling? Oh, stop, Nico. What's the best way to get decks? I can't remember the name of the website. There's like an equivalent to TCG Player for EU though. Yeah, you just gotta not think about that too much. Yeah, regionals are tough too because like it's not like cups and challenges where you can just go to 100 of them and then eventually you're going to do well. Like sometimes you only go to a couple regionals and like those are the ones that either you just hit awkward matchups or weren't fully prepared for or anything. There's just not as many opportunities to see like the RNG get like averaged out. Dude, I just got to practice shuffling for sure though. I probably spent like an awkward amount of time figuring out how to shuffle when I first started playing. But it can definitely not be easy. Just try to learn how to riffle shuffle because it's like more straight. It's pretty straightforward and very effective. Like, because sometimes with certain sleeves, it's like hard to overhand shuffle because the corners break and they just like feel like they're jamming into each other. So riffle shuffling can work with any sleeve, no matter how messed up it is. Edric is playing the Neo upper energy. That's pretty cool. It's still playing the Dustnor line. So he's gonna research. Having to attach the Neo upper energy to a guy that already has an energy feels kind of bad, but he's probably trying to retreat into a Badu this turn anyway, I would guess. I'm surprised that he didn't just use a jack. Mad tryhards. Oh yeah, regionals are so big now too, and there's so many decks. Sometimes, depending on the deck you pick, you can just be like matchup RNG. Did you ever do a video on how to adjust game plans for certain decks? Dude, that's what I was trying to do with the last video I did, and I recorded that video like over 10 times and I could just not figure out like a way to explain it. Like explaining like intuition and kind of like game sense or game knowledge is very hard. I'll probably try to do it again in the future, but I am not very I kind of failed this time. Yeah, you really can't go wrong with riffle shuffling. You get points for doing well at cups and challenges, like championship points, and you get play points for attending like local leagues and stuff, which I don't think they're doing anything with play points right now. Yeah, like I said, I don't think it didn't come out the way that I like envisioned it when I made it. But that what you said is basically what I was trying to do. I just failed. It's like a weird, like some of these topics when I think about it in my head, I'm like, oh, that seems super easy to explain. But then I go to actually explain it, I record it, and I'm like, well, that makes no sense to anyone but me. And I can't like figure out the words to do it, but I think it's just something that definitely will come with time. And it's like a mix of prize mapping and like resource management. Which, I don't know. Guardy with TM Evo is kind of the same, except instead of attacking with Badu or Cleffa, you just hopefully TM Evo. And I think it makes a lot of games easier because sometimes it just feels hard to lose with a turn 2 Guardy. What? How many years? I think probably 1 year. Maybe less than 1 year. No, it was probably a little more than 1 year. Like I think 6 months of like playing a lot is when I like started to do decently at locals, but I still would like mess up some pretty obvious stuff and not be completely sure of like what my opponent is going to do. But now I've been playing for a while now, but I feel pretty confident that I know what my opponents are trying to do on almost every turn. Hedrick is drawing pretty terribly this game. He's had to attach 3 energy to this Dreepy. That feels pretty awful. I'll be curious to see what happens because I think Hedrick is like possibly the best player in the game right now. And he didn't get a Dracloak again. Is he just going to scoop? I would not be no, he's going to go Badu. If he retreats to Badu though, he's just going to get monkeyed. Yeah, he just scoops. That's what I thought. How often does it like how? Oh, I already read that. So, oh, you've only been playing for a month? Oh, dude, if you've only been playing for a month, yeah, you're good. You just gotta just worry about like having fun and meeting people and like making friends and stuff. And everything else comes with time. Does Hedrick look like super sick? It looks like he's about to pass out. His lips are like super flushed. Yeah, I think oh no, I didn't see what he was when I first looked at it. 101. This is round 3, right? Oh, thanks, dude. That's what I'm trying to do. Like, make it super digestible. Dude, Jose, I feel like half of the regionals I've gone to with Jose, he starts out 5-1 and just loses like the last 3 rounds. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't like the biggest fan in the world of Henry Chow's the Gardevoir deck that Davidson won with. Dude, it might be. I don't know if Hedrick is one of them, but I don't know. I probably shouldn't be saying stuff like that. But yeah, the like one Poffin double nest ball just felt a little bit clunky to me in the extra stage 1 line. Yeah, he does look like he's gonna pass out, right? That sucks because I would really like to see him be able to actually play out a game. especially against Gardevoir. That should be interesting because Henry. So I found, I don't know if you guys listened to like the Trash Lounge podcast, but that was Mike Fouché and Britt Pybus's podcast and Brent Halliburton. And now Liam took it over. So it's like Liam and Henry and Aban. He said that he thought Guardy was unfavored into Dragapult because he tests all of his Dragapult matchups against Hedrick. So part of the reason, a big part of the reason he put the Rabsca in was for Dragapult, which was shocking to me. Yeah, I think it can definitely get that way with the TM Evo build. That's why I don't know. I like Badoo a lot. I thought about cutting the Cleffa from my like Brent Guardy list and playing double Badoo because I feel kind of the same way. If I don't Badoo turn 1 or get a Guardy out turn 2, the game is so much harder. And I'm like relying on like Monkey Confusion or Iona to 1 or something like that at some point in the game. Oh, yeah, my bad. I misunderstood what you were saying. Oh, yeah, he definitely does though. I've know Savi has that happen to him a lot too. Like at Hartford, Jose started out 5-0 and it went to 5-4, I'm pretty sure. I can't say much because I started out like 6-1 and then ended up at just 6-2-1. Brent, oh, I played Brent's kind of like Brent's list, but with the Mew EX. Without the Mew EX, the deck feels clunky to me. I don't know. We should get the Psyduck either in the next set. If we don't get it in the next set, it might be one of those cards that we just don't get for like a year, which has definitely happened before, and it's really annoying. If Azul keeps doing well, they'll almost definitely put him on stream at some point. But like these are two good players, so like this was a pretty good pick by them for sure. Oh, did we see if this guy's playing Mew in his Guardy? Because I definitely agree. Guardy feels super clunky to me a lot of the time without a Mew EX in it. Yeah, I think Colt with Candy and Crispin is probably just the way to go at this point. I must be missing something though, because people keep playing it the slow way and doing well, but I feel like I don't know. Oh, his hand is busted. Double Poffin research Neo upper energy? That's kind of insane. Wait, in which deck? I thought about it. I saw someone playing double Mew Squovit. Oh, double countercatcher prize is not ideal. I saw someone playing double Mew EX Squovit in a LDF video the other day, and I was like, yo, this actually looks kind of not bad. Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. I was playing Dragapult for a little bit, but I just started to feel like that I hadn't played enough games with the deck to do as good as I would want to do. Look at Hedrick's note-taking paper. It's like a little ripped off corner of a sheet of paper. He definitely has a much better setup this time. He's got everything. Switch, research, Neo upper energy. And if he can get an attack off next turn, he's going to be in like a pretty solid spot. I'm not sure how many, if he even plays Rare Candy actually, but I would imagine that he does. Dude, it might be a receipt. It is a tiny little piece. Oh, are you talking about like bench management? Yeah, bench management can be tricky, but I find that a lot of the time, even if you like just fill your bench with random stuff, people will still knock out Pokemon when they shouldn't, and you can put the right Pokemon in play. For the most part, though, you just got to put whatever you need in play that turn. And whatever like you think you might need the most later. I think Briar, it always seems so good in Dragapult, but then half of the time you don't need it, and the other half of the time you can't find it when you need it. But I think it could be a consideration in the Dusknoir version, because you can manipulate prizes so well. It just might not be completely necessary. And that's why people don't play it. All right, I have way too many like windows open or something. Right. So if he can get like double Dusclops, Candy, Dragapult next turn, he will be in a very good spot. And the TM Evo play is going to make it so that doesn't happen. Thinking about not researching. No. What? Did you really need to research there? I guess he's looking for a dark energy for a Monkey Dory, but he did not. He actually like basically drew the perfect hand. Well, I don't know if perfect's the right word, but a pretty good hand. Got the dark, didn't draw any of his Curlias, and only problem with it, he's got like 4 supporter cards in it. So if he gets Iono'd, he's probably not going to draw anything off of it, or draw any supporters at least. He's got 1 Iono and 1 research in the deck, it looks like. Wait, what? Oh, only the 2 Curlia. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Oh, dude, does that just mean Hedrick is definitely not playing Rare Candy? Yeah, I'm always surprised to see no Crispin in the Dragapult deck still. Yeah, Hedrick yeah, does not play Rare Candy, I don't think, or else he would have evolved up a different Dreepy into Dracloak and tried to get Candy Dragapult. Unless like he just has no intentions on ever attacking this turn with Dragapult. Which I guess is possible as well, but I think it's like slightly less likely. What is that? I can't see the second card. Oh, it's a jack. Can you get another Dracloak? Another Dragapult? That's funny. Dragapult Ultra Ball, I think, were those 2 cards. Actually, maybe it was a boss and not an Ultra Ball, because if it was, I think he would have taken Ultra Ball and gotten another Dracloak or a Dusclops, but who knows. Yeah, probably a Dusclops, because then he could jack for like Dracloak, Dusknoir next turn, and pretty much devastate Matt's board. Is his hand just like terrible because he can't play items? I think he probably should have benched the Clefairy and then gotten an attachment down to it. Because now he's got to attach to the Pheasantipity just to be able to like threaten anything if Hedrick is able to boss up the Curlia and knock out Curlia and Ralts. That is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, Briar is one of those things that is like super hard for me to remember to play around. I just haven't been punished by it enough to like always be thinking about it. Oh, he's gonna retreat to Cleffa. That's awkward. What did these guys hear on their headphones? White noise. They're just trying to block out the sound of the announcers and anything in the background. He's playing Neo Upper Energy. It's attached to that cloak right there. Oh, so yeah, he's definitely not playing Crispin. Neo Upper Energy is kind of a replacement for it. So he moved one damage counter with the Fez. I'm not completely sure that I understand that. I guess the logic is to like play around Monkey Dory being able to move it all back, but putting one damage on it is still making your Ralts vulnerable to Monkey Dory moving it back. So I don't know. That's an interesting one. I think I would have just moved the both damage counters to either the cloak with the Neo energy or the Dreepy. Oh, thank you, dude. Yeah, I think Dragapult Charizard is actually like really good right now. No, I'm pretty sure that's a Neo Upper Energy. You could be right though. Oh man, now actually I think you are right. I can't tell. I don't know why. I can't remember why I think that it's a Neo Upper Energy, but I'm pretty sure it is actually. The whatchamacallit, the quality, the clarity of the screen in the background is just not very good. Like it looks like the foreground's like super high definition to me, and then the background is a little bit blurry, like the actual table space. You think it's Crystal or Neo? Yeah, I think so too. I think Neo Upper kind of makes sense because it doesn't get shut off by jamming tower and it's just 2 energy, just Crystal's more searchable. Oh, this is Dragapult Dusknoir, but what I was responding to Arvin's comment talking about Dragapult Charizard. I think Dragapult Charizard is very good. Neo is a double rainbow energy if it's attached to a stage 2. And rainbow energies or like any energy like that is just like every type of energy. I think that's a lot of thing that's weird for people. Yeah. Like luminous energy and the energy that's coming out, the of course I can't think of the name of it when I'm trying to talk about it, but like luminous is every single type of energy at the same time. It's not just like whatever type you need it to be, it's every type. The Neo is like a replacement for energy acceleration. So that he might be playing Shaman. I haven't seen it yet, but so that like if Raging Bull is targeting down your Cloaks, you have just a 1 energy answer. It's like not really about the quantity of energy, but just the fact that it's 2 energy. You know what else I think makes Guardy feel clunkier than it did before is the Super Rod. Super Rod's super good, pun intended, but it can just be hard to draw into the Pokemon. But that's why I was thinking, why did he promote the Pheasantipity? Huh. Just to get the energy off, I guess, but I think this is why he had to bench the Clefairy that turn. Because like against Dragapult, especially Dragapult Dusknoir, if you're giving them this much time, you have to establish an energy as a threat onto Clefairy or at least onto Monkey Dory at the bare minimum. It's unfortunate that Miriam was a really cool card because like the way that it put Pokemon back and you draw, but I think that most often you don't really end up needing that many Pokemon back. I think that's kind of why they don't see that much play. Like 5 Pokemon is a lot, and a lot of the time, like even well, not maybe not a lot of the time, but yeah, he's gonna attack the Monkey Dory. Oh, he does have an energy on Monkey, but I think an energy on Clefairy would have been better, maybe, if he had a Bravery Charm to attach to it, because it would force Hedrick to not knock out both things that evolve into Gardevoir. I could be wrong about that though. Maybe this is just the better play. I'm not sure. I can't really be bothered to think about that right now. Yeah, it was broken, or it was insane with Refinement Curlia. Oh yeah, it makes sense in that deck for sure. I probably should have clarified that. Most of the decks right now don't need that many Pokemon back, but there definitely are decks that don't mind it. So is the Monkey Dory better than potentially giving up 3 prizes in a turn? Probably. Because I guess I don't know how many charms he's playing, but when he researched away that Clefairy, if he's playing 3 charms, he could have benched it, attached to it, and then hoped to draw into a charm to make it so that Hedrick would either have to choose between leaving the Clefairy alive or knocking out both things that evolve into Curlia, and he would have given up 2 prizes to do that. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's kind of hard to calculate when I'm not actually playing the game. We would have done that. Candy Guardy, take 2 with Gardevoir. Who knows? Yeah, and this is like the other good part about the Neo Upper Energy too, is now he can just retreat the Psychic off of this active Dragapult and attach another energy to it, and then still have 2 Dragapults built up. Or he drew into Luminous, so maybe you just retreat off the Luminous energy instead, yeah. Interesting. Oh, that's smart. Yeah. Hedrick is too good. Yeah, see, if he put the 20 damage onto the Badoo, he could move this 10 and knock it out, and it made it a lot more awkward for Hedrick. But I guess there's no way that he would know that the Lux Cape is prized. And now Hedrick is going to try to knock out both things that evolve into Gardevoir again next turn. And then it doesn't matter if he gets confused at that point, because he can just retreat into the other Dragapult and probably win the game on that same turn. Oh, he can still knock out the Badoo. I wonder if he does it. Yeah. What do you promote, Dreepy, or do you just promote Dusknoir? I'll be curious to see. Huh. No way. Oh, that makes sense actually. Dude, Hedrick is just better. I probably would have played Guardy. Either Guardy or Dragapult Charizard. those are just the decks that I have the cards for, and that I think are the best. Like I don't have Grimmsnarl stuff. I don't particularly like playing Goldango, but I think Goldango just seems like a decent a good play, or seemed like a good play to me. I don't know. It's also one of those things where I just like didn't test like I would have if I were going to the tournament, so it's kind of hard to say. I'd have a different perspective at that point. I wouldn't have spent all my games that I played on the ladder playing Rockets Tyranitar decks. Can Hedrick ever win this turn? Dude, promoting the Dracloak off of the Badoo being knocked out is kind of crazy. That's like so smart. I would never would have thought to do that. I would have like been convinced that there was some like secret way my opponent could knock it out. He kind of does have to pick up the pace though. I'm pretty sure. So he can go 180. He can take 3. Wait, what? I thought I knew what he was going to do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he just wins. Dude, he's behind in prizes? That is nuts. I didn't even realize that. Interesting. Are you talking about Guardy? Rockets port? Did that autocorrect? No, I don't think. Oh, I think Grimmsnarl's clunky. I think Guardy's kind of clunky without Mew, but I don't know. Like I said, I would have had to test more because I was working on a Guardy list. I was trying to make a Guardy list that played Fluttermane and 4 Monkey Dory and 4 Dark Energies and TM Devo. And that was feeling quite a bit clunky. But Brent's original list with a couple changes always felt really good to me. Like I think one of them is just a Mew EX to draw cards, and I also played a Brock Scouting and like one less Night Stretcher and Vessel for Brock's Boss Mew. Oh, Porygon. I've not seen that deck yet. This is of course gonna pop up on this screen, which is kind of annoying. Here, I'll see if I can just find my Guardy list and I can tell you the changes that I made exactly. Wait, what? I feel like I'm having like an aneurysm or something. This is like the exact same board state almost as last game after the first turn. I can't seem to find my guard. There it is. Guardy. No view. Medium icons. Well, I don't know why it's not in this folder. That's kind of annoying. Those are old Guardy lists. And like even games with Guardy that feel clunky, I feel like are still winnable a lot of the time. And is that it? Nope. The TM Evo list does feel like slightly clunkier at times, but it might just be worth it to get turn 2 Guardy most games. Is that it? Yeah, I just can't find my list for some reason. And a lot of the games, like, I really like Badoo and Guardy. I feel like that buys like a lot of time. And especially if the meta continues like this, where it seems like Badoo is not as played as it was at one point, and people are going to start disrespecting it again, so Badoo will be better again. And that can definitely be used to buy time for sure. I don't live stream like the most. I always think about like starting to live stream more because I don't do it often, so I don't like get the most amount of viewers, and it's kind of hard. I spend like probably way too much time on my videos, so it doesn't really leave that much time for streaming. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, maybe I'll try that Porygon deck. I've just been like trying to, I've been playing deck like bad decks just to use the Rockets engine because I think it's so good and it's so fun to play. But they just didn't like give it the best partner. I think the closest thing to a best partner so far that I've tested is the Crobat, but it discarding the energy just makes it so difficult to get as many attacks with it as you would like to. Dude, he's got to retreat the Neo upper energy. That is so hard to do. That's like incredibly hard to do. I don't think you need to here though. Huh. Because there's no Ralt on the bench. Maybe he was just worried about Arvin for Pop and Evo, retreat to Monkey and Evo. Did you really just say I wish Lieutenant Surge came back? That's wild. That card was insane. That was like probably like the third most broken card they ever printed. Yeah, the Rocket supporter engine is just dope. And I think the Petrol, is that the one that just grabs a trainer card? I see a lot of people not playing that, but I think that card is pretty good. Wait, what does the Muck do? I'm sure that I've read it because I've read all the Team Rockets cards like 10 times, but I just can't remember what it does. I think that there's almost enough with the Team Rocket stuff just to make a control deck out of just the Rocket stuff and maybe a Pidgey outline, but yeah, the receiver, that's the part that I like about it. That is such a good card. That card is insane. Oh, Petrol's the one that shuffles. What? Proton's the one that gets basic. There's one that just says it's Skyla basically. It just says grab a trainer card. I think that one is pretty good. Dude, this guy still has no Ralts. That's so unlucky. He still has no Ralts. Dude, that feels bad. This is what you're talking about though with the clunkiness. That is why I'm very skeptical of the double nest ball and Poffin being the only outs to Ralt. I don't know that you can really bench the Clef Key. Interesting. Because now Hedrick can just item lock for basically as long as he wants without having to worry about, well, no, he can't because there's only 8 minutes left. But if it was basically untimed, he could just not be super worried about going fast because Matt can only ever bench one Ralts at this point. Oh, it's one of those attacks. So you play it with like Brute Bonnet and stuff. They didn't give the Rockets Pokemon anything to apply special conditions though, did they? No, I haven't, but that's the other one that I've thought about. Urban. Well, I'm gonna try at some point because that does seem like one of the better options for attacking with like Team Rocket's Pokemon. What are they doing? Oh, they're asking how he got the Klefki, but he just drew into it. I just somehow completely lost my train of thought. Oh, and I like the there's like the Murkrow. And there's a Rocket's baby Pokemon that just randomly discards cards from your opponent's hand. And then the legendary bird that just discards your opponent's active. Like there's almost enough for a control deck there. Yeah, that's an attack. The muck deck. Then you got to attack, and since you're confusing, your opponent's almost definitely going to retreat. So you almost have to play it with Volcanion and Brute Bonnet. Yeah, I think that's probably the way to do it. I was just trying to think if there was a way to do it with only Team Rockets Pokemon because you can't use the draw 8 supporter if you have non-Rockets Pokemon in play. Does it only do damage for the bench coughings and wheezings? What does it do? No, it counts the active too, right? You can do 240. I don't know. I know For the Win posted a video on it that made it look like at least like a fun deck to play. Um Oh, we just used the 70 attack. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. You don't want to give monkey damage. There's nothing to be sorry about. I was just trying to think of how much damage it could do without the Terra Pokemon. Because like that's the main thing I've been like trying to figure out is how to make a Rockets deck good with only Rockets Pokemon, and that has been like pretty hard to do. And it's really only because of the draw up to 8 supporter. That is like the main form of draw for the receiver to get. So, dude, this is why you got to play Brock's Grit and Guardy. Secret box for Brock's Grit. Get your Candy Guardy, good to go. Have nothing to attack with. It's fine. So now he's just got to grab like another Research, an Ultra Ball Stadium, and a tool to discard. Nope, I'm apparently wrong. Oh, he's gonna TM Evo. That makes sense. I guess. I've also been kind of wondering if Hero's Cape is the best ace spec in Guardy right now. It just seems like a pretty good card right now. Just Secret Box adds so much consistency. So he's gonna attack with a monkey, I'm guessing. Yeah. which is kind of good, but feels bad because he can still just like maybe get retreat boss and knock out both Curlias. No, that's Brock's. Oh, did I say Brock's Grit? I meant Brock's Scouting. Yeah, good call. That's not what I meant to say. That's why you play a rotated card in Guardy. You can still hit 330. The way that you normally hit 330 with Drifloon is you promote your Guard of War EX for turn so that you can accelerate 2 energy to it and retreat them back off to go Bravery Charm Drifloon with 5 energy and then Monkey Dory 3 damage off the Guardy onto whatever you're attacking. Yeah, I know what you meant. I was thinking the Hero's Cape just mostly for like getting other Pokemon out of range because that's a lot of what it's used for now. Oh, that feels bad for the Guardy player. That's what a lot of the Bravery Charms are for, is like you save one for like a big Drifloon or Screamtail, and the others just go onto Pokemon to give them more HP to make it harder for the opponent to knock out. If there's like ever a format, well, there's not going to be because Tool Scrapper's coming out, but going like big Drifloon for every knockout just isn't the most reliable thing right now. It's hard to get the 5 energy in the discard, and then the Goldengo is the deck in particular that you'd really want to do that against, and they play Jamming Tower, and that just like puts them too far ahead in the trade at that point. I would put the cape on like Guardy X or my Pheasantipity, or against Dragapult, I would put it on the Lily's Clefairy maybe. Maybe it's not as good as I think it is. I just like feel like I have like a feeling that it's better than I think. Yeah, you can do that too. You can put Drifloon onto odd damage by moving 1 with Monkey Dory. The wait, did I just miss something? Did both Ralts get knocked out last turn? I thought they did. But yeah, I think the 5 energy Drifloon ends up happening more, but you can put 6 energy on it as well with Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory is just insane. Blender is the way. I don't know. Blender's an insane card as not an A spec. I have been wondering lately though if there is anything to that. Lily's Pearl. Dude, it might be. I haven't tried that either. But I have been finding that I attack with Clefairy way more than I would have thought originally. Yeah, they both, he might have stretchered for it and I just didn't see it. But I think both the Ralts got knocked out. Dude, you're wild. We need, you want Lieutenant Surge and Compressor back? That would make the game more interesting. That is definitely for sure. We should reprint Trump Card as well. Just go like Surge Trump Card Iono. Yeah, there's really nothing that the Guardy player can do. Except kind of what he did, just try to buy as much time as possible. Or try and disrupt the opponent so that he could get a tie. I started in the Sun and Moon era when X and Y was still legal. Yeah, that does not wow, I just like had a stroke. Lieutenant Surge and Compressor. Sounds interesting. Stretcher versus trump card Iono. Yeah, that would be god awful. You just put all the clunky cards back into the deck and Iono them to 1. I think Energy Recycler and Stretcher just serve different purposes. Like Stretcher's so good because most of the time right now you just would rather have one card into your hand rather than back into your deck. But Recycler would be better in decks like if there was a deck with the Matang that accelerates energy out of the deck, or even maybe like a electric generator type of deck. But I think most of the time right now, Stretcher is just better. What format has been the most fun? All right, this is like half of the people might leave after this. I really had a lot of fun in the tag team format before Sword and Shield came out. Like Unified Minds, Sun and Moon, I think it was Ultra Prism through Unified Minds. No, that wouldn't make sense. That might have been what it was. But yeah, tag team before Zacian V came out. I thought it was a very, very fun format. And of course, like the first format that I think anyone ever plays in is probably really fun, which was like the Zoroark puzzles, Buzzrock, like Sylveon control type of format. Yeah, right? Tag teams were fun. People just like have a negative or like the opposite of rose tinted glasses because ADPization was so insane. But before that came out, the only ADP deck was ADP Keldeo, which was actually really hard to play. Yeah, there was a lot of decks, and there was also the greens decks, like like the ADP Bird Trio greens deck, Greens Charizard, the Giratina Garchomp deck with the Miss Magius. That format had a lot of cool decks. Non-meta deck that looks fun. I do think the Arboliva looks pretty fun. And I don't know, trying to think of what else I've seen. One deck that I saw that I thought looked really, really fun was the Kaparaja EX Monkey Dory deck. This meta is super varied, but I think the earlier tag team metas were pretty close to as many decks. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, it feels pretty good to come up here on Win On Stream. Didn't have the best game one, but I was able to come back the next 2 games and take the set.
I mean, the people at home, they love a good comeback. So thank you for providing some entertainment for the folks at home. Now, you settled on Dragapult Dusknoir. Players have been kind of jumping back and forth about a different amount of Dragapult partners, and you've got the ghosts.
Yeah, the nose quake with Monkey Dory looks sick.
Yeah, the Dusknoirs are so strong. They give you so many different options it's pretty hard for your opponent to try to play around all of them. There's so many different threats that you're making with all these Dusknoirs, and they were really helpful closing out the game against the Gardevoir deck too.
And the Dust Noir, I believe, kind of rose to prominence as a way to help in the Gardevoir matchup. Is that right?
Yeah, that's definitely one of its best
yeah,
matchups.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You usually get a decent amount of time to set up in that matchup. You get the Dust Noirs up, and you can kind of threaten to kill all their Gardevoirs or do some other crazy play.
And did you think that there would be enough Gardevoir still in the field with the presence of Grimmsnarl, or are there a lot of other good matchups for the deck that you just wanted to run it and just beat whatever you went up against?
I mean, I still think the Gardevoir is the best deck in format, so I definitely thought that deck would be pretty successful here. But yeah, I mean, I think the deck's pretty strong against pretty much anything in the meta. I think I have a chance.
Okay, yeah, so you already know that the Gardevoir players out in the audience and the ones at home are all rooting for that deck. They're going to play it pretty much through thick and thin, and you're on Dragapult. Now, you've played this deck quite a lot, if I'm not mistaken, for this format and in previous formats. Was there ever any testing or potential to jump to another deck that was on your radar?
Yeah, I was definitely thinking about some other decks before this tournament, trying out some different things. I also tried out Dragapult without Dusknoir, but I kind of ended up settling back on a similar but not exactly the same deck to what I played before.
And it seems to be working out for you just fine. Can I give you special shout-outs from you? Maybe people who helped you test, or maybe just some other people on your crew? Like, what's going on? What are the people behind the scenes helping Andrew Hedrick have such a monstrous presence in the Pokemon TCG right now?
Yeah, shout out to everyone who tested with me, my friends, everyone who hung
Yeah,
out
I
and
tend
worked
to
on the deck
agree.
together, and also shout out to my sponsor, FCBC.
Love to hear it. And you seem really cool, calm, and collected. Just another quick point, because this is the biggest tournament of all time, pretty much. And there's a lot of people in the audience, maybe a lot of players. This might be their first big tournament, and they want to know how to deal with those nerves. Is there anything you're doing, or is it just you've been playing for so long? And, you know, do you have any tips for somebody like that?
I don't know, just focus on one game at a time. Know that nobody's unbeatable, and also nobody is always going to lose, right? You got to go play the game and see what happens. So lock in for each one.
That's a good one. Stay locked in, play out the game, because you never know what's going to happen in the Pokemon TCG. We're going to kick things back over to the casting desk and get ready for more Pokemon.
Okay. Yeah, I forget whose video I watched with the Caparaja, but it made it actually look like really solid. So I got to try that one out. I think the Guardy player drew pretty unfortunately, and I don't know, I couldn't see his hand the whole time. Maybe he possibly missed some opportunities to do something a little bit different. I mean, Guardy really, well, Dragapult Dusknoir has always been the harder version for Guardy, but it only truly bad matchup I think is, well, has two, Goldengo and Grimmsnarl, and Goldengo is not like truly bad, it's just slightly unfavored. And I'm not even completely convinced that that Grimmsnarl is a terrible matchup for it. I imagine it's just a pretty hard matchup. But I think Grimmsnarl does tend to be a little bit clunky, so you can probably make some pretty crazy comebacks against them. I just open packs on Pocket. I don't really play the game. It's just too hard to get decks for. The only decks I had, or deck that I was ever able to build that I think it was a real deck, was the one where you evolve into the Seviper and flip coins with Celebi X. I'm not too sure what's going on over in Pocket. Yes, I did. That was hard to watch. Oh, here's the meta breakdown. 12% Grimmsnarl is surprising to me. 10% Guardy is also surprising to me. Dragapult's Fall from Grace is crazy. Interesting. This is an interesting why can't I count right now? Top 6. I didn't think that this many people were gonna gravitate towards Grimmsnarl like this. Did they call out Dragapult Charizard? Yeah, I think Bolt was a little bit overhyped in this meta. Pull is your second most hated deck ever. That's interesting. What is your first most hated Mew VMAX? Yeah, I didn't think that Grimstar was going to be this high, and I also thought that Guardy was going to drop off a little bit more. Yeah, I think the only surprise to me on here is Dragapult Charizard. Like, I've been thinking it's a good deck, but I didn't think that other people would gravitate towards it. Yeah, there was probably a lot of signs that said that Grimmsnarl was going to be more popular. To me, it just seemed like one of those decks that people would not bring to an in real life event for some reason. I don't really like have a concrete reason for that. That's just kind of like what my intuition was, but I was definitely wrong. No, I think Bolt, oh, Chris is 201, that's sick. I think Bolt was always gonna go up and play. Or maybe it didn't even go up, but it just Dragapult dropped down, so it's number 1. Yeah, Lunch Break is definitely close to leaving, but leaving is the best by far. Yeah, Logan has been doing pretty good lately. I think he's been buying a lot of guides as well. Or at least rents guides. All right, I'll be back in 1 moment. I just got to run to the restroom. All right. Oh, Azul lost his last round, huh? Is 1x12 top cut? No. No, top cut is going to be very interesting at this tournament. It's going to be like x11 is my guess. There's so many people that it's going to be hard for x2 to make it. Yeah, I guess so. I guess either x11 or x12, but huh. Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty tough top cut. Oh, for day 2. Yeah, I thought you meant like a ASIM top cut. Yeah, 612, 621 makes day 2, but actually how many rounds are in day 2 for this. Is this back to a 5-round day 2? In that case, X12 might be good for Top Cut, or even X21. Top Cut is like top 8 or asymmetrical Top Cut. It used to work like Top Cut was day 2. It used to be like day 1, and then day 2 was like top 32 or top 64. What in the world was that? Did you guys just see that? A Psychic Energy with Peony? What deck ever played that? Oh, with 5 rounds day 2? Twist Calc. Let's see. What is the tie rate? They're like 5%? I think it's like 10%, right? ID rate. We'll just go with 0. Oh, fraction. I don't know what that means. Sure, we'll go with that. Intentional draws, consecutive IDs. Sure. Sure. Less than or equal to 1. I apparently don't understand what that means. I thought it was a percentage. So it would be 0.1. I guess that is a percentage, just different than I thought. All right. Oh, this says 9 into 4. The following records. Yes, that makes sense. Six, 7, 8. I wish this said this in a way where I don't have to do math. So that's like 10, 11, 0, 10, 03, or 10, 1, 3. I feel like I did this wrong. So it'd be like 11, 1, 1, 13, 14. I feel so stupid right now. I thought it was 14 too. I don't know. All right, let's go. Google. Pokemon pickers. Let's see. That's not what I wanted to know. That's not what I wanted to know either. It's not back on, is it? No, it's not. Oh, you work at a hospital? Oh, I bet that is super hectic. Did I type the wrong thing in? I might have typed the wrong thing in to find this out. So, tournament structure. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another. This is definitely not what I wanted. I'm sure that has it in there. It adjusting Swiss. All right, we're in this section. Day 2 point threshold. Yeah, 5 Swiss rounds doesn't happen apparently. 5 rounds day 2 doesn't happen until all right, I just so you know, I am not the one deleting messages. It's happening automatically. So I don't know what I saw that happen twice so far. And at first I thought that the person that sent the message in the chat deleted it, but I guess you guys probably can't see the same thing that I see, but for some reason I can't even see what it said. Yeah, so there's 4 rounds day 2. So that's 13 rounds total. 13 rounds for a 3,200 player event or whatever is crazy. I feel like I thought they were going to bump it up to like 16 rounds. What does kicker mean? Like the number of players required to meet the next threshold. I thought that that's what it like said at the top of the page. That's why I thought that would Google it up. Or that's why I thought that those keywords would bring it up. So yeah, it is 4 rounds day 2. So that would mean like 11-2-1. Right? Am I doing that math right? 11-2-1 would be 34 points. Oh, all right. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, you didn't think I was just randomly like deleting messages. Yeah, so according to this, it says 11-2-1. Could definitely be wrong though. Yeah, it uses it talking about that too, but I was looking for like the number of players required to get the extra rounds, and it's 4,096 players to get the 5th round in day 2. Which is kind of unfortunate. I'm not the biggest fan of this like new tournament structure that they have. Personally, I like the more rounds thing, and I don't know, I'd have to play in it, but I'd almost rather them do more rounds best of 1. Like 20 rounds best of 1 or something like that. 10 or 11 rounds day 1 and then 9 or 10 day 2. You just see a Tord side-eyeing the competition. Like, I know you guys are coming for me. What was that? Oh, they're doing the ICs. That is interesting that they're highlighting this guy when they banned him for like 6 months. Or his ban might have got undone, but that is interesting. At least to me it is. That tournament hall looks huge. That's like massive. You don't like best of 1? Yeah. A lot of people don't. I like best of 1 for like a really stupid reason, but I feel like whenever I play best of 3, I win the first game. So I just wish it was best of 1. He was maybe banned's not the right word, but like suspended, I guess, but they call it a temp ban, but they said that I forget the exact reason. A judge thought that he was doing something suspicious with his deck when watching him shuffle over his shoulder. It was, I think it was something with like an unfair stamp against a control deck, and he said, "No, why would I put unfair stamp to the top of the deck? It's not relevant in the matchup," which it's not. But Misfortune Sisters, like you'd rather them hit stamp than something else. I don't know. I just remember that being like a whole thing, so it surprises me a little bit that they're highlighting him or whatever. Yeah, best of one closed deck list is interesting for stuff like that too, but I guess that's that is also an argument against it. You just lose to like a crazy one of tech, but I think like one of techs like that are kind of cool, so it might make the game more interesting. Just best of three ends up taking like a really long time, I think, is the argument against it. Well, I mean, ideally they would do like 60-minute Swiss best of three, 9 rounds day one, 5 or 6 rounds day two, but they're just not ever going to do that. So I've adjusted my expectation to best of 120 rounds being better. Maybe 20 is more than they would do, but you could fit a lot of best of one rounds into a tournament. Just more rounds seems better. This whole basically having to go undefeated to make top cut is kind of wild. It makes it seem a bit unachievable. Oh yeah, they definitely did it in advance, but I well, I don't know if he's able to play at this tournament. This was it might have even been last season that I'm talking about. Just normally whenever like they temp ban someone or anything like that, they like try to act like they don't exist for a while. Which I think that they ended up like they got so much backlash that they took the ban away or whatever, so maybe they're just running with that. Yeah, that's true. Oh, we're gonna watch Ross versus Diego. That's awesome. I think it's just more the limit of only getting one loss seems so hard to like reliably achieve. But I guess that's the point. It's not supposed to be easy. Um, I I would be fine with everyone just look at their prize cards before the game. I think face up is like maybe not the way, because then you have like a side resource pool that you can just grab from, and like it gives you an advantage, but it also gives the opponent the advantage of knowing what you took. I think it'd be cool if we just, this will never happen, but I always thought this seemed like a good idea. We draw, opening hand is 13 cards, and then we look at our hand and pick 6 cards to put as the prizes. I thought that would be cool, or think that would be cool. You want Misfortune Sisters to be like the permanent card? Yeah, I mean, it is cool for Control to have like some kind of cards. I always thought Plumeria was like a good Control card. Plumeria or Team Flare Grump. That was like a fair, good Control card to have around. Yeah, I think that would be cool. Like, because then we wouldn't have check prizes, and it would like solve the problem. Well, it's not really a problem, but it would make it less likely to open a completely bricked hand. A lot of consistent day tours would like to have their tiebreaker to get into top 8. You mean like instead of ASIM? No, it could help because you could draw a hand of 13 good cards that you want for the game. Or you could also like pick cards based on, well, I know that I don't need this card till later in the game, so I can put in my prizes and hope that I get it out later. I don't know. It would be interesting. I don't know if they'd probably never do it, but it would be an interesting thing to try. Yeah, this guy won Worlds before. He won Worlds with Gardevoir GX, and Ross has qualified for every single World Championship since TPCI took over running the events, and he's gotten second like 2 or 3 times. These are like he's considered one of the greatest players ever, and he's always like innovating, just like playing the most off the wall decks that or whatever he thinks is good. And yeah, Diego's a great player as well. Do y'all FW gush? Oh, yes, I like the sour gushers very much so. They just don't sell them near me anymore, which has been a very big negative impact in my life. What's with the beanie? I think it's because he wore that beanie when he won Worlds, or it might be a different one, but I can't remember the reason. They're like his lucky beanies that I think his wife makes. Maybe he always wears it. Maybe not that same exact one, but he always wears like a crocheted beanie like that. Um, oh, yeah, that is because of the lower number of rounds. So that's like this whole tournament structure that I don't know. I'm curious to see if they'll switch it back next year. Probably not, but I know what you mean. It's like the argument of 621 can still compete for like top 64, top 32, even top 16. So should they be allowed in day 2, or should they make it a stricter, smaller day 2? I don't know. No, dude, this is Reverum Theraledge. Ross has been playing this for a bit. Oh yeah, yeah. You had Oh, I see what you're saying. Or I know what you're talking about. The way that basically what we didn't know, we thought we were gonna or everyone thought that we were gonna get asymmetrical cut plus 9 rounds day 1 into 5 or 6 rounds day 2. And apparently the option was a lower round Swiss structure or asymmetrical top cut. And I think some people would just rather have it back to the old way where there was more rounds, no asim, and you just either like there was a chance to bubble out of top cut, but there was more rounds, so you got more chances to play to just outright get into top cut. Dude, he's got a medical energy. Yeah, Saralege I think is one of the few decks that can actually get away with playing Reverum. He's got the Lavencia lightning energy to try and guarantee late game draw with the Reverum, which is pretty cool as well. Oh yeah, when they showed the picture, that I see what you're saying. It kind of looked like it could be like a Flareon or something instead of the Saralege. But yeah, back this tournament structure thing, I would rather. I haven't played in any tournaments in this structure, but I think I personally would prefer the old structure, but it doesn't really matter what I would prefer. Um, it seems like the general sentiment from most people is they'd rather have the old structure back. The it's kind of weird in Guardy because Guardy doesn't make play that many energy enough to, because like the whole idea of like a card like Reverum, or at least the main idea, is to be able to draw cards off of like a late game Iono or something. But with Guardy, you're trying to get, by then you're going to have them all in the discard pile. So then you have maybe like 1 or 2 energy in your deck as outs, as well as the Night Stretchers. So you're pretty unlikely to draw into it off of that. I think in general, the decks that would be able to play Reverum efficiently play a lot of energy, and yeah, a lot of energy, and either a lot of Night Stretchers or energy retrievals as well. The secrets to getting onto the stream is have a good round early, but then also be like right on the verge of being out of day 2 at a certain point, because they always like to stream people on their round that's like the winning end. And either do good with an interesting deck or just play against a known player that they want to put on stream. It's kind of random. Like this round is very obvious why they picked it. It's like 2 very, very good players. They typically would try to put either of these players on stream at any point, and Ross is playing an interesting deck, which also helps. Yeah. Being well known definitely helps. They're trying to put on like players that people want to watch. I don't know. I personally would prefer to never be on stream at a major event. But there's only really one time that I ever had to worry about that, and luckily it did not happen. He's taking back the lightning energy. That is interesting. Oh, for the Ultra Ball. That's so cool. Ross has always got the coolest combos. He's got the multiple medical energies or whatever it's called for Grimmsnarl. Dude, if there's someone going undefeated with Mousehold EX, there's a very high chance that we'll see them on stream. I don't know if you have to worry about that. Mousehold is a pretty cool card, and that I played in this one tournament where we all like had to build a different deck in between rounds and play like a mirror match, and one of them was Mousehold. It was a lot of fun. It was actually a really interesting mirror because like you don't want to be the first person to hit into a Mousehold, because then you just go down in the trade because you take all the damage back and then they knock you out with their attack. Yeah, it's kind of sad that it's not very good. And you'd have to draw the cards with the attack, which is also silly. You can just deck yourself out. I don't know. Great Tusk Mill is one of those decks that randomly like does well, and they do seem to try to put it on stream. I've seen it a few times. Or not like I'm special for that. Like we've all seen it. They've definitely done that a few times when people start off strong with Great Tusk. Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's probably very similar. And I imagine what you're trying to knock out the opponent's Monkey Dories, probably. And you don't want to evolve and have your 2 prize room play with an ability. Oh geez. Yeah, exactly, like Toad Scroll. There's like a balance of interesting decks and players that people know. But then a lot of the time, like they'll put the interesting deck on against a very good player. So then the interesting deck doesn't really get showcased as well because they're just getting bodied by someone that like knows how to play against it or whatever. Dude, the Arvin for Secret Box, like I've never done that. I don't think I have at least. Maybe that's why Arvin is such an underwhelming supporter to me. Like you have to grab an item and also discard 3 cards to actually get what you want. Like, what could he possibly want that couldn't just be grabbed with Arvin to begin with? I guess that's as good of a reason as any. You don't care about what they say as long as you can discard their cards. Yeah, with the baby Toad Scroll. It's really good into Goldengo. It forces Guardy to play very awkwardly. And if Guardy has a super rod, it's probably enough, but it definitely can be awkward. Yeah, I guess if you don't have a supporter for next turn, it makes the most sense. I've never had it come up where I've even considered that as an option or had to consider it, I guess. Or maybe there's been times when I just didn't think about it. Oh no, I haven't been playing Arvin and Guardy lately. That's also why. I feel like I see it that specific play happen a lot on stream and it makes me wonder if I'm doing something wrong. I guess if you just like draw well enough where you only need an item, you don't really have to worry about it. Blissey Monkey probably fairly low, I think. With 16% Raging Bolt, I imagine the deck is probably going to have a rough tournament. Unless the Senna Scorch really does just like flip the matchup. Well, I guess 16% isn't high enough. Like 16% is low enough to where there's a chance you might just not hit any. Like one time I went to a regional and I played the Reggie Gigas deck, like with all the Reggies, with no path to the peak because Duraludon VMAX wasn't super popular at the time. It was like 4 or 5%. I hit like 4 of them in the first 5 rounds and just lost because I couldn't attack into Duraludon. I almost won a couple of the games for my opponent over benching, but I just was never able to get there. And that was like, well, maybe I should have just played a different deck. Oh, he got second at I forget it. Did he lose to Brent in the finals and that's the regional that Brent won? Yeah, I think it was the one that that Brent won. That's been one of the tough things for me with like Blissey decks is they do feel super clunky. Sometimes even when you're drawing cards with the attack, it still just feels like you run out of options at a certain point. Why is Ross playing so many energy types? I guess to attack with Monkey Dory and the Lavencia. Yeah, Monterey. I think that's really the only result that we've seen from Blissey, other than maybe it did well in Japan. Having to attach the dark to retreat feels quite bad. Dude, how many energy is he playing? I guess it's Sarah-Ledge. You gotta play a lot, but I thought I already saw like a bunch of fires between on the board and in the discard. I could be wrong though. He's got to get a Guard EX this turn, right? Another Arvin. That card feels so bad to play sometimes. Yeah, Fernando, the top 4 from the previous worlds are automatically qualified. That's who you're talking about, right? The guy that won worlds last year? Fernando Cifuentes, yeah. Yeah, he had an auto invite from last year. And you gotta get Ultra Ball, Bravery Charm, Drift Lunar Attack, maybe. I wonder if this is probably a hard matchup for Guardy as well. It's like Goldengo where they start putting pressure on super early, but they have Briar to like take the last 2 prizes. He's gonna take 2, then he's gonna go down to 3. Oh no, he might be a turn behind. He needs to boss up a Guardy. Yeah, this is like the turn that Diego needed to attack to make it hard as possible for Ross. I thought it was further into the game than this. Yeah, now Diego's in a pretty solid spot. Just like Driflin the active, Screamtail the squawk, and then KO the Sarah-Ledge in the active at the end of the game. And Ross will only be able to go down to 1 prize with Briar instead of winning. He always looks so concerned. That's a tough top deck. Does he have a... Oh, he's got almost nothing. Well, he's got Fez. Fez is always something. He looks so sketched out. Oh, that's not good. Oh, he loses. Wait, what does this attack do? Will-O-Wisp for 20? What? Yo, that's broken. Maybe it's not as broken as I think. Diego's still pretty far ahead in the game, but I guess that's better than nothing. Now you just promote Guardy X and Screamtail the Squawk, I'm pretty sure. The game is kind of like almost unlosable from here as Guardy. This is why Guardy is so insane. Like, it's just basically free at this point. Yeah, maybe that's a bit of an overstatement, but because he probably doesn't play boss, which is going to make it a little bit awkward. Maybe you counter catch the Fez this turn and knock out the Fez and try to set up the Screamtail to take out the Squawk next turn. I don't see counter catcher. Yeah, there's none in the deck, so he must have one in hand. I've still just been playing the Stadium discard one because of the 70 HP. And then it knocks out a Badoo for 2 energy, and the Charmeleon I think knocks out a Badoo for 1. I've not had it come up very often though. I feel like most of the time I'm retreating to a Badoo and like trying to set up a Monkey Dory to like use Badoo and move the damage that their Badoo does to my Badoo back onto one of their other Pokemon to set up for Dragapult attacks later in the game. I think the 60 HP right now is just a little bit tough. And the other Charmander, the Stadium Charmander, does 30 or 40 for 2. So if you're like down bad like that, you can always just attach twice to it. Did he already discard all of his counter catchers? Oh, he's gonna take out Fez. That makes sense. Yeah, I think that's a good play. It's gonna be really hard for Diego to lose from here, for sure. Yeah, because of pull and I guess a little bit because of Grimmsnarl now, but I don't know if that's really the concern there. Yeah, pulled Zard is already like slightly unfavored into straight Dragapult because you're just like you want to play that matchup as a Dragapult deck, so you're just kind of the less consistent Dragapult deck at that point. So you don't want to have like any liabilities like that laying around. Maybe it doesn't matter as much as I think. No, I think it does, because you probably do want to put a Charizard into play at some point. It's nice to have the option for energy acceleration. And I don't know, I've not run into that many situations. What? Is that a fan rotom? Oh. Wait, what? I'm very much so confused now. Do you think the fan rotom's in here just to attack, or is there like a 1/1 Noctowl line? Huh. That's interesting. Could Ceruledge run a Shaman? I don't know. Is Ross playing a Shaman? That'd be what I would wonder. Getting rid of Briar here feels terrible. That is like so bad. I would say if Ross is running Shaman, then yeah, but if not, it might not matter too much. Finally got the Reverum after all the energy in the discard. You get rid of Squawk and Ultra Ball. Oh. I didn't expect that. Oh, Reverum's already in play. When did I miss that? Yeah, that shirt is sick. I wonder when that's from. No, he had to discard the Briar. And he would have needed like counter catcher Briar, which he didn't have. He didn't even have a Ceruledge in hand, unfortunately. So now he's just hoping that Diego can't win. I don't know. That's another downside to decks like this, is like the comeback potential is pretty limited without hand disruption or like any other options to attack with. I wonder if that is what the fan rotom was for, but his bench had to be full. You think he's playing that slow? He already used the pal pad. And Diego's gonna either go down to 1 or win right here. Ross does play slow, but I think he's been within the technical time rules. Because like you technically have like 15 seconds per action, or you can take longer. Like if you take 45 seconds and then play like 5 cards right in a row, that's still good to go. Was it really 2 minutes? It might have been, and I just didn't notice because I'm not talking that long. Ross does play slow though. that kind of, it's not, it's well known amongst the people in the world. He's a slow moving guy in general. Was that a second Scream 2? No, we night stretchered for it. Yeah, I think he either Arvin for night stretcher or got drew into night stretcher off of it. Yeah, I don't know. It could be a bit of player favoritism going on by the judges, perhaps. But if you just saw the judges, they weren't even looking at the at the game, but it was over, to be fair. I have kind of noticed that though, where if Ross was like a player that no one had ever heard of, I almost guarantee they would have given him a time warning at some point. If he really was playing that slow. I haven't been paying the best attention. But the time rules do give you like quite a bit of time to make actions. I'll have to try to notice that for the next game. I wonder if that Vileplume shirt is an old shirt though. It's got an Among Us on it too. Oh, he evolved the Reverum after the research? I can't tell what's in his hand. Got, oh, a Reverum. Is that a Carmine? Or was that the Briar? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, sometimes too the camera angles can make it look like people aren't doing anything. Like if they cut from this angle to the face angle as someone's playing a card, it can be not very obvious that they did something. It's kind of crazy how many cards this deck burns through, just like on the first turn. With like, especially with the limited amount of like ability type draw that we have at this point, compared to with Pokestop and Radiant Greninja and stuff. I wonder. Oh, this deck doesn't play what's it called? Jamming Tower either. I wonder if it should play a Jamming Tower, because then it would, the Guardy matchup would be just like the Goldengo Guardy matchup where Goldengo's favored almost exclusively because of the Jamming Tower. Oh yeah, it's not like not even worried about what the opponent is doing, but like Goldengo is favored into Guardy basically for all the reasons that this deck is, except like this deck doesn't have a Jamming Tower because the Goldengo matchup is hard because they usually go like 2 prizes ahead. And then if you just go big Drifloon, they go Jamming Tower and knock out whatever you promote, which makes it so you have to like find other ways to take knockout your like first 4 prizes or wait for them to burn the Jamming Tower. And I feel like just one of the, I guess it doesn't draw as many cards as Goldengo, so it's not really a fair comparison. I didn't think of that at first. I did not think about that at first. Yeah, I don't. Oh, there it is still available. That's dope. It's called Mushroom Forest Pokemon Nature. What a great name. Rolls right off the tongue. That's awesome. So I think it seems after watching the matchup, it just kind of seems like Ross needs Diego to stumble a little bit, which based on what I'm seeing is not happening. Going for the box again. Because he either needs to take 3 prizes before Diego takes 2, or he needs to take 2 prizes before Diego takes 2, and then have Boss, Gardevoir EX, or Pheasantipede on the turn following the turn that Diego took 2 prizes to set up for like a Winwood Briar. Oh yeah, it's got to be an AI name. I refuse to believe that a human would name Mushroom Forest Pokemon Nature. It's yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to think about that. Wait, is he not going for the TM Evo? I guess he could discard one and then grab the other one along with Vessel. Oh no, he didn't. He got rid of the candy. That makes sense. So he's like setting up. No, that I was gonna say he's setting up for back-to-back Evo turns, but I think that just basically means he forgot to check if the second Evo was in there. Or it's an easy discard. That makes sense too. But if it was me making that play, it would be because I forgot to check if the second Evo was in there for sure. Not gonna artisan for monkey. I guess he wants to. Oh, he's got to save the artisan to bump the lightning getting back stadium. Lavencia. We have double Curlia. We do. It's a pretty good setup. It looked like I couldn't tell if he's still playing Badoo or if that was Shaman. I think Vileplume is one of his favorite Pokemon. It might be because of that. I think that happens to like a lot of Pokemon players. You do well with a deck, you're like, oh, it's my favorite Pokemon now. So much cooler now that I've done well with it. Vileplume is dope though. That Vileplume in specific is not fun to play against, but it's cool as a Pokemon, I think. That's a pretty busted hand. Yeah, I think Vileplume's pretty generally underrated. Like, look at it. It's just so cool. Always doing its little dance. I could be wrong. I just think I heard him say that on a podcast before. Dude, he's got like $1,000 worth of energies in his deck. Those HGSS energies are so expensive, and he probably like got them for literal pennies. I think they're like some of them are like 70 or 80 bucks now, I'm pretty sure. I had like 15 of the darks at one point, but sold them at the wrong time. Double Cerulege. Excuse me. Getting the hiccups. So he's only gonna probably take 1 prize before Diego takes 2. This is gonna be really hard for Ross to compete in. I don't know if they are. Those are from Heart Gold, Soul Silver, so there's not like any like precedent for them to, like, if they did a HGSS reprint, I think we would all kind of expect them to come back, but Pokemon for some reason doesn't seem to want to reprint those energies. Not even the exact same ones, but just silhouette energies in general. I think would be really, really cool. Hopefully they do. I'd be fine with it. I would definitely, I'm sure everyone would go out of their way to collect them, but I'd try to get an ETB pack or two. You did not miss very much. Diego is probably gonna just 2-0 Ross here pretty easily. Ross is on Sarah Ledge Rever Room and Diego's on Gardevoir. And Diego's probably, oh wait, I might have spoke too soon. I can't tell if that's a Drifloon, but I would have thought he's gonna Scream Tail the Fez this turn, but if he has enough energy to one-shot the Sarah Ledge, that's kind of way better. Oh, interesting. I hope you're right. Wait a minute. Oh, he did Ultra Ball for Guardy. I'm losing my mind apparently. Dude, I hope they do. I would definitely, like, if they redo them, I'm trying to buy as many Elite Trainer Box packs of the energies as I can, but I have a feeling they'd be kind of a pain to get a hold of. Because, like, I have the Generations energies where I just bought, like, Generations energies are the ones that have, like, they're striped horizontally down it and, like, dark and light colored. And the packs of them were like $1.50 when I started playing. But it doesn't seem like anything in Pokemon is like that now, as far as like any card that might be even slightly desirable goes. It's like, this is super weird the way things are now. Like, brand new alt arts would never be hundreds of dollars like they are today. So maybe those energies would just be expensive right away. I've been picking up the or I bought 12 or 10 of the Psychic Classic Collections energies, which I think are pretty cool and pretty decent buy. Oh, he doesn't have the knockout. That, yeah. Did he prize Screamtail? I might have missed that. I feel like a 4 energy Screamtail is like pretty easy to go for as Guardy on a turn like this. So, oh, he prized double Jet. That's so unlucky. Jet Squawk would be like the perfect way to get around this. I think he's got a Jet in hand, actually. I might be mixing up turns, though. Oh, are you just seeing the old silhouette energies now? They're so cool. They're probably the coolest energies they've ever made. The only ones that I think are close are the ones from Emerald, the Matrix looking energies, and the Holland Phantoms energies. But right now the classic collections energies they're like 10 cents a piece and they're pretty cool, I think. I'm going to try to buy them when they're super cheap. The only problem is I don't think that they come in metal or dark. I like cool energies the most, and I like alt art Pokemon. And like sometimes yeah, he did have a Jet energy in his hand, right? I'm surprised he didn't jet up the Squawkabilly. Oh, he attached to Monkey Dory. I don't know. I used to play like full max rarity all my decks basically. And now I don't know if it's because I don't have as much money as I used to, or if it's because I am paranoid about them, like the full art cards kind of clunking together or clumping together. Oh, he just flipped for it. Ross is an animal. I would say this, I like tasteful bling. Like ideally I would play all of oh yeah, dude, those energies are cool. I don't know how much they are now, but they used to be very cheap. There are 5 rounds after this. We're not even halfway done. um so now like I would like to play like one of supporters as full arts or alt arts, and I like cool energy cards, and I like any card that I can play a heart gold soul silver artwork of. I will play that. Yeah, that's what I have now. I try to make my decks all non-hollow stamped cards, and then like certain decks I'll play more of the hollow cards. But if I'm gonna play like hollows or alt arts, I'll try to like make as the deck as many of them as possible. Like my Guardy deck is a lot of hollow stamp cards, and then like classic collections energies. I might switch it back to the generations energies though, because there are no dark classic collections energies, and I can't find a third and fourth reverse hollow evolutions energy for the dark. Yeah, ho, thank you. Thanks for stopping by and checking it out. Good luck on your flight. Hope you have safe travels. Gold artisans are cool looking though. You might be talking about, wait, are the Neo Genesis, the old Pokegears legal? Like I think it's called like Pokegear 1.0, or you might be talking about the Heart Gold Soul Silver ones, the ones with like the off-colored border, like the same border as these energies, how they're like gold and then they have like lighter spots. All the oldest supporters as possible. I wish that we could play like Professor Junipers and stuff. That would be cool. I don't know. Lately, I've just like been having to play whatever cards that I've just been playing like the newest version of a lot of stuff, except for my boss's orders and counter catchers. I try to put those as yellow bordered cards so that they stand out when I'm searching my deck. Yeah, the Pokegear 1.0, but there's the HGS, or maybe it's just called Pokegear. The Heart Gold Soul Silver Pokegears are legal and they're really cool. And now I also have fear of playing like high rarity cards because I basically destroyed 4 Ultra Prism full art lilies and 4 full art Cynthias, and went from it being like a few $1,000s worth of cards to like a couple hundred a piece. Which is still not bad because I bought them for like 40 or 50 when I did buy them, but it's kind of a weird thing because if I just didn't play them, they'd be worth more, but I probably would have never bought them if I was never going to play with them. So, I don't know. Just like seeing all these old cards that were supposed to never be worth anything go up to like tons of money does make me a bit nervous about riffle shuffling all of my like any of my higher rarity cards, which is kind of stupid, but you know, money is cool. Is it more expensive because of that? I had one of them, but I think I sold it to one of my friends who wanted a fourth one. I have a good amount of the non-hollow Cyrus regular art bosses orders that I've been playing. I like the Getz's boss a lot, but it does feel nice to have all of my Gus cards be the only yellow borders in the deck. So I've been trying that out. Because I'm like, I have a really bad habit of like either not prize checking or kind of prize checking and immediately forgetting what I just checked for. Yeah, I agree. I try not to sell them, but you know, sometimes when you need more money, they just got to be sold and then you can regret it later, which is always fun. And dude, I probably gave my nieces and nephews like 10 or 15 hyper rare and regular art tag teams that were worth nothing when I gave them to them, but now it's like thousands of no, probably not thousands, but at least $1,000 worth of cards that they just like took and destroyed or traded to their friends for like bulk, which is pretty unfortunate. Yeah, that's what I've been having to do quite a bit is like I sold 3 of my full art Ultra Prism lilies and they funded like multiple regionals trips for me a few years ago. And then I've sold like some of my old sealed stuff just like have money for bills or whatever. And it's one of those things where like if I you can't be too upset or I can't be too upset about selling some of these cards because I got way more than I paid for them, so it's like not that bad. And like I had most of the Generations products sealed and I sold all them unfortunately, but I needed the money. Yeah, I think this is just like this game is almost a foregone conclusion at this point. Ross really needed to be able to like boss a Guardy last turn. But yeah, for the most part, I do not like selling my old cards. I like to keep them as much as possible, and I like having a sealed collection. If I ever like start streaming more with like a face cam, I might set up like some of my sealed stuff in the background, which I think would be a cool backdrop, but I don't know, for stuff like this, it just feels like having my face on the screen only just takes away from like being able to see something or just be able to see the full screen. So he is going just have the fan rotom for attacking. That's interesting. Kind of cool too. It is a good attacker. Like 1 energy 70 on a basic is very good for situations like this, especially. He just really needed to not have to play Squawkabilly in these games. Yeah, I would love to get some of those. I have both I have both of the full art Cynthia's, the Shuffle Draw 6, and the regional promo that I got, but I don't have any of the new alt arts except for I pulled an alt art Rockets Houndoom out of one of my packs that I won the other day. Yeah, that's always cool. That's what, like, if I win individual packs at locals, I just open them. But if I win a box, I always keep it sealed or sell it. But I generally don't have the best luck with pulls. And I try to keep the play series packs sealed as well. I have a Team Rockets or Team Skull Pikachu cosplay box. That's my favorite for sure. It's really cool. It's not like the most presentable thing 'cause it's so small, but oh, dude, that's awesome. I love when that happens when people don't want their bulk of sets that have a lot of playables. Is That's so lucky. I found a pile of bulk at a cup the other day that had like stamped Frostlass, a stamped Countercatcher, and some playable stuff from the new set, which was really cool. $20 boxes? That's crazy nowadays. Everything's like $200, or all the like boxes are, which sucks, but it's also kind of cool because it makes winner boxes so much better. Like we had a free league cup the other day that was a winner case, but everyone in top 8 decided to just like split the boxes and everyone takes a box. But like a free event for a whole box was pretty cool. So I was able to get like I got the Zoroark mat and a booster box for free, which is pretty sick. And a full day of Pokemon, which is awesome. Oh, you're from Denmark? That's cool. There does seem to be a lot of people that are into Pokemon now that have a lot of money, which makes sense though, because the generation that like was kids when Pokemon came out, everyone now is in their mid 30s and has real jobs to would like money to spend on cards like that. I don't know though. I generally don't ever buy product to open anymore. What is that card all the way to the left in Diego's hand? Is that a full art Clefairy? Um, I don't have 60, but I probably have like 40 sealed prize packs. I can't help but open the new ones most of the time because even the bad packs have cards that I would like to have stamped. Dude, night stretchers are crazy. I was gonna buy like 8 extra night stretchers just to have to build a couple of decks until I saw they're like $4 or $5 a piece. Wait, Brazil is less affordable than Denmark? Is that because the wages are lower, or like is the general cost of living higher? Well, I haven't had the self-control lately, but I generally just really like sealed stuff more. I don't know. I've just like been like this since I was a kid. I like would get new stuff. Like when my parents would buy me like base set stuff as a kid, I always wanted to keep it sealed, but they wouldn't let me. They said that makes no sense. Like you have to well, it's not that they didn't force me, but they just told me that it made no sense. Pokemon's never going to be worth anything. Yo, Nico, you're going wild for a while with boxes. Oh, the wages are higher in Isn't it hard to move to Denmark though? Don't they like they don't just let anyone move there? I just always heard it was kind of hard. Yeah, I have 1 or 2 hollow stretchers from the packs that I was thinking about trying to like trade for more stretchers, but apparently they're almost the same. Yo, that's pretty good. I've never gotten a stamped EX that was playable. Well, maybe that's untrue. I pulled 2 stamped Banette EXs, which were mildly playable at the time. Yeah, that's true too. Now opening boxes like just I don't know. Now the cards are worth more too, though, which is interesting. Like the opportunity cost or whatever might be similar. Can Chris not get them for that price from what's her name anymore? Wait, you buy a stamped or bought a stamped Ursaluna and then pulled one the next day? Dude, you got a stamped Fez in your first prize pack? That's nuts. That's crazy. I want to get more of those alt art Mew EXs before they go up too much. I think that card is super cool, the promo ones. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think I just used to work with someone that really wanted to move there and said it was very difficult, but I think I might be mixing up countries, but I know there's some countries that will let like trade workers in a little bit easier. Like there was a time where countries would like almost pay you to move there as a machinist to go there and work. Yeah, it's a card that I don't know. I always hold on to those. I always wonder if the stamp cards, if some of them will be worth anything in the future. No, I think the promo Mew went up because I bought a promo Mew as my Mew EX to play with at first because they were the cheapest. But I think they're like 20 something bucks now, which still isn't terrible. Especially like, yeah, 20 bucks for a playable card really is not bad at all. I remember when I first started playing, you had to have like 1 to 4 Tapu Lele GXs and they were like $60 for a regular art. Oh yeah, the market price, or no, the lowest price is 8. That one's damaged though. Sometimes I order damaged and heavily played cards though, and they come basically near mint. But yeah, they're like 27 is the cheapest light played. Yeah, I stopped playing with it once I saw it going up because it's already starting to get a riffle crease on it. So I don't want to make it any worse in case it's like one day hundreds of dollars. Like I said, I'm scarred from all the old cards going up too much. Interesting. I don't know. A lot of the matchups have been not the closest. Like this was just a blowout for Guardy. It was never even a question. The Dragapult versus Guardy matchup could have been more interesting, but the Guardy player drew, unfortunately. Well, $25 for a playable card is expensive now. Cards are usually pretty cheap. I bought 2 Fezzes luckily though when they were like $8. Yeah, that one's damaged though, isn't it? Hold on. I don't know what they mean by damage, but yeah, I think it felt longer because it was like we just knew Guardy was gonna win. Um, it definitely does feel like that. I don't really see how Sarah Ledge wins that matchup, other than like being able to boss up EXs a lot, but I didn't even see Ross having like that much gust in his hand the whole game. Yes, it definitely is. I think at least, like, especially if you don't have any of the Dragapult line, it's definitely worth it. And the Fez going up is just going to probably make it more expensive, unfortunately. Kind of crazy. The Alt Art Charizard EX is only like 50 bucks. That's probably a worthwhile buy. I don't know. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Just like what alt arts are cheap right now that are worth buying to hang on to. Yeah, no, he might not have. I just think that was the that feels like the only out to win is to take 2 single prize knockouts, boss a Guardy, and then use Briar for the last 2. But he was under a lot of pressure all game, and it didn't seem like he ever, even when he had the boss, he wouldn't have like the Sarah Leggy X or something like that. Oh, it definitely will go up, right? It has to. That's just the way Charizards work. Wait, do you mean the Charizard alt art or Obsidian Flames boxes? I got pretty lucky at Cups when Obsidian Flames came out, so I had 2 sealed boxes, but I sold a sealed box of Obsidian Flames and one of my test tube Mewtwo's GXs to my friend for like $200, and they've both like gone up quite a bit since then. Yeah, he just could never get anything really going. Yeah, how much are the OBF boxes right now? We can look it up. We have the power of the internet. Oh my god, it happened again. How long has my mic been muted? No, are we back to that? I thought that the update on OBS fixed it, but my mic just muted itself. But yeah, I have a Fusion Strike Pokemon Center ETB. That's like mostly what I collect is Elite Trainer boxes, unless I win a sealed box, then I'll just keep the box sealed. I wish I still had my Switch. I would definitely get this. Yeah, that's why I was putting my cursor over here. I want to see if, because sometimes clicking off screen was what I was thinking was causing my mic to mute itself, but glad I noticed it. Whoa, wait. Oh, those are the Twitch drops? Yeah, you don't want those. This stream's better. Pokemon Go? I don't know. I don't have much. I only have one thing sealed from that. It's just like a oh, so all right. I think I know what mutes my mic now because it just did it again. It's like something about typing on the other screen. I wonder if I'm hitting a hotkey for mute and it's still counting it over there. That's interesting. Yeah, it looks like they're $75. Yeah. I don't know. Sets seem to have randomly been going up. Yeah, it just muted my thing again. Oh, that doesn't. I thought that would make what I'm looking for come up. Huh. I have one of these too. Interesting. Yeah, TCG players USD. Oh, it's pretend. Whatever, I can't find it. Oh, it was. Let's see. Pretend. All right, it muted my mic again. That's kind of annoying. I apparently don't know what the sealed box is called. Yeah, that's funny. It mutes my mic whenever I type M. We'll never know. Apparently, they just don't have it on there. It's on eBay though. Oh yeah, that's what it is though. The Pikachu card is in it, but they don't even have a picture of it or anything. But it's kind of weird. I'm surprised that it's not for sale anywhere on eBay. Do they really? They just dip as soon as they see it? No, free concessions online are kind of nice sometimes. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. It's kind of like nice when this happens where every Swiss round goes to time, so it doesn't feel like it's super long in between rounds. Now that I said that, I'm sure the next round will take for or be super quick or something. Oh, did it go back up? Yo, Team Rocket's Articuno is actually really good. That is another reason I've been trying to figure out that something with Team Rockets. That card is so good. Between that and the engine, I don't know. It just seems like there's got to be something. The but that box is weird because it's worth a lot, but finding a buyer is hard, and I wouldn't. Well, I just don't want to sell it because I really really like it, and I it was the only one I ended up being able to get my hands on, but I was trying to buy all like I wanted to buy more of them. They have like the Pikachu Mario cosplay and all the Charizard Gyarados. I just got too into playing at that point and spending money on like full art cards, so I never bought them. So I want to keep it, but even if I like sold it, I'd have to sell it on eBay or something, and then they end up taking like a pretty big percentage. Yeah, I think that's the problem. The Pokemon just aren't good enough right now. Yeah, I'm definitely keeping it. Maybe one day it'll be like worth a ton and I'll just get rid of it at that point. Yeah, the That's definitely one of my like biggest regrets. If I bought all of them, I could just like they're worth so much now. It's insane. I'm kind of surprised they didn't do the rocket armor suit for the secret rare one. Yeah, they probably should, but I don't think that they're going to because the next set is going to be the new block, so there's not going to be like no Terra Pokemon or owners Pokemon, or at least there shouldn't be. Like what they've done in the past says that they probably won't print anymore unless it's like a promo maybe. Yeah, like Ancient and Future, those are done too. Yeah, I think the ability and having it limited to only discard off the bench makes it a lot harder to play than it would otherwise be. Which is kind of unfortunate, but maybe it's a good thing because like a 280 hit point basic is insane. Like having as much HP as a stage 2 with just a bravery charm is nuts. So it's probably for the best that they didn't make it like super good. I think they should have just made the Crobat not discard the energy when you use the attack to put it back into your hand. Yeah, ace specs are done too. Which is kind of weird because ace specs were like a black and white thing. So that could potentially be. Oh no, they haven't printed ace specs in a while now, have they? But I wouldn't be like very surprised if they printed ace specs in this block as well, just because of that's when they originally came out. And then we can get computer search and dowsing machine. That is what it looks like. No more research or boss. Boss Iono and research all seem to be rotating this next year, which is I don't know, it's fine. Changes fine. I do prefer I think I prefer the formats overall that have a discard draw 7. Because like the format where all we had was Cynthia, Lily, and Judge got super awkward sometimes because you would play a Cynthia, which was shuffle your hand into the deck and draw 6. And then sometimes you would just draw back into the same exact hand that you just shuffled away. Or not the same exact hand, but similar. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't print like a broken time space for it's a giant plants ace spec. I think that would have been cool. The GOAT of TCG, Puka, or I think Puka or yeah, Puka is probably who I would pick, but I think Philip Schultz is like super good, but he doesn't really play as much anymore, and he like never won like worlds or an IC. He won like regionals and stuff, but he's like one of the players that oh dude, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Like you just watch him. I watched like a lot of his older games, and it's like, dude, this guy like understands the game on a super high level. But if we're going off accomplishments, I think it's just probably just Jason with Toward getting close. But if Toward won worlds, he'd probably just like technically be the GOAT. And yo, that's awesome to hear. I do very much appreciate it. Um I don't know. I think Andrew Hedrick is one of the player. No, I think Tord's super close to like technically being the GOAT. I don't know if he would need Worlds, which it's kind of weird, right? Because he was about to win Worlds. He just played too slow. I think Jason's 3 Worlds wins are insane. Like that's pretty hard to top. He won multiple regionals, Worlds 3 times, and Nats. But he doesn't play anymore, so it's like kind of hard to compare. But I think the other 2 players that I'm talking about though, Puka, the guy that's an announcer now, I think it would have been really interesting to see what he did if he didn't start working for Pokemon. Because when he started working for Pokemon, he wasn't allowed to run his YouTube channel anymore or compete in official tournaments. And I do think he was probably like one of the best players ever, but just doesn't have the accomplishments because he didn't play long enough. And when he did play, he got super good accomplishments. This is Puka. He played like basically when the game came out until what would the year be, like maybe had to stop at the beginning of X and Y or the end of Black and White is when he played, but he has like tons of accomplishments. They're just pre-cash era, so they don't show up. It's like was before Limitless and stuff. Yeah, I kind of agree with Azul that Philip and Puka are just like my opinions. I think Jason's accomplishments are insane, and like if Tord won Worlds, it would be undeniable. And maybe if he won another IC, that might just like put him there. Oh, that's cool that Chris is 301. I hope he does well. He's been having some bad luck lately at majors. Excuse me. I didn't even see the bee's knees thing. Yeah. I don't even remember what the card is called. The coin flip stuff. We would almost have to play it though. Cards like that have been played in the past. So it's not like unprecedented. Oh, yeah, Azul's getting close too. Azul's a really good player. Toward it's a close argument, right? It's kind of a weird thing to speculate about as well. They're both just really good players, and as long as Tord like keeps playing and keeps doing well, I'm sure he'll get there at some point, even though there are like a lot of good like up and coming younger players. So who knows? And I think Tord's been yeah, Chip is like top 8 at regionals and stuff. He was definitely good. Yeah, I think Azul is like a oh, what is this? Ethan's Typhlosion. Yeah, I think Azul is very, very good. He is at this point though, he's just kind of lost passion for it. It seems like he's not like super into competing, which I kind of feel him on that. Oh, one of the commentators does? Interesting. Yeah, I hope we don't have to play a coin flip disruption card. That would be unfortunate. Oh yeah, that's kind of unfair for Chip though. He's playing against one of the best players of all time. Like he's really not expected to win all the games. That channel's doing really well though. That it's cool to see like that there's that potential with something to do with the card game. You hate Ethan's Typhlosion? Is it very good against control? Yeah, Chip knows way more about like how do I word that? He knows way more like facts about the game than Azul for sure. Azul just like has that intuition that makes him a better player than a lot of people, I think. Is Crushing Hammer gonna rotate too though? I guess that's fair, I guess. I haven't had to play against it too much, and when I have, it's just like the person maybe wasn't playing the best list, so they just ended up losing. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. You get on stream by playing a weird deck and doing well. I don't know. Not like you mean like this with Pidgeot? I think the Dragapult version seems more interesting to me, but apparently this guy's doing pretty well. I wonder if he's playing 4 Victinis. I haven't played either of them, to be honest, but I think it would need some sort of draw engine. Like that's kind of the, I don't want to say it's a downside, but that's a thing with single prize decks is you usually need some sort of like good consistency engine because you're constantly having to set up a new Pokemon every turn because they're so easy to knock out typically. No, he hits either. Oh, that's the, yeah, that's funny. I wonder if Azul kind of plays that up sometimes about not knowing that he pulled a $200 card. Maybe not. He used to be kind of from my area. Actually, I don't know. He used to be kind of from my area, and so I have a friend that used to hang out with him quite a bit, and from what I've heard, he just like doesn't really care about like the value of cards very much or like opening any of his product or anything like that. So maybe he actually just doesn't know what the cards are worth when he pulls them. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Without Pidgeot, just relying on the middle evolution to search Ethan's every turn. Metal Maker Water Pond. What? And then go like Luminous Energy, the second attack. Metal Maker's Matang's ability, right? Wait, he's sell. I don't know if he sells all of it though. I think I don't know. I think he has a lot of like old sealed older product, but I could definitely be wrong. It would also make sense to like sell, like if you win a booster like a case 6 boxes, sell 5 boxes and keep 1. So who knows? Most of it, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know that he values like cards that much. I don't know, like I get personally attached to my stuff sometimes, which maybe isn't the best. And yeah, I don't know, Quilava doesn't seem like enough to make the deck function because you're trying to get all those in the discard pile. You don't want to keep them in your deck to like get out of the deck later with Iono. Yes, I would never sell the trophies. It's like I obviously it's not comparable, but I still have like all the basically all the League Cup mats that I've ever won. So I definitely don't think I would be selling trophies. Yeah, especially because every trophy is different. I definitely wouldn't sell them. Like I've sold like duplicate League Cup mats before, but that's because they're the same twice. So is Typhlosion is just favored in this matchup, probably, right? Oh, he did prize an Ethan's. That's gonna make it very is it gonna make it hard? It depends how many Victinis he has. No, I don't play with my League Cup mats. I just keep them in my closet. I just like to have them. Kind of weird, but I feel if they didn't say champion on them, I would definitely play with them. I play with a Shining Legends. It's a playmat from the Shining Legends Super Collection box or whatever it's called. Super Premium Collection. It just feels awkward to play with a mat that says champion in huge letters on it. I don't know, it's uncomfortable, I think. And then like I remember one time I was playing the first one I ever won, I played with that one a little bit. And then someone like saw my mat and they're like, "Oh, you're a champion?" And it was so uncomfortable. Like they didn't mean it to like mock me or anything. It was just like it was maybe a younger person that was actually wondering. And ever since then I don't play with them. Yeah, see, I wouldn't do that. I have a 151. Is that the Mew one? I don't know if it's a humble brag or maybe just a brag to play with champion mats. That's cool. I wonder if this is a Pokédad as well. Just hanging out, playing Typhlosion for fun and doing well. Yeah, I have the Mew 151 mat too, then that I've been thinking about playing with, but I'm convinced that my Shining Legends one is lucky. And I have a Primal Groudon mat that sometimes I play with. I I would love to play with my Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team Cup map, but like I said, it says champion on it and it's just uncomfortable. Whoops. My bad. Didn't mean to do that. Is the Terapagos one a regional one? Oh, we judged him. I guess though, once you have the Qualabas out, you're kind of good for a couple of turns, right? Whoa, I haven't seen that map. It probably is pretty cool though. I can imagine what I think it would look like. Who's just got to KO the Shame in this turn? So all Raging Bolts are playing Iron Leaves, it looks like. I didn't know that that was like a thing that was going on. I don't think it should be uncomfortable saying champion. I just personally think it is. I don't know why. Um, yeah, I'm not too sure why. Like maybe if it was like a regionals mat, then I wouldn't feel as awkward about it. because that just like feels like a much bigger accomplishment, I guess. Why is it he attached the Defiance band to the active? That's interesting. I think it would go on one of the bench guys. I made a custom with the postcard illustration from Bioplume Southern Islands. Oh, that sounds cool. Oh, no, I know what you're saying though. It kind of is like, in a sense, he's not running around telling everyone, but he's still playing the regionals mat. Is it a regionals winning mat? Yeah, that would be cool. I don't know what I would get as a custom playmat though. I've never really thought about it too much. I don't know. I really like my Shining Legends one. Oh, that regionals mat. I play with those regionals, those mats sometimes. I like those because they don't have like champion on them in huge letters. I thought you meant like a top 8 or champion one. The ones that just have the stamp. Yeah, I like those mats. What just happened? All right. Let's see why it could be uncomfortable. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know. It does lead to some awkward conversations though. And then like playing on a mat that says champion and then going like 0-3 at a cup it just feels so bad. So there's always that concern as well. Can't win them all. Can't win any of them. Yeah, I can try. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to find it. I'm sure you can get a mat like this. I bet you definitely can. Oh my god, that's so funny. I didn't even think about that. 2 mats in chat talking about mats. Dude, 0-3 happens, and if it happens when you're playing on a mat that says you're a champion, it feels extra bad. I mean, it would probably never happen to me because I would just drop at 0-2. But you know, sometimes you can make cut at X2, so you got to play it out. So he can never one-shot a Raging Bolt now that he's committed the Defiance band. See, that's what I'm saying, dude. That mat's unlucky. That's what happens if I try a new mat and do bad with it, I just stop playing with it. You got to retire the mat. Hey, 0-3s happen, all right? You never know. I've played some pretty bad decks and not done very well. Or played good decks and just played bad, maybe. Maybe not 0-3. That hasn't happened in quite a while, but yeah, I don't know, I've been saying this for a while, but I've been thinking about trying to get my professor thing to try to get some of the cool stuff from the shop. And I could like judge local events. It would be cool. Yeah, that's what yeah, it invites like weird questions too, but that mat is sick. I wish I played in that. My friend tried to get me to play in it, but I just like never ended up doing it. you take a test online. You just Google Pokemon Professor test, and you take it, and I think there's like a little bit of a background check where they make sure you're, make sure you're not like obvious things that they wouldn't want around, kids and stuff. And yeah, and then you're a professor, then you just got to find stores that would like let you judge events and stuff. And the more you judge events, the yeah, you can like start applying for like judging higher end events. Did he play? Um, I don't know how he got the fourth Ethan. Did he play the redeemable ticket or whatever it's called? Wait, what? Yeah, he must have played the card that shuffles your prizes back. Which that does make sense in this deck, especially because you can grab the card right away. Wait, he just played what? Not the Cyndaquil and the active, right? Yeah, I thought the fourth Ethan was at the top right prize card. I was pretty sure of it. But he probably played the thing that shuffles it back, or I was just wrong. Wait, they don't background check for judges in other countries? Just flexing on us with the Professor Sinomat here. It is dope. You can order an Etsy one for super cheap, but it's obviously like not the same, but it looks the same. I think it's just like a slightly different shade. Oh, he plays Gravity Mountain, of course. That's how he one shots stage 2s. That makes sense. Yo, I've been like looking at the chat a lot, but I did not notice that there was a 6 energy Baby Raging Bolt. Yeah, certain mats are very expensive now, but there's other mats that are still super cheap. Like, I don't know, they kind of go up and down, but at least like a month ago, a lot of old regional mats and old League Cup mats were pretty cheap compared to what they were a year or two ago, at least. Christian D'Onofrio. So it looks like the Typhlosion player is actually in like a really good spot to win the game. As long as he established another Quilava. I wonder if you ever play Palpad in this deck to put back in Ethan's for late game. As long as he doesn't candy up into a Pidgeot this turn, he should win, I think. All right, that's good to hear. I don't think you can buy those exact shirts, but you might be able to. You'd have to look. Oh my God, he just takes his prizes like that. That's crazy. But yeah, I don't think the Bull player can win at this point. Yeah, I wonder if it's ever worth playing like a 1-up Palpad in the Typhlosion deck. Like, maybe it doesn't come up as much as like I'm thinking in my head, but like being able to put back one Ethan's would just guarantee game here. Yeah, there's definitely some dope worlds mats. The only one that I have is like not really the coolest one. It's the one from the DC worlds. The ICs have some super sick mats. Like the NAIC mat this year, and well, the mats from all the ICs are super cool. And the ones from a few years ago with the evolutions on them are super cool as well. Oh yeah, I'll look it up. Whoops. This round still got quite a bit to go. So you might have to remind me. It's pretty cool though. It's got all the shiny Pokemon on it. And shiny Pokemon are obviously the coolest. What? Is this guy going to Prime Catcher attack with Fanro? No, that's just conceding basically. Huh. I wonder what his plan to win is here. Just hope that he doesn't have it. Oh, Iono to 1. I forgot that Raging Bolt plays Iono sometimes. And that is a way to win for sure. He just has to have an attack with it, right? Oh, Blood Moon. Blood Moon's busted. Oh, the first DC Worlds mat? I can't picture what that one looks like. No. Oh no, that's not enough though. Yeah, he would need an Ethan's. He can get Candy Pidgeot. He has to Candy Pidgeot for Fez, right? Is that the only option? Yep. Oh man. Yeah, the only supporter, or yeah, not supporter. You can't get Fire Energy and Typhlosion. That feels terrible, just dominating all game. Well, I guess it's not a foregone conclusion because Blood Moon can't attack next turn. So it's not over yet. It does seem pretty unlikely though. Yeah, you gotta get Fez. It's literally the only option. I feel like he was just his setup just ended up being a step behind keeping like attackers streamed. Whoa. No way! No way! No way! No shot! I would be so tilted. No shot. And then he laughs in his face. That's awesome. That's funny. He's like, I'm sorry, dude. I just like sacked you so hard. Scripted Fez for real. That's like one of those moments that's like feels so weird. You're like, well, obviously it's awesome that I win, but I kind of feel bad that I just sacked my opponent so hard. That guy is not happy. I wouldn't be either. But you're supposed to have sportsmanship and not be very obviously like disgusted at what just happened. Yo, that's wild. That is wild. Those are the moments that are always cool to see. Holy crap. Oh my god, that's crazy. And there's what, 25 minutes left? That is kind of actually because he's an all one prize deck, he can almost make the game just like not finish. The 6 energy baby bull is insane. He did play smart though. He didn't, I don't know if he just couldn't get a Pidgeot into play, but he didn't put any 2 prizers into play and played well. Yo, take care, man. Thanks for stopping by and checking out the stream. I appreciate you. Yeah, the Bolt player is so disgusted. He's like, dude, I played everything, right? Dude, that guy had a Blacephalon plushie. I never like took the time to think that those are a thing that exist. I don't know, like my instinct is that the Dragapult version is better, but Pidgeot's kind of broken. And it gives you an excuse to play like rare candies, which may or may not be a good thing, but having the option for Candy Typhlosion attack does seem pretty good. Oh yeah, he does have redeemable ticket, which makes sense. It's a pretty busted setup. He's got the baby bolt attach. I think I saw a nest ball for a teal mask as well. Yeah, Pidgeot is insane. It might depend though on how much of, if like maybe your locals play a lot of that stadium card, maybe the other version's definitely better, but I don't know. When I like play Pidgeot or play against it, it just like feels so incredibly strong. Like, well, I can Iona my opponent, but what does that really do? Yeah, that is true. That is true. That kind of ruins the spirit of the one prize deck as well, and the advantage. Like, especially a slower setup deck like this, like last game, if you had Pidgeot in play, that would have been the difference between winning and losing more than likely. Which we haven't had like a good one prize deck that is just one prize Pokemon in a little bit. Like I guess Reggie's was the last one, but I don't know. The power creep just hasn't like kept up with the single prizers. It just ends up being so much to like maintain and or like establish a whole new Pokemon every single turn. That's kind of a weird one though, right? Like you knock out the Pidgey, but you kind of want him to put Pidgeot in play. Well, I guess it's the same because if you choose not to take a knockout, it's the same as like him putting Pidgeot in play later, I guess. Got the Defiance Band in hand again. Probably don't need it this game though. Doesn't really seem as important since all the Ethans are in the deck. Oh, he's getting Shaman. That makes sense. Yeah, TM Evo up into double whatever it's called next turn. Anyway, what is the middle evolution called? I just can't for the life of me think of it. I thought he was going to grab the middle evolution, get it Ethan's, and discard it. I wonder if he's going to get another Pidgey. Pidgey seems, or Pidgeot's like, seems like it might just lose you this matchup. Like his opponent's not going to stumble from here on out. He's got a Mew and 2 Hoots. There's really not much of an option to put Pidgeot in play, but having it sitting on the bench as a Pidgeotto would probably actually be pretty good. Oh, I missed it. Did he have the jamming tower in his hand the whole time? Oh, you're all good. I didn't even like think about it until someone told me that they do a background check as well, which it makes sense now that I thought about it. Prime catcher judge, is he? Yeah, he's just going after the Pidgey. Interesting. Interesting. I guess it is the only thing you can knock out with the fan rotom as well, so that makes sense. The new judge art is also quite interesting. Oh, you know what I noticed the other day? They came out with that item card. Yeah, that Fez was insane. Um yeah, I think having the option of Fez is did he just draw without all right. Having the option of Fez is probably good, but like every game I feel like you're gonna want to try to not put it in play until like that exact situation at the end there. Um yeah, it looks like it's gonna be what 5-0 after this round, quite possibly. Oh, but they printed a new card and put an old letter on it. They printed the item that searches your deck for the tactical machine cards. It's like TM Finder, but they still put the letter G on it. I thought that was kind of interesting. I don't know that they've ever really done that before. You know, that maybe that is more of a concern in the Typhlosion decks. You don't really play that many basics, right? You just would play like the 4 and then a Fez and then maybe a Shaman. Yes, that's true. Maybe Fez just isn't worth it. Yeah, so Dracloak. Dracloak's got to be the best engine for it. Oh, Fez and usually run it. Yeah, I think that's the trying to put it in play when they're at one prize or when you're far enough ahead in the trade that it doesn't really matter. It really depends on the number of basics and how like devastating it is to have him play, I think. Well, actually, yeah, because this version it makes sense too, because they have the 4 Cyndaquils, Shaman, one or a few Victinis, and then a couple of Pidgeys. So the odds of starting it are pretty low. But if it's like just the Cyndaquils and a Shaman and Fez, the odds of starting it are like actually pretty high. And it could also be that the deck just like wins so dominantly in a lot of matchups that having a 2-prizer in play doesn't matter. But I don't know if that is the case with this deck at the moment. It seems like it's such a slow setup that it's going to take a bit to get going. Oh, Chris is 401. That's dope. I don't even want to text him because I'll be bad luck. Is Logan 401? And Josie is dropping and making everyone go home. Is he gonna knock this out with like 4 energy ogre pond? That's wild. Yeah, this just seems really hard for Raging Bolt. if they don't brick off the judge, I don't really see how you end up winning. Maybe there's a way, but I'm just not seeing it. Oh, Logan's still playing his round. Imagine getting just like completely bodied by Typhlosion on stream. Oh, it's gotta be, yeah. Like, just thinking about it, it's hard for Raging Bolt to even take 6 prizes against like a bulky 1 prize deck like this with the number of energy that they have and stuff. Oh, for sure. Which that definitely makes it a better play. Oh, the Cyndaquils, they're 70 HP, that's good. Putting down the Fez is wild. Did he need the ticket to get the Typhlosion? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I very much appreciate it. I'm glad the videos can be even just a little bit helpful. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to put the pointer on screen. I'm just curious as oh, did he get secret box to discard the Ethans? I'm confused. Didn't all that he needed to do was just play an Ethan from hand, right? Is there no Typhlosion in deck? Oh, there's not. So the huh. Interesting. He's playing at least 2 Victinis, or just 2, it looks like. Oh, he's got the stamped Fez. He definitely pulled that. For sure. I don't know. Did he not have oh no, he just got the super rod. He's gonna have to get out another Cyndaquil, yeah. This turn, or else he's gonna run out of Pokemon. I think that's really the only way that you ever lose this matchup is running out of Pokemon. Or at least that's what it seems like from watching. Like you have to actually just completely miss an attack for 1 turn. Yeah, this is pretty hard for the Raging Bolt. Especially like it seemed like he was having a hard time just getting a knockout last turn. At all, let alone now that 4 of his energy are wiped off the board. You should always take your prizes from the bottom to the top. Just as words of wisdom. I remember when I first started playing, I would like pick my prize cards in in a random order, not realizing how sketchy it looks. So he at least has the big Raging Bolt attack this turn, but so actually the Raging Bolt can win this game. Like there's like a decent chance that he does. I go KO this turn, boss Fez next turn with Blood Moon or something. Oh, yeah. On closed deck like regular tournaments, having just like a random deck can win quite a few games. Like I think that's a lot of the reason why the For Alligator deck that won that Japan tournament won, because just like who even considers that it's going to try to retreat lock you and then spread damage with Monkey Dory? That definitely wouldn't be my first thought if someone flipped over whatever a baby For Alligator is called. Huh. Was he thinking about leaving both energy on the active? Yeah, I don't think you can ever just like, what? Interesting. That's one thing I always wonder about or find interesting when what energies people choose to discard with Raging Bolt. Like one leaving a lightning and a fighting in play. I wonder what like the thought process for that is. Maybe so, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, actually the Bolt player might make this a tie. Oh, that was people from your league. That's pretty cool. That deck was definitely a bit crazy. I still like every once in a while think about if there's like something with Iron that kind of engine, the TM Evo Iron Thorns whole deal. I wonder if there's anything to that right now and we're just missing it. That was pretty cool, and Iron Thorns is like really strong. Or that ability seems pretty good right now. Yeah, I think actually, oh, the Bolt player would just need Nest Ball, Sada, Prime Catcher. He already used Prime Catcher, didn't he? I think he used it to KO Pidgey with Fan Rotom. He just reminded him to take a prize. That's funny. Huh. He basically has nothing. Wow. I thought he was going to bring it back, but you know, now that I see his hand, it doesn't seem like he is. Wait, just go Boss Fez pass? That's kind of the only thing I see. Now he's doing the thing that I do a lot where I'm like trying to make cards appear in my hand magically. I forget what the word for that is called. I'm trying to yeah, can't think of it. Crap. What is the word where you like manifest? He's trying to manifest a win condition in his hand, I think. It's basically just like Boss Fez and Hope. Yeah. Yeah. Bodied. Oh my god. That's so funny. He's like, what did he was looking at his hand and he was gonna be like, oh well, you could have done this. Yeah, manifest, that's the one I was trying to think of. Yeah, Badu seems good in every evolution deck. I I guess he's just going TM Evo every game. Which maybe that is just a little bit better. I'm not sure. I haven't tested the deck at all. Sorry, it muted again automatically. I forgot to check when I typed the letter M. Yeah, he's like pretty close, or I think now you can see all the lists from regionals on Limitless, which is really cool. Yeah, that Fez was insane. There's such low odds that that ever happens. Oh no, you can't see the list yet, but after the event, I'm pretty sure that they are all I'm pretty sure they all get auto uploaded from RK9 to Limitless like a couple days after the event on Limitless Labs. I'd have to check though, but I'll be right back in 1 or 2 minutes.
Fire Energy retreats out of there and takes the win here with Ethan's Typhlosion. Beautifully played from both of our players there. But, I mean, if I'm going to lose to anything as a Raging Bolt, I'm not going to be too mad at Ethan's Typhlosion. I mean, how many of those am I even going to go up against? You know what I mean?
Probably one.
Yeah, probably that one.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see Christian kind of wiping away the sweat. He knew he got away with one there.
Right.
That was not a game he probably should have won. You just think in that situation, your opponent doesn't need much, right? Just playing Noctowl, the game is over. Any Ultra Ball, the game is over. Blood Moon or Saluna plus the boss's orders, it's over. But somehow, your opponent's hand is just completely unplayable. And that's it. They do nothing and you win. Sometimes
I mean,
it works.
It works. It works. That's what I was saying. The light was beaming down there on Christian for sure.
For both games.
Right?
Yeah, first game, just flip the script, draws 2 exact cards he needed. Second game, his opponent just has absolutely nothing on the final turn. Sometimes that's what it takes to win.
I mean, I don't think we could have seen a better showcase for Ethan's Typhlosion, for sure. You have to have some aura to play this deck, but if you do, you will be successful. That's what Christian D'Onofrio is showing us here on the stream. And now for us, Puka, that means we've casted 2 games so far here at NAIC, both including a Raging Bolt, where the Raging Bolt has unfortunately taken the loss there. So that's, and that's 16% of our meta share out in the NAIC field right now. A lot of people own this deck, play this deck, and it has so much sheer power. Why do you think it kind of comes up short in some of these matchups?
I mean, it has a lot of close matchups, I would say. Right, the game plan for the Raging Bolt deck is not particularly complicated, right? You just kind of I mean, there's some there is some very important sequencing in terms of figuring out what to attack with, what resources to leave yourself with, and things like that. But at the end of the day, it is just, you know, you're gonna attack one Pokemon every turn. You have to put Pokemon EX into play. There's a lot of weaknesses in this kind of a deck, and if you know, your opponent draws a little bit better than you, or you miss some things at the end of the game, you do constantly need to be playing cards every turn to keep up. Right, you discard energy from play, so then you need to refuel them every turn, and if you just miss at the end of the game, sometimes you end up losing. But yeah, sometimes you also just get a little unlucky.
Yes, that is for sure. Unfortunate there for Rafal in those matchups. But, you know, one thing I noticed about Raging Bolt's like play or the matchups too, something that I feel like is super important that maybe is not always highlighted, is like what Pokemon you do put into play and when as well. You know, we were kind of discussing a little bit about, you know, when you're putting extra Hoot into play against certain matchups, or like if you have Pokemon that could be major liabilities and not wanting them to be in play, or when you can maybe get rid of and bump your Area 0 under depths and take Pokemon out of play. So I feel like that is one thing. There's a lot of Pokemon in the deck, but if you're just throwing things down, you can honestly work yourself into some really awkward positions as the Raging Bolt player.
Yeah, it's actually a very complicated deck to play perfectly.
Yes.
To give yourself the best chance to win at the end of these games. And I do think this is a deck that kind of like newer players or less experienced players gravitate towards, or even if like you haven't practiced a lot.
Right.
Right, you're just like, I'm going to NAIC, I haven't played in a while, I guess I'll just play a straightforward deck. I'll play Raging Bolt. And you don't realize, especially with the Noctowl and things like that, managing your bench, all these different things, there are lots of ways to kind of play yourself out of a win.
There are.
There's very silly ways, like if you like fill your bench and then you realize, oh, I didn't put down an Ogre Pawn. That gets bad really fast.
Or we've seen the wrong energy attached.
Yeah. Wrong energy. You need 2 different types to use the Raging Bolt attacks.
All right, sorry about that. I got. All right. Sorry, I had to grab some cheese and crackers. I'm getting like a bit nauseous from not eating it today. It's 5 o'clock already, and like they're not even halfway done with the rounds. That's kind of crazy, right? That was just round 5. Oh, geez. I don't know why I was like originally thinking that it was going to be done by like 6 o'clock. But I guess it didn't start till what, like 11 o'clock basically? I want to see what this guy says.
Really lucky.
I mean, luck, but you picked Ethan's Typhlosion. Surely you had some sort of hard read on the metagame.
Yeah. With a friend, we were trying to find a consistent deck. We couldn't find it, and then we chose Ethan.
So you had trouble finding something with consistency, but you settled on Ethan's anyway. Did you like it as a single prize deck or just a fun new deck from Destined Rivals?
I mean, the thing is, it has many good matchups around the board, and I think seeing the most played decks, it only have to lose to Dragable Dasmar, and it's pretty well positioned in the meta if you draw your cards, if you don't break, like I did, pretty much both games, but I got pretty lucky. About defense at DPD, man.
He said he bricked both
That
games.
Is, I think, the worry of every Pokemon player. Just hope that you can draw your cards correctly. Make sure your deck is at least.
I don't know that it's favored against Guardy, is it?
Here that you've got Typhlosion paired with Pidgeot EX. Was that immediately what you decided to partner with the Typhlosion engine, or did you arrive at that conclusion after a lot of testing?
Yeah, initially we were trying with the Draclo. The
whoops.
Engine, but in the end, it was so weak.
I don't really know.
You have to draw cards to stop that.
Hold on, sorry. The audio is like coming out of the speakers and going back through my mic, so you guys are probably hearing that echoed. I didn't really think about that. Yeah, I don't know. I just got to make sure, or I think if I eat, it'll be fine. And as long as I lose my voice, it shouldn't be too bad. It's definitely worth a try. I mean, he's 5-0 at NAIC, which is kind of crazy. I did not expect a Typhlosion to do that good. Oh, it wasn't picking it up? All right.
Into secret box. Okay. So you have outs. I mean, if they Yono you, and do the tower, and the Yono is for 2, I don't know about that. But you know, in the early game, if they do tower early like they did, it didn't matter.
Yeah, and it's great that you're playing a deck that still feels like you can fight back against these awkward matchups, these situations, and despite that, you're 5-0, you're doing a lot of good work here. Do you want to give a shout out to anybody else who maybe is playing the same deck as you or helped you with this initial testing and settle on Ethan's Typhlosion for NAIC?
Yeah, I really have to thank you, Gianmarco Morley, my friend that tested the deck with me, gave me the idea and helped me through this week, basically, because, you know, we just had a special event in Italy, so it was back and forth from that. Yeah, I really have to shout out to him, yeah.
That's great.
Gianmarco, you are the best.
Shout out to Gianmarco, love it. The players that test together, win together, and love to enjoy Pokemon together. But that is going to be it from us. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and get the rest of NAIC underway.
Hello there to the testing partners.
All right, sorry, I was kind of using that as a moment to eat some crackers and cheese and crackers. I think that round was almost over with, but I want to see if Poke data, if we can just take a look at what the standings are looking like. No, I don't think it's favored towards Guardy either. Probably Guardy and Dragapult are the hardest matchups. Maybe he just wasn't thinking about that. Oh, Stefan is 5-0. Ray Chen is 5-0. I wonder if she's playing Toad Squirrel again. Ryan Antonucci is 5-0. He has gone like 9-0, probably at more major events than almost anyone. And then he's very good at going 9-0, it seems. Benny Billinger. Kaiwan Kababi, that's a name I haven't seen in a little bit. Luke, that's Celios Network is 5-0. Henry, Aiden. I think I've seen Aiden online playing a lot of Goldengo Dragapult. I wonder if that's what he's playing again. I would guess she's playing Toad Scroll. I could be wrong though. She was on the Mellow Magikarp podcast, and I thought it kind of sounded like she was gonna continue to play Toad Scroll, but I could be wrong about that for sure. Brandon Salazar. Mahone is 401. I don't know. I was like checking out the standings. Lucas Thiel. That is not James Thiel. I thought that was someone else. Geez, the 401s go down this far. That's crazy. Slime mode colony is busted. I guess the cards that counter it aren't like super popular, but when I was playing it, I ran like Cornerstone and Crustle seem like there's not much you can do against them. Puka's picked Spidops as one of his cards to win. That's kind of funny. I think that was Rocket Spidops too, not like the Control Spidops. Kind of thought the next round was about to start. Should be starting soon. And it kind of looks like there's like quite a few pretty good matchups to choose from as well. Or maybe I shouldn't say matchups, but there's a lot of good, very good players at like 5-0 and 401, it looks like. Oh, I forgot to do that. I was gonna try to sign into my chess.com account on my computer so that I could like play that in between games or something. Tim Franklin and Tord are 401 as well. Interesting. Oh. I apologize. I'm almost done eating. Oh, geez. Some of these in between rounds have been taking a lot longer than I would have than I would think, especially when they go to time. But it did kind of seem like the stream was lagging behind everything, at least at the beginning of the day. Because they didn't start round one until maybe actually people had wins reported so early round one because of the no-shows. That would kind of make sense. I feel like I barely ever run into Grimstone Online, which I thought was kind of weird. I thought it was going to be like really popular online. $8 minutes. That's crazy. $8 minutes. My mic got muted again. 3 in a row? Was it the same person at all? Yeah, that I have it happen a lot where I'll just like hit the same person back to back. Oh, it was 3 different people? That's crazy. Yeah, you might still just be hitting the people that are getting in. I don't know. I haven't been playing like enough games to get that high, so I'm not completely sure how it works. I've never like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Whenever I play a game online, I have trouble like as soon as the game finishes, I have trouble just pressing play again. And I'll end up like waiting like 10 or 15 minutes in between each game, which means I'll play like 2 games in an hour maybe. And then, that's not the most efficient way to play. Tifa Monkey all game, oh god. Yeah, that definitely does not sound like the most enjoyable mirror match when I think about it. Oh no. My chess.com password is kind of ridiculous. I don't know why the hotkeys on OBS still work when you're typing in another window. That's kind of silly. Makes me a bit nervous that I'm gonna like click a button, it's just gonna end the stream. We got 3 minutes. We can, I don't know if any of you guys like play chess, but what? I just play like daily games of chess where you get like 3 days to move. This board layout or like board coloring is kind of disgusting though. Oh, first seed in seniors? I guess I can take the knight now, actually. Right, I'm not missing anything. Yeah, because I can. That's kind of weird. I'm sure I'm missing something there. I kind of suck at chess, but the game is, I think it's fun. I also kind of thought it would make me better at Pokemon or like help me to make decisions faster, but then I started playing. Wait, what? No, I don't want to start a game. All right. Yeah, but then I just like started playing daily games and then I think about chess even slower than I play Pokemon, so I don't think it really helped at all. Yeah, number 1 in seniors is cool. I don't know if you mean like first seed at the tournament or number 1 in points. I paused the stream. I'm sorry. Was this round 6? I think this is when they, or no, we should have a couple rounds before they start like putting the X2s on their winning in rounds or whatever. I'm surprised I'd be surprised if they don't stream Tord. I feel like they try to always stream Tord at these major events. And he's 4-1, I think I saw, or 4-1 or 4-1 right now. So I'm guessing they'll put Tord on this round. Or at least that's my guess. We're almost there. 50 seconds. Yeah, I should probably actually just shut the hotkeys off. Wait, it says that, oh, my mute button is N. Yeah, so why can't I delete it? Back, back. All right. Oh my God, mute. I just somehow have mute set to multiple hotkeys. Oh no. All right. Are we still good? I just changed the hotkeys and I thought that it just shut off the stream for a second, which would be pretty unfortunate because I don't think you can just like restart it. I'd have to start like a whole new one, which would be kind of frustrating.
Players are going to be facing off against.
Yeah, looks like we got Tim Franklin versus John Ing at 4-0-1. Going to be facing off in our featured match here. But yeah, we see a lot of the players here at 5-0 and 4-0-1. 15 match points or 13 match points, the highest you can be right now. We do see Stefan, who we featured earlier, 5-0 with that Dragapult ends Zoroark deck. So it seems like it's working out for him so far. Going up against Aiden Koos, another very strong player out in the field here. Yeah, we have a lot of great players. We have some players from Japan who are very strong, who are doing well here. Henry Chow, a name we've seen a lot of, going up against Kaiwan Kababe, another strong player from Australia. Maze Brenningmeyer, who was a runner-up at the World Championships, was on the wrong end of the Archie's Blastoise deck.
No.
Yeah. And Andrew Mahone, a fan favorite out here at 4-0-1 as well.
There
So we
you
got
go.
a lot of great matchups out there.
Yeah, look at that. All the content creators here. Luke Morta is over there sitting at 5-0, 15 match points there, scooped up.
All right, sorry, I turned the stream audio back on so I could just eat real quick. No, wins are worth 3 points and ties are worth 1 point or one match point. So it's like a third of a win. They're not, it's slightly better than a loss, but a lot of the time now after the first, your second tie is basically a loss. Yeah, I don't know if I don't think I've ever seen one of his videos. I don't watch too much Pokemon stuff because I don't want to like accidentally copy someone else's idea. I feel like it's hard to like watch something and not get at least a little bit influenced by it. Which I guess that wouldn't even really happen because we're kind of in like different niches. Do we know what he's playing? He's been playing like a lot of trolley decks lately, right? For content. Let's see. Oh, the Zoroark Rockets bomb. Oh, I guess we get to find out. Oh, he's just playing Grimmsnarl. That is a serious. He's got the most professional, serious mustache. I wonder if he hasn't been playing for that long. Oh, John's still on Dragapult Dusknoir. This should be an interesting matchup. Yeah, Zorak Venture Bomb would be so much more entertaining. I don't fully understand how that would be a good deck, but I just don't see the vision. Luxurious Cape being prized for John is probably pretty unfortunate. All right. I am all done eating now, and I'm sorry about that. The Zorak needs more damage. Oh, to not be mid. I thought you said to be. He needs more damage to still be mid. Yeah, that's my only thought. It just doesn't seem like enough damage. So maybe you're trying to use like the Rockets bomb to help with like the first knockout and then just hope that your opponent doesn't one-shot you and use like monkey damage after that. Wait, John Prize 2 psychic? Wonder if I can just see it like this. Oh, he did too. I somehow didn't even notice that. It looks like Tim's already drawing better than the other Grimmsnarl we saw on stream. That guy drew pretty unfortunately. Sensifer on live. What? Right. None. Oh, oh. That probably took me so. Are you hitting that many Grimmsnarls? That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. And it feels bad when like you just keep hitting a bad matchup back to back. I will be curious to see how John plays this. Because I don't imagine that. Oh yeah, it just took me a minute to realize what you were saying. Like, what is Centifer on live? Yeah, but yeah, I'll be curious to see if John has a plan for this matchup. He's playing the Neo Upper Energy as well. which seems to be a trend. I imagine he's probably playing a similar list to Hedrick. He's gonna go early Badoo. The Dustnors make this matchup a lot more winnable, right? Oh, they're definitely going up. I might even have two of them. Maybe they can spike like secret box and I'll sell one. I like have randomly have two of some ace specs because me and my friend went to league one week and we got there and they're like, oh, you can play as many different ace specs as you want in your deck. And we're like, what? So we ended up going and buying more ace specs. And then almost everyone else put so many ace specs in their deck that they made it less consistent, which was kind of funny. Was he gonna Arvin for TM Evo? Oh, maybe buying a stamped Neo Upper Energy might be the play right now. They're gonna skyrocket after this event. No, I'm just joking. I don't know if that's true. It's kind of crazy that secret boxes are almost $20. Yeah, that's wild. When I bought mine, I feel like I went to buy it and the person just gave it to me because they were so worthless. Boss on the Frostlass. Huh. Oh, his hand is bad. Yeah, that turn was so fast. Dude is still shuffling. That's what I do. I feel like I have to shuffle until I feel like the deck is sufficiently randomized in my head, which ends up taking a really long time sometimes. Oh, he's got a rescue board in hand. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, Andy's got the Grim Snarl. Wait, did I miss something? How did the Badoo get KO'd? Oh, the Frostlass damage. Yeah. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, John seems to be in a very bad spot here. This might be that round I was talking about. I jinxed it. I really did. Counter catcher. No. Oh, man. Yep. GG. So if he's scooping this fast, he must like have some sort of plan for the matchup. Because I feel like if he thought the matchup was actually like god awful, he would try to play that game out for as long as possible just to hopefully like win the next game by luck and take it to a tie. But yeah, scooping that quick means he's planning to win the next two games, it seems. Interesting. Hopefully we actually get to see a game this time. And not a brick. It's unfortunate because John's start wasn't horrible that last game. It just, ended up being horrible. He didn't draw anything. Yeah, I never thought about that. Those are like custom gaming chairs with Pokemon embroidery on them, aren't they? Oh, is he bricking again? It looks like he's about to just drop his hand and say, "You got it, dude." That's unlucky. Jeez. Well, at least he can't get Candy Grimmsnarl, so he gets another turn to stay in the game. Or to get into the game, I guess. And he would have it too if he didn't have the Badoo attack. Oh, his hand would be insane if he wasn't item locked. Huh. Researching away 2 candies feels bad, but maybe they're just not that important because you're going to be item locked until you bulb up anyway, possibly? Oh, and I didn't even think about see that he's got the spike moth in play already. Yeah, he's good to go. John's in a tough spot. What does the Morgrim's attack do? Oh, it's for 2 darks anyway. That doesn't really matter. This stadium card is so insane. Oh no. Oh man, he just gave up. He's going to get lunch, I guess. Yeah, the stadium, like, Badoo doesn't even matter at that point. I knew it. I said all these rounds have been like full games and none of them have been super quick, and then this happens. That's unfortunate. I wonder if they'll find a way to get a backup round on. Yeah, John's over it. He looks disgusted. He very much wears his emotions on his face, though. Yo, is my guy wearing Tim's with the shorts? Just flexing on everyone like that? Those chairs are sick. I wonder what they do with them afterwards. Or I wonder if this back part comes off and they just like replace it for all the majors or whatever. That's unfortunate. And if they're not having a lunch break, he's probably like, I might as well just scoop, go get some food, chill out, try and win the next rounds. Makes sense. We'll see if they interview him. Well, they probably will. They'll probably actually try to make it as long as an interview as possible. Do they make custom chairs too? I wonder how they, if they do, just like they probably do just order them from some brand that makes like custom embroidered chairs. Who knows? That was a very quick game. I wonder if did this guy like what? He like always makes his moves instantly. Did I make a mistake, do you think? You guys probably don't care at all about chess, and you're like, why are you doing this? That seems like a pointless in-between move. I think I can just move back here and like retake the spot that I have. Let's see if they're interviewing them. No, sometimes the interviews seem to take a while. Yeah, I think I just go back there, right? Or I could even go right here, actually. And because you can't take, or else I just take back, but then I'm not protected. All right. Sure. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. I just want to see if they're going to interview him, and then maybe I'll play like a couple games on live or something. Because I don't know if you guys care to like watch the interviews or not. It does maybe not seem like they're going to do it though. Is anyone planning to try to go to any like major events or anything next year? Or go for any invites or anything? I guess that's hard to decide before they actually officially tell us what the invite structure is going to be. I think a lot of people were speculating that it's going to go back to the point threshold, but I don't think that's going to be the case. There's just too many people playing right now to go back to a structure like that and not have Worlds be like a multiple thousand person tournament.
This is Adam Skarzik Watson on the big stage at NAIC with our winner, Tim Franklin. How you feeling, my friend?
Look, I'm feeling great. I feel a little bit bad that I didn't give quite the best showing for the deck and the matchup, but I'm not sorry that I won. I'm very happy with that.
I mean, that's sometimes how the cards fall, but you did play your deck confidently. Grimmsnarl was positioned as a counter to Gardevoir, but now going up against Dragapult, have you been seeing some good results generally for that matchup too?
Yeah, I think it's not only a counter to Gardevoir, but it's a counter to what I believe to be the three best decks in the meta, which is Gardevoir, Dragapult, and I think this build beats the Mirror as well. It's really strong, and I think those are the three best decks right now, and I want to beat them.
So yeah, you're finally here to
play.
Do
we know what's
I know
special
that there are
about
some people
his
in the
build?
audience who might recognize you and know that you tend to play some very spicy homebrews, maybe some off-meta stuff, and it looks like the stars have aligned so that your tastes in decks have landed you on something strong. Let's talk a little bit more about your decision to bring Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, so I always thought Grimmsnarl, if I was going to play a meta deck, would be the meta deck I would play. I thought it plays really fun, it's really good, but actually right until I believe Wednesday, I was playing this really strange End Zoroark build. Really good, but basically after seeing how good this build of Grimmsnarl is performing, I couldn't say no to it. It's ridiculous.
And so this build of Grimmsnarl, as you say, is kind of teched out to beat the mirror match. You want to talk about the people who helped you develop this list and test it properly for the mirror match?
Yeah, there's a really large group, so I can't name all of them, but you're definitely going to be seeing a lot of their names in day 2 for sure. And, you know, shout out to Joao for first introducing me to this list. But yeah, I think it's just teched out enough for the mirror, beats everything else, and Spikemouth is just such a broken card. As you saw in that last game, I didn't need anything else, just Spikemouth, grab the next guy, item lock doesn't do anything. It's incredible.
That's great to hear, and I'm so happy that you were, you had the willingness to switch to a deck sort of at the last minute. A lot of players kind of shy away from that. Are you maybe crediting this towards your ability to play a lot of wild decks that you can kind of pick up and play anything? What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. So I think because I play so many decks, so many weird decks, I find it quite easy to pick up new ones because I'm always trying new things, right? I'm not just only playing Gardevoir. So I did find it pretty easy to pick up, and I'm very glad that I did. 501 now, can't complain. I don't think the End Zoroark could be doing quite as good.
And I know there's, again, as I said, a lot of people at home probably recognize you, and maybe after seeing this Grim Snarl deck performance and maybe a little bit more of your performance for the rest of the tournament and into day 2, they want to hear a little bit more about you, learn a bit about more from you. Where do they find you?
Yeah, for sure. So I've been trying my best to make really high-quality Pokemon TCG content under the name Tim Danklin. It says Tim Franklin up there, but Tim Danklin's the YouTube channel. Met hundreds of fans already this weekend, taken a whole bunch of photos, signed things. It's been incredible. It's really great to meet everyone. And yeah, I'm probably going to put this clip in the video when I post the one about me winning NAIC. So I'm going to look over there, and it's me winning NAIC, and it's just good in the video, you know?
I'm glad to be part of this moment for your Pokemon journey, and thank you so much for taking the time to, say hi to your own fans and grow this community and share the hobby that we all love. I wish you the best for the rest of the tournament. We're going to kick things back over to the casting desk and get the next round.
That's so smart. Calling out the win right now, because if you don't win, no one really expects like one specific person to win, but now if he does win, looks super baller. So Iron Bundle and like some nest balls. I don't know if I play nest balls or not. I want to see if they're gonna say if they're gonna like stream another round
Pokemon games here, but
or another game from this
we don't
round.
want to disturb the players that have already undergone their matchups. They're underway. They're competing out in our field, so it's gonna be a little bit of time here.
All right, I'm gonna pull up some live. We probably have like 40 minutes. Oh no, don't look at what's going on back there. It's just a mess. It's a complete mess. Please open. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I gotta make sure that. Oh no. What have I done? Oh, thank God it came up. All right. I gotta turn that off. Actually, having that on this whole time was probably causing one of the reasons the quality looks so bad to me. It's supposed Shadowplay is not supposed to like use a ton of resources up, but I think it definitely does use a little bit. I've not like seen the exact list, but I know like what you're referring to. I have a real problem with deleting decks, but I was trying to like theory out a build this. That's like Spite Ops Armor Rouge because it's like the old deck Nagquag. I just don't know what would be the big attacker. Like this is one of my ideas for the big attacker, but it's hard to make it do enough damage. I'm sure there's something else that I'm missing. And I haven't played a single game with it, but this is the deck that's been the most interesting to me lately, is this complete and utter pile of cards. I don't know if it's even really that good at all. But I think if I went to NAIC, I'd probably play something along the lines of this. Just like Guardy with a TM Devo. And I had a 4/4 monkey in here for a long time, but I just needed to find the space for like Drifloon. So it's, at least on the ladder, it was hard to beat random stuff with that. But yeah, it's gonna be a hard deck to recreate because it was like such a specific combination of broken cards. Oh yeah, this, I found Fabian's Garchomp list on Google. I guess it was on his Twitter, but I have to Google it because I'm not a Twitter person. But he's only playing 3 fighting and 3 dark, which I thought was kind of interesting. But he got top 4 at like an invite only tournament with some of the best players with this deck, which I thought was pretty cool. I don't know what to play. Pulsar, Crobat, or Garchomp. I think two of those options have a better chance of like tanking my elo than the other, but I'm not even at the elo point. I guess we'll try this. Oh no, you're good. I'm gonna try to look at how bad my hidden MMR is right now. I've been meaning to play more online because I would really just like to actually force myself to commit to getting higher up on the ladder, but I just don't play enough games. Oh, nice. Yeah, I haven't played any games with it yet, but I guess we'll see how this game goes. I'm glad that they did this. Like, made the game a little bit better to look at, I think is really cool. And then I have this theory that sometimes when it takes this long for like it seems like your opponent's taking forever to make an action, I'm pretty sure it's just like playing against someone that has bad internet or is on a phone. Do I have to just bench both of these so I don't get like poison donked? Nah, whatever. Weeball, we'll see what happens. Huh. Is this I think this is a pretty fairly hard matchup for this deck, especially with a hand like this. Oh my goodness. Oh. So I can't TM Evo, which is a little bit unfortunate for sure. So I guess we'll just go Poffin and maybe Evo for next turn. Yeah, that should be good. They have they play Team Rocket's Adventure Bomb and well, an Iron Valiant now too. At least when I was playing, that's why my hidden MMR is so bad from playing Poison Donk, which did not end up being the most efficient way to grind the ladder, it turns out. And yeah. And now I'm like playing against new players a lot. Go like that. They can't hit the bench fast. But yeah, I played a couple games with the Donk deck where I was able to KO like a 70 HP active and knock out a 60 HP bench Pokemon all at once. Or in the same turn with the Adventure Bomb. Is the in-game volume too loud? It shouldn't be, but it's kind of hard for me to tell. Huh. I wonder if they're thinking of the wrong Garchomp. I don't think that there's a rare candy in this deck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's not. Not that I could get it anyway. I don't believe that I really want to give them access to a any stadium really either. There's no rescue board in this build either, which is something that I thought just seemed kind of wrong to me. Um, see, do I want the Neo upper energy? I think I want to leave Crispin options open, but I don't really want to like use the Neo upper energy until it's a situation where I need it. We'll do that. And play down a worthless stadium, I guess, and pass. Yeah, I think that Fabian's like always plays some pretty interesting lists, but he makes some strange choices to me, like the no rescue board with Town Store and like Arvin and stuff was has been just a little bit interesting to me, I think. And if I had like I might switch that. I just don't know what card right away to switch it for. Benching this is kind of strange. I probably should have grabbed Artisan and then benched double Roselia. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Good call. That's actually what I was thinking of doing as well, was cutting the power weight for a rescue board. And like, now I have to energy search to retreat. I don't have to, but is there even any point of getting the Roserade in this matchup? I guess I should try to get at least one. I could get switch. Power weight, I guess. Seems like the only real option. Is there two? No, just one energy search. Yeah, so just switch power weight. Match the TM Evo. Power weight this guy. Do I ever want two Roselias on the bench? Is what I wonder. I guess there's a chance I might want a second one. It's just the 160 doesn't even knock this guy out, which feels kind of bad. I don't think I want another one on the bench. I want to keep the option open for Spirit Tomb. Yeah, I think so. Wait, what? Why did it automatically draw? That's kind of weird, right? It's not supposed to just automatically draw cards, I don't think. Or did it not ask me? Did it ask me if I wanted to draw and I clicked yes and didn't even realize it? Are you heading out? If I can get them to never one-shot a Garchomp, this matchup might be fine. Maybe not. When I played it with my original list, I was playing a lot more energies. So it wasn't that hard to just stream attachments to like keep getting knockouts. But this build plays a really low energy count, so like I'm gonna have to grab Roserade, Boss, Gabite. Oh, I see now actually. Huh. I'm starting to see why I would want two Roserades. because of Monkey Dory. I didn't even think about that. So I could retreat and yeah, I probably should have like clued into that a little bit sooner. Which yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go bench, energy search for fighting. Fighting TM Evo. Then I'll just boss up their guy. Wait, yeah, all right. And now they need boss. Maybe, yeah, this seems correct. All right. And now next turn I can either one shot. Yeah, I don't, nothing but like Raging Bolt and Goldango can knock it out without jamming tower or weakness. It's kind of nutty. Yeah, now if they boss, oh, I see. I'm kind of silly for that actually. Huh. Oh, all right, I can, yeah, they have boss, of course they do. I can still hit into it for 160. And then plan to knock it out later. Yeah, Toadswirl, you definitely get one shot. And then plan to knock it out later with Monkey Dory. A Crispin would be really cool. Huh. I think I have to just Arvin for a Pokegear. Right? Yeah. And then I can just attach this here. I don't think there's anything else I really want to grab out of the deck right now. Yeah, so I'll just do that. I don't really want to bench anything, so I guess we're just drawing one. Oh, card I was looking for. So hopefully they don't have boss or counter catcher this turn. And they hit into my Garchomp and I can monkey knock out the Typhlosion. Those are my hopes and dreams. We'll see what actually ends up happening. Ethan's just leaves counter catcher. And I need to find a way to recover my whatchamacallits, a Garchomp. Come on, don't have it. These are the intense parts of the game. They're slow rolling a counter catcher on me. Which would be a little bit unfortunate. I think they see the vision. Oh my goodness. I knew it. Well, that's not good. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna Crispin. It's so unintuitive how it makes you select energy to put in hand. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go like this. And grab the Spirit Tomb out of the deck. Yeah. Let's go bench. Attach. Spirit Tomb. Night Stretcher for Garchomp. I don't know if this is correct at all, but it seems like the way that I have to go about it. I wonder if Town Store is ever more inconvenient for them than Artisan. Oh, I guess we'll see. 160? I don't know why it's drawing the cards automatically for me. Yeah, it says you may. That bug, or it wasn't originally doing that on live. It was like letting you select if you wanted to draw the cards or not, which is kind of weird that that has changed. I feel like I messed something up at some point during this game. There might have been something better that I could have done that turn that I retreated to a fresh Garchomp. Maybe I could have attached to a Monkey Dory that turn. No shot. Does that get to 400? 280. No, it shouldn't, right? At least I don't think it should. Oh, they only have 3 Ethans in the discard pile at this point, too. Hopefully they don't have another counter catcher. That would be unfortunate. It would be very unfortunate. I've kind of committed my energies in such a way that I'm relying on them to hit into me. You know, we'll go with Town Store. Oh my god, I'm a fool. I thought there was another power weight in my deck. Oh, it's prized. Polaris. Or do I just get boss? Just to leave like 2 energies built up into play? I think I grab boss. I don't think that there's another Ethans in their deck. So I guess I'll just knock this out. I don't know. All of this seems not completely obvious to me. That's a pretty good prize, I guess. I hope my opponent didn't do the thing where they just like walk away from the computer and let the game time them out. That's always kind of frustrating. Every second that passes makes that seem more likely. Unfortunate. All right, even with I see where I messed up though. I needed to commit to the 2 Roserades earlier in the game. I for some reason completely blanked on the fact that I could double Roserade Monkey Dory attack through the active with the first attack. So that was definitely a mistake that made the game a little bit harder than it had to be. Yeah, they just walked away. That's cool. Or maybe they're gonna smash kick for 30. Never know when the smash kick for 30 is the play. Yeah, so if I did that, it might have stopped them from taking that 2 prizes, but I think they probably still would have been able to do it with like discarding Ethans and Boss. But who knows? Just have to wait for the timer to go up. And then oh geez. See, I gotta play faster. I'm like constantly trying to work on that and then it just doesn't happen. It's kind of unfortunate. Yeah. Inactive for too long. Smash kick and then you do 0 with the resistance, right? That's funny. Level 72. Um, 5 minutes until the next Swiss round. I guess we can see what I get. Attach 18 energy cards. That's a lot of energies. The old smash kick for 0. You can't go wrong with that. Oh, that's cool. 3 of those now. Dude, that happens to me so often. It's always so weird. I think that happened at pack yesterday that I opened. I got one of these and one of these. Ooh. What is the trainer trials even right now? Oh, standard singleton. I don't know. I was kind of excited for the trainer trials to come out, but I just never ended up like playing it that much because like I have no idea what would be good in the standard singleton format. I had an idea that like something like this might be good, but I'm not too sure. Wait, why won't it let me play that? Is there no A specs allowed? One basic Pokemon. Huh. How do I? Trainer trials, your previous. Are you not allowed to play A specs in the singleton format? I thought that they were legal. Whoops. That's got to be the reason, right? We'll go minus this plus Pokemon catcher. That probably makes it legal, I bet. Oh no. Oh, it's only got 40 cards. How did I not notice that? Jeez, I feel like I have a lot of cards in there. How do you fit? Yeah, that's why I've never played it. went to make a deck and I was like, I can't even think of 60 cards to put in here. A better grass attacker than Durant. Or it has to be like 2 colorless energy and then one grass, 2 colorless, right? Is that like a website where you can just look at the Pokemon? We have to go back to live, I suppose. I don't think that there is. I think the only other option is the single prize Iron Leaves that does like 160 revenge or like 100 plus 60 if one of your Pokemon were knocked out during your last turn. Let's see. I spent some time looking at grass Pokemon the other day. Yeah, oh yeah, Limitless would be the other option, that's true. Cuz it's got to be a basic too, right? I'll show you the one that I was talking about. I don't know that it's better though. Oh, this is alphabetical order. This one. Yeah, 100 plus 60 if you got something knocked out. Sudden sharing game. Is that a website? But other than that, there's really not, like, the grass attackers are pretty bad. Are you trying to knock out like Grimmsnarls and stuff for weakness? Would be my guess. Wait, that's what it's called? Oh, shut up. Yeah, I'm a little slow sometimes. This probably is the best option, except for the Iron Leaves is the only other thing that is like even an option, I guess, which is a little more limited, but it's not a 2-prizer. So it's got like that going for it. But this is what I do whenever I want to find, whenever I'm like looking for a card that does something, I just filter all and look through all the cards, which with grass, it's pretty easy. There's not very many of them. And there's really not that many good grass Pokemon to begin with. Yeah, I think those two are your only options. That's got 2 grass in it. That's not an option. $80, not an option. Yeah, there's not much. Grass. Yeah, Crustle is grass. Colorless, colorless. Crustle. Yeah, grass double colorless. I've thought about I'm probably gonna try that in the Toad Scroll deck for mine. Well, I cut a area 0 for a grass, so I'd cut a grass, and I couldn't figure out what the other cut was. It's not completely obvious to me. The only thing I can think of is like minus a Latias or minus a Toad School. Maybe Badoo is not as important as I think either. Where is, yeah, this deck is interesting to me as well. Miracle headset, single crushing hammer deck, busted. I think it's a pretty cool combo. It seems. Oh, yeah, Latias. We already talked about that. Let's see. So, yeah, this really has. Oh, this is how it deals with Latias. The bind down on the Tarantula. I forgot about that. I think that's the plan. That's the bind down picnic basket combo. I think is the play, and then like trying to spam like 0-6 and Eerie and stuff. Because there are better or higher HP tarantulas to play, I'm pretty sure, but this attack is very good. So that's how the deck deals with Latias. It's got like a built-in way to try and handle it, which is pretty cool. Let's see if we can get a little refresher on the round. Yep, Ryan Antonucci 6-0. He's gonna be 9-0, and then he's gonna somehow not make top cut. I feel like he's cursed like that. See how Azul's doing. 5-1, pretty good. See how my friend's doing. 4-1-1, not too bad. 4-1-1, not too bad. Now my friends are gonna end up playing each other. That'd be funny. Well, I guess it wouldn't be very funny to them, but kind of funny because it's really unlikely to happen. Raul's 501. Just doing good at events by brute force. Hone's still doing good. Yeah, there's still a lot of good rounds we could see on stream. Or a lot of good games, not rounds. Five one. Nicolas Galaz. Is it back on? It's about to be. Make sure that it is not. No, the quality is still a little fuzzy. Huh. I'm gonna pull up a window. Hopefully it doesn't. All right, it didn't pop up on the main screen. Yeah, I think accidentally having NVIDIA Shadow Play on all day was kind of messing with my my GPU performance. Do we know? No, we don't. I don't believe we do. I don't know. I think Tord as a guess is never too bad of a guess because they really like to stream him, which is cool. I like to see him play. So especially if Tord plays like another known player, they'll put him on and call it like the winning in round because they're at 501, so they need one more win to be locked up for day 2. That would be my guess. Yeah, that playmat is sick. I would very much like to have one, but I feel weird about like playing competitor mats that I didn't go to. But I bet that there's one from the store that doesn't say competitor. I don't know. I think it's super cool. Yeah, I think that would be, especially if Tord's playing like Mahone or Azul. Well, Azul's a different record, but Mahone or any of the other players that we saw at 501. Maybe one of my friends will get on stream. That'd be cool. I don't know how cool it would be for them. I don't know if they really want to be on stream. I know my one friend does, but the one that they're more likely to put on stream would probably not want to go on stream. Yeah, I think this weekend is like the best chance to try and buy it because they tend to go up a bit afterwards. Kind of a pain too, because I don't know if we can if like there's an online store that shows us what's for sale in the Pokemon Center at NAIC, which is kind of unfortunate. It makes it a little bit harder to like ask someone that you know is there to get it. Playing max rarity Raging Bolt with different art rares. That's kind of crazy. I don't think it's on Pokemon Center now. Wait. Do her nails, are they supposed to match the different artworks? Interesting. Maddox, TCG, chilling like a villain. It'd be cool to be able to get these signs after they take them down. It's like a life-size Weezing card. I thought they were about to start the round because the timer went up, but I guess not. It should be starting any moment now. Yeah, I don't know. They might just like give those away to like workers and judges and stuff at the end of the event, but I'm not too sure how it works exactly. I know last year at NAIC the prize wall was giving out like unified minds and cosmic eclipse packs for the side events, which is just absolutely insane. And they had them priced the same as regular packs. Yeah, I think that they're just getting the stream set up and it's taking a little bit longer than they thought. It doesn't seem like they're doing a lunch break because a lot of the times when they do one, they'll have like this, they'll have two people stay behind. Wait, what? I don't think that means that this is going to be on stream. I don't know if they'd blast out someone's deck list on stream like that. But yeah, when there's a lunch break, they usually just stream the same round twice, like tell two people to wait back and play their round. And then when it's over, they go on lunch while the rest of the people play their round. Cynthia's Garchomp, Unfair Stamp, and interesting. I wonder where that deck list is from. Imagine if they were like, do you want to be on stream? And then they just posted your deck list for everyone to see. Yeah, it might just need to be playing Monkey Dory. Who knows? Monkey Dory is just like an insanely broken card. Like even in that game that I just played, it it made my opponent have to like not play the way that you would want to play because of the Monkey Dory. Oh, yo, that's awesome to hear. Thank you. That's sick. The first cup win, like always feels super good. Yeah, I don't know where this isn't even like. Did they give us a Garchomp deck on live? I can't remember now. What are they saying?
I've seen other builds of this deck online as well in some online tournaments where people are playing Monkey Dory, Crispin, Darkness Energy. Another way to kind of take advantage of the fact that Garchomp does have so much HP, using Monkey Dory, one of the best cards in the format. move that damage off. You can use Crispin to help with
Yeah,
the
they're
energy
just talking about the
acceleration, which
deck.
can be a
I thought maybe we'd get some information as to what is going on right now. Yeah, I forgot what I was just gonna say. Maybe I was wrong about the lunch break. They made it seem like the round was about to start, though. It does kind of seem like, other than Grimmsnarl, Garchomp might just like have the best odds of being a good deck as a, like, from all the trainers Pokemon. I said that so eloquently. I don't know if that actually made sense. Can you play Pocket on the computer? I don't think you can, right? Are they gonna tell us what's going on?
Gabite. So getting into the Gabite is very important. A couple technical machine evolution can help you get there and make that happen, and then that helps you flood the board with whatever Cynthia's Pokemon you want. It's a nice callback to a card that I know a lot of people were hyped up about whenever you were playing the game all the way back in 2013, that Gabite from Dragons Exalted with the Dragon's Call ability.
Yeah, it's so fun to reminisce.
Oh, I thought
back to
Puka was
those
gonna
times.
talk about it. Yeah, it sounds like they just told them to stall for time. Here's a list, stall for time. Wait, with emulation, yeah, officially no. I forgot what I said that. Oh geez, I'm just losing it. Hopefully they start the next round soon.
Is its own deck. But heading up to this tournament, people weren't really thinking of it as a super serious play for this event, I would say.
Geez,
Why do you think that is?
I don't, my brain is shot. I literally just said that and forgot immediately. Because I was like just opening my packs for the day on there. And I was like, that would be like another just thing to put on the screen in between rounds. But so I'd have to download like basically like a mobile device emulator and then log into it. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I wonder why they wouldn't want it on the computer. Yeah, I'm losing it, man. It's kind of weird that it's not just an app on the computer. Whatever, that's their choice, I suppose. Let's see if my opponent made their move. I forgot where I even went to see if they made it. Refresh the page. Why was I disconnected? That's crazy. I want to go home. Nope, my opponents did not make their moves. Oh, now we're looking at a Mewtwo deck. Yeah, I don't have any way to get my like a capture device kind of thing, right? I think even when I plug my phone into my computer, it's like a pain sometimes to even get the pictures and videos off of it onto my computer. Because I don't know, I've been wanting to try and like film games at League Cups and stuff like that and then do videos on them, but I keep not actually recording them when I go to stuff. But in the past when I've tried to like just pull the videos off of my phone, it's kind of a pain sometimes. Because I have an iPhone and my computer's just a PC, so I bet it would be easier if I had like a MacBook or something like that. It would probably just work automatically. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think my voice is very annoying, so I appreciate the kind words. I guess it's better than if it was like super high pitch. So there used to be this Pokemon YouTuber Yellow Swallow that I would just like listen to his videos to fall asleep to. His voice was like I don't know, just easy to fall asleep to. I'm curious if there are any brackets deck doing good. I think a lot of the websites where people would like report their opponent's decks is what they were like, what archetype they were playing, stopped functioning during the actual event, which is kind of unfortunate. I think it was like PokeStats would actually tell you what people were playing. Oh, so we should be getting the stream anytime now. Oh, Piper's 6-0 as well? Am I? No, the timer, the round 7 is going on right now. I think maybe it's like there's something weird going on and they're having trouble getting people set up for the stream or something. Because it says that these people are playing their rounds right now. They're round 7. Oh, Rowan's 5-1 too. That's cool. This would have been a good match to see Piper versus Ryuki. Huh. That they don't really give you a choice whether you want to be on stream or not. That is possible that they're like arguing with someone or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how we find out what people are playing other than just like knowing someone that's there that has seen it, but they haven't like announced it or anything to my knowledge. Yeah, they're just see when they do stuff like this, I'm pretty sure they just like send them these slides and say buy some time. So who knows what's actually going on? Like they could be like arguing with someone about going on stream, or maybe something happened, like someone got sick or something, who knows. That's just complete and utter random speculation. But I think they thought that the game was going to be on stream by now, which is a bit interesting. Let's see if they are talking about it yet.
Yeah, we saw Tord Reklev trying to alleviate that Iono pressure when he played this deck actually over in Japan. Did you notice did you see his deck list that he posted?
No, you have to play the same 60 all weekend. I think Japan lets you change decks as much as you want from day 1 to day 2, like after day 1 is over and before day 2 starts, but here we have to you lock in one deck for the whole weekend. Back in the like a while ago before the cash era, or maybe right at the start of the cash era, they used to do day 1 as standard and day 2 as expanded. But expanded was like basically was a couple more sets added to standard. It wasn't like expanded is now, or yeah, it wasn't like expanded is now. So it like wasn't that big of a change. It was just like people added like trainers mails or something to their decks. Yeah, that was a pretty cool. I never played during that, but I've watched like most of the regionals and stuff that they had, and it's pretty interesting. I'm pretty sure the regional that Mahone won was like that, like day 2. And like I said, it wasn't like super different. Most people, oh, it was level balls was one of the cards that they would add to their decks because it had just rotated out. But the whole time I've been playing, it's just you're locked into the same deck all weekend. And they used to have like 3 or 4 expanded regionals every year, but they stopped doing that. I think because they don't, first, they just don't want to deal with expanded. It's kind of a mess right now. And second, like the supply issues, they'd have to reprint, like they'd have to reprint stuff. Um, Japan reprinted like an expanded trainer toolkit kind of thing, like 5 years ago with like computer searches and stuff, which was kind of cool. And we always thought that we would get it here, but we never did. So that's what it seems like. Yeah, I don't follow expanded very much. I think it's just any deck that like if your deck's not completely broken, it's probably not good and expanded. There's some crazy combos though that you can pull off that like give your opponent basically 1 turn to play the game. And I don't know if they banned anything for this, but there was like a supporter card that said you can play this card. It was Wally that says you can evolve a Pokemon the same turn you put it into play. And it also says you can play this card on your first turn going first. So you're still allowed to play it like as a turn 1 supporter. And you can like Wally into Lugia and Battle Compressor Archeops, Lugia out double Archeops, and then accelerate 4 double Dragon Energies to Giratina Garchomp and discard 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. So if they like only have 2 Pokemon in play, you just win. It didn't seem to do good at the last expanded in Japan, the last major in Japan that was expanded, so it might just be too clunky to be reliable. But you know it's a broken combo when I like lose my train of thought halfway through explaining it. It's pretty insane. Yeah, because Giratina Garchomp's tag team GX attacks is like discard 1 Pokemon. If you have 3 extra fighting energies attached to this Pokemon, discard 2. Oh, he's at 6-0? That's wild. Yeah, we got Polt Zoroark and Ethan's Typhlosion at 6-0. And that one says what you like flip your prizes over and then you can take 3 as the extra effect. I have like 4 or 6 of those. I wish that would go up like Gengar and Mimikyu. Wait. Notable matches. Charles Collier versus Cody Graham. That's surprising that they're going all the way down to 4-1-1 right now. That's interesting. Yeah, the first effect is like, but you get to flip them face up too, right? Or am I thinking of a different one? I might be thinking of a different one. Yeah, that was, I think that was one of the last decks that I planned on building before COVID because I found like 4 of them in a sleeve somewhere. So that means that I ordered 4 of them right before that all happened. Because there was like Azul's group, like Jimmy, Pendarvis, Rip, and Azul, and Danielle Tavila and all them played this Miss Magius Guzzlord Naganadel tag team deck to LAIC that year that looked really cool. And it was like Miss Magius knocked itself out and let you draw up till you had 7 cards in your hand. And it also had this other card that said you could search your deck to evolve the whatever evolved into Miss Magius turn 1. So you played the Dust Stone, automatically evolved Miss Magius, knocked 2 of them out to draw cards, and activated Beast Ring, which was an item that let you search your deck for 2 energy cards and attach them to one of your Ultra Beast Pokemon. yeah, this combo is ridiculous. And then you played this tool card called Beastbringer that said if your first knockout is knocking out a GX Pokemon, take an extra prize. So if you could knock out a tag team with the Naganadel Guzzlord with the Beastbringer, you took 4 prizes, and then you just GX'd for the other 2 prizes. And like it was like a whole like combo cheese deck. Sorry. But yeah, you did that whole combo, reset stamp your opponent to like 4 on turn 1 or whatever before they even got a turn to play the game. And this was standard. And then yeah, it's kind of crazy. And then 1 and 2 attacks after that. Or it probably took 3 attacks to win because you had either 2-shot a tag team or something like that. But it was a pretty cool idea that they played. And yeah, I ordered all the cards for it, and then the world closed down. And that just the fact standard was getting a little bit degenerate at that point too. Because that was, well, I guess that was a few months beforehand, because the OCIC that year happened where like half of top 32 was what's it called? The Cincino with the trade ability that drew cards, and then you played the Balalba Bryson man with Surge to discard 6 cards from your opponent's deck every turn. Oh, yeah, Mew VMAX. That is, I think that is one of my least favorite decks of all time. I did not ever enjoy playing against that deck. It's like there's always a deck in the format, or not always, but Mew VMAX and Goldengo specifically feel like decks that are just like super hard for me to beat, and I feel like half of it's just in my mind that ends up to me losing. But yeah, Mew VMAX was a fine card, but Genesect was definitely a mistake in my opinion. I don't know what they were thinking with that. Like drop to 6 4 times a turn is crazy. And that was after they printed Crobat V too, so they knew that drawing up to 6 more than once a turn is insane. Oh yeah, decks where you draw that many cards are always fun to play for sure. Like something about drawing cards is always a good time. There's like something going on with production because this happened in the first round too. I'm a bit nosy, so I'm always curious like what's going on, but we'll never find out unless Chip spills the beans on the podcast next week, which hopefully he does. Because round 1 took forever to start. But yeah, when you said Mew VMAX, I read it as Mew Tag Team at first. I was like, oh yeah, that's a Pokemon deck. Welder, Mewtwo, and Mew. Greatest deck of all time. Maybe that's not true, but it was certainly fun. Yeah, I love playing that deck. Goldengo versus Mewtwo. Or yeah, that's, I see why they put this on stream. When I just think about it in my head, it does kind of seem like a free win for Goldengo though, doesn't it? Or am I wrong? I guess nothing's a free win in this format. Like bad matchups are like 60-40, which is hardly unfavored. It's like almost the same as a 50-50. I'm curious if that Ray girl is playing Toad Scroll again though. That might be a better tournament deck than an online grinding deck. This, yeah, that's funny. This is just 2 decks that discard energy, do damage. That's great. Looks like our Mewtwo player will be going first. Yeah, I like had a feeling that Goldengo is gonna win the tournament. It doesn't seem to be playing out that way, but just something deep down inside was telling me Dengo, um, with like Dracloak or Saraledge is gonna win. But I guess it allegedly has a bad Raging Bolt matchup now, which I don't know how bad it really could be because it was always favored against Raging Bolt, but now it's like suddenly unplayable or something. I don't know. That seems kind of silly to me. Bravery Mewtwo with repeated Archer uses would make the game. What does the Archer do? Is that the one that shuffle your opponent shuffle draw 3? Yeah, that's why I don't like playing against Goldengo, because you like build up this whole game plan all game to like Iono them to 1 and have like this sick play to come back, and then they just somehow have 12 cards in their hand at the end of the turn. You're like, well, I guess like why'd I even bother Ionoing them? I should have just left my hand alone. Oh no, I think the ace spec is like god awful, but it does just fit. It is the best one for the deck, unfortunately. Yeah, Goldengo doesn't seem to care about hand disruption, unfortunately. It doesn't seem like it draws like it just draws 1 or 2 cards, but like draw with 2 Goldengos into Pheasantipity, and then if they have their cloaks on the bench, they'll start drawing with that. The crowd is going wild. Yeah, I got bodied a few times by Goldengo recently, if you can't tell. Yes, it is quite good, especially with Goldengo. Oh, was that 2 metal in the prize? If I can like be steady with my hand, I could probably pull it up, but it's not working. The stream's too long. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. 2 metals seems pretty unlucky. Oh yes, yeah, especially if you just draw it like raw off of the hand reset, you're just good to go. Yeah, this matchup just well, I guess the Rockets Mewtwo just goes early Spite Ops and forces the Dango player to evolve up into a Goldengo and tries to take the first 2 prize knockout. Would be my guess. Dango's your second favorite deck right now. Oh my god, he's playing the Torment Murkrow. Yo, that body's Goldengo. I don't think that they play like the highest amount of switching cards. 1 switch, 1 Turo, I believe. That's so awesome. Oh, and he just slams the energy on it right away. That's hilarious. I don't know. That seems like maybe a little bit of a mistake, because now this guy can just well, we'll see, but he probably should just not evolve until he can gust the Murkrow and knock it out so that he can't get tormented. Oh, it is the Dragapult or the Cloak version. But can we see if we oh, it's got the picnic basket. Did I see 2 picnic baskets in this guy's deck? Hold on, let me oh no, it was just 1. 2 would be crazy. Dude, it seems like this dude, like, that is the plan against Goldengo. It was what it seems like. He didn't even think twice, just grab the Murkrow, slammed it. That's kind of funny. Maybe it is just that strong against the deck. I feel like I would try to hide it until my opponent started attacking or something. But that might just be like not correct. Will he TM Evo? No. Smart, smart. Maybe he's got no energy and had no choice, but got the Spite Ops. Into the drop till 8. Drop till 8 is crazy. I wonder why he did not attach the energy first. I figured he would attach, retreat, and then accelerate it back, but is Secret Box just the best A spec? Like, dude, he's discarding a Rocket's energy over the second grass? That, huh. There was 2 grass in his hand, right? I'm pretty sure that I saw that, but I definitely could be wrong. If there is a second grass in his hand, you never discard Night Stretcher over a basic energy or a basic Pokemon, but I definitely could have seen it wrong. Let us see. Yep, I just can't see apparently, it looks like. No. Yeah, that, I guess at the end of the day, it didn't really end up mattering, but it's just a good practice to like not discard the Night Stretcher over the energy, because you can just get the energy back with the Night Stretcher, especially like since he was going to draw more with the stadium. You always just discard the grass, and then if you don't get another energy off of the stadium, then you can Night Stretcher the energy back. Yeah, it is seeming like it is just the best A spec, pretty much. I wonder if we just what's the word I'm looking for? Like defaulted to like Prime Catcher and Unfair Stamp too soon. And like Secret Box. I wonder if even there's like some argument to Legacy Energy. I'd have to think about that more. Not in this deck, but like in decks in general. Because that card is really strong, but it might just not affect the prize trade really at all in a lot of matchups. Yeah, true. Like, even if this, like, you can't go wrong with Prime Catcher. You're never going to be, like, sad that you have it. Yeah, Legacy and Heroes Cape are two that I always thought were a little bit underplayed. Well, they're not really played at all, so obviously at least a little bit. Oh no, it was a Dark Energy is the second prized energy. Yeah, I think that just like slamming the energy on the Murkrow and discarding a second one when that seems like the entire plan for the matchup was a little bit of a mistake. Oh yeah, Legacy can definitely be the difference between a win or a loss. What in the world? Bro, you can't attack with that, brother. What are you doing? Don't do it. Don't do it, man. I guess you would never get enough energy in your hand to attack with that energy anyway, right? Why did he bench the other Mimikyu already? Yeah. Yeah. Uh, Guzma on an item is just insane. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of, but it's a little bit interesting. Like, I wonder what it is that he wants to find. Yeah, that was just like getting a little bit ahead of himself. Yeah, I think oh, it was definitely a misplay no matter what in that order, but it just seems a little bit unnecessary to put down now at this point. I think he switched his play at some point during the turn and maybe was originally going to Ariana, but still you don't bench it until you actually have to, and it could have just been discarded with Ultra Ball as well. It probably is like not very consequential, but I don't know. And now like you're bench locked for no reason, which feels bad. Yeah, yeah. And now like say he couldn't get a second Pokemon down, he could just pass and know that there's no way that he's getting one shot this next turn, because it's not like you can bench a Mewtwo and E-switch or anything like that. But he can get a second Pokemon down, so that doesn't really apply, but either way. I thought I thought he was gonna go a little harder for the Torment Murkrow attack that like says you can pick one of your opponent's attacks and they can't use it next turn. Yeah, I think that's almost definitely a bit of a mistake. Or just plain like there's no point to bench it. He should have discarded it with the Ultra Ball. Because you never need more than one in this matchup. You can't attack with it. And your opponent's not going to like gust it to knock it out because it's just completely useless. So this must be the version of the deck that plays like just the two Mewtwo's, right? Because it doesn't seem like he's even like caring about using Mewtwo. And if he doesn't play like an E-switch or a counter gain, there's almost no way that he can ever get a Mewtwo attack off, I don't think. Without at least without risking it getting like gusted down. Are those protons that he keeps discarding with the vessels? It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I think I don't know. I've never played this matchup, but I would have thought that he would try to get an energy attachment on the Mewtwo on his first turn. Just to like have a Mewtwo on the bench to threaten at least at some point during the game. Dude, the fact that you can use your supporter vessel and then draw two with the stadium is insane. I think he's got an Ultra Ball in hand too, which probably wouldn't hurt to get a second Spite Ops down or out, I mean. Or at least I think that would be good. So we have completely abandoned the Torment play. Interesting. I'm kind of confused. Like he seems so confident that that was the play to go for. And unfortunately, not having like a way to get Mewtwo attacking is giving this guy quite a bit of time to like finish setting up his board. I think he's just trying to trade with Spite Ops because he's worried if like unless he has a way to build up Mewtwo in one turn, I don't know if he can ever afford to just like leave it on the bench. Or else like he's almost definitely gonna lose the game if he does that. Like bench it to just attach and attack with a Spidops. I think that's like the plan a lot of the time with this deck though, is to try to just trade with the Spidops. At least the versions that don't have a counter gain or energy switch, which this guy could play. I'm not really too sure. It would be cool to see the Team Rockets deck win on stream though. And like, oh no, he had to get down another Rockets Pokemon. Now he can't even knock this out, can he? He can do 180, which cuts down to 150 after resistance. Right, am I missing something? No, I'm not. Yeah, he needed to have a 6th Rockets Pokemon down last turn. 150, 120, 270, yeah. And then bench another one this turn. Now he's in like a very tough spot. I don't really want to like jump the gun or anything, but that might just be GG. Yeah, because he's going to go down to 3 this turn, and then next turn the Goldengo player is going to be able to go down to 1 prize. Because right, I'm not missing anything where there's no way for... Oh, Defiance Band. He could Defiance Band, knock it out, right? Or is that still not enough? 180 plus 90. Yeah, so Defiance Band, full bench of Rockets, Pokemon, Spidops is the only way that he can knock out this Goldengo this turn. Which I see... Huh. Let's see what he's going to do. He might have a plan. So he also could have forgotten about resistance last turn, and he might have thought that he was doing more damage. I wonder if he only plays one petrol and is realizing that it's prized. I wonder. Oh yeah, he does play Defiance Band and the petrol is prized. And Mewtwo might be the only option to put on the bench, but you just lose the game potentially if you bench that. Is he gonna have to go double Articuno? That would feel so bad. These needs to keep benching Spidopses as well. Huh. It's so hard to tell what's in their hand with the way the overlay is. Let's see what he's got. Yeah, double Articuno. That's... You might as well just scoop at this point if he thinks this matchup is in fact favored. It's probably just not worth playing out from here. Unless I'm missing something, which is also very possible. Right, it's 30 for each Rockets Pokemon, right? That's 30 times 6, 180 minus 30 for resistance is 150, which is not enough damage. He might have the Defiance Band in hand, though. Let us see. Does he have it? I think he... It's kind of pointless anywhere, so you might as well just, it doesn't really matter. No Defiance Band. That is a tragedy. Oh, he's got it. He waited till the last second. I like that play because he's going for a little bit of the tilt factor. He's like making it, giving his opponent false hope all turn. So definitely like that. Pretty smart. Thinking, you know, he's playing 3D chess. Now this guy's like, oh no, this whole turn I was thinking that I have my Goldengo up. But so the Rockets player does need some sort of way to energy switch. Basically, it needs to be energy switch specifically, actually, to be able to have a solid out to win this game. Or maybe like a bravery charm on the Mimikyu. I'd be a little bit worried about the Goldengo deck playing Jamming Tower at that point, though. The picnic basket. That makes things interesting for sure. Another downside, I think, to Goldengo is like, it feels like you can never play Iono. But like when you would want to towards the end of the game because you're putting all your stuff to the bottom. Are we digging for ciphers? He got ciphers if he wants it. Ciphers or Arvin? I don't know what Arvin gets you that you wouldn't rather just have cipher for. Maybe Arvin just to burn it out of the deck? Huh. Interesting. I can't tell if that's I don't think that was an energy switch in Charles's hand. It looked like it could have been energy switch or counter game, but counter game's kind of worthless at this point. Because like he's not gonna go down, like he's gonna win the game next turn if you hit into this Goldengo. So he might have to just go bench Mewtwo attached to it and then play the hand disruption supporter and hope that Goldengo doesn't have a gust effect on it. That is the only out that I see. Huh. Getting a gimme goal down for next turn. I guess that's fine. Yeah, now I'm curious to see what this guy is gonna do. This seems like a tough spot. Oh, he does have energy switch. He just has game in hand. GG. You can tell by how fast he's playing. Nice. That's pretty cool to see. I like that he's playing the energy switch. I saw a lot of lists that looked like similar to this throughout the rest of it that were playing no energy switch, which I think is probably just a mistake. Even if I guess we could have assumed that he's playing energy switch when we saw the petrol, but it could easily be counter gain as well. Getting the dub. Yeah, so knowing that he had an energy switch, he played that pretty well for the most part. A very clear plan. The picnic basket could have been problems though. And I can't remember if he did end up seeing it. at the end of that game. I can't remember if the Goldengo player Ultra Balled it away or not. The double Mimikyu is interesting. I wonder if he's really just valuing the free retreat. Just buy a thread. Oh, he definitely was. And he even prized his petrol, which I think is why he was shaking his head that one turn. I think he went to transceiver for it and noticed that it wasn't in the deck. That's pretty cool though. I always like to see new archetypes. Oh, the fist bump. Don't do that. You're gonna get DQ'd. Crazy. Yeah, it'd be cool to see a Rockets deck do well. For sure. And I don't know. That game looked like pretty straightforward as far as like he went about taking the prizes. Went perfectly as planned. Yeah, there are no gestures allowed. We don't like gestures here. They're frowned upon. So the Goldengo player probably chose second. I wonder if we ever see a Mewtwo get benched and attached to turn one. Probably not. Oh, with the Monkey Dory, you can't torment lock. You'll just lose. I forgot about that. Oh, the Pheasantipity start. Does that matter? No, that's kind of hard for a Spite Up to knock out, actually. Oh no. Is his hand dead? The energy switch is prized, but it's in a spot where it probably shouldn't matter. He'll have it by the time that he needs it. Bench the Articuno and pass. Knowing that the Fez was the starter, obviously he didn't have the option, but I wonder if you ever get down a Mewtwo and attach, knowing that there's like guaranteed going to be a two prizer to knock out with it on the bench. And so, as which side? As the Goldengo player or as the Spite Ops player? Because I don't know, both of them had kind of a pretty straightforward prize map to win the game. Like the way that it started out for the Mewtwo player, he was just able to get that first prize for free. And I think like most games, when you actually start to think about it, is after you've already taken a prize or two, because as Goldengo. Yeah, his idea was just hope that the opponent has to two shot through the last Goldengo and he could just Monkey Dory 30 onto the other 30 onto the Mimikyu and win before he could win the geez, why I'm having like trouble talking right now. Since yeah, his opponent only ever put one prizers in play. So the only real way that he had to try to make a comeback was to use Monkey Dory to steal an extra prize with hold on one second, I'm sorry. All right, sorry about that. My brother was calling me. Yeah, that's kind of what makes like single prize decks like that so strong, that can like establish just a single prize board state and never give you an option to catch up in the prize trade. So really his only hope at that point was to try to use Monkey Dory to steal an extra prize at one point, or else he was always going to be behind. And his only other option was to get the picnic basket on that one turn that the opponent left that 120 damage on his Goldengo. And trying to think of like the best way to articulate this. You're just basically trying to find any way to either get a 2 prize turn or get your opponent to stumble for a turn. Like single prizers have to trade into 2 prizers like 2 for 1. And if you can stop them from doing that, that's like 2 hits for 1 knockout. And then I'm sorry, I'm like having a hard time just articulating this. So you're just trying to find any way to either for you to take 2 prizes in 1 turn or to get your opponent to have to 3-shot you. And sometimes it is just kind of like not in the cards, so to speak. But like things that he could have done was Monkey Dory seemed like the most straightforward option because there's a 60 hit point Pokemon on the bench. So as long as his opponent had to 2-shot 2 Goldengos, he'd be able to move 60 damage onto the Mimikyu and take an extra prize that way. Oh geez, he's drawn pretty bad this game. Or the only other option is like to get a Goldengo damaged and to retreat it and hope the opponent can't gust it up and finish off the 2-shot that turn. It definitely isn't the hardest spot, or it definitely isn't the easiest situation to deal with, but just the way, like, I think the simplest way to think about it is trying to buy an extra turn, whether that be by making your opponent not be able to 2-shot you or taking an extra prize on a turn. I don't know if that makes sense at all, but hopefully I explained that all right. Goldengo is definitely one of those decks that you have a like really hard time into 1 prize decks, but there's not all that many of them that can play the whole game without a 2 prizer on the board. So as long as they're having 2 prizes, or if they have 2 prizes on the board, you're trying to like gust them up as much as possible and knock them out. So like always have an out to boss in the hand. But if they're not going to put a 2 prizer in play, you have to like just try to go as fast as you can and hope that the aggression causes them to stumble at some point. I have to order delivery for my brother because for some reason he can't call because he's out on a boat, which is kind of unfortunate. Did someone drop a card? Yeah, exactly. That's why the other person didn't put Mewtwo in play. Because if he put the Mewtwo in play at any point before that last turn, he would have lost the game because he was he had to make up for the prize trade by forcing his opponent to knock out a bunch of single prizers. Oh, I think someone made a mistake. Oh, we saw an extra card, I think. That sucks. Yeah, exactly. Because the whole game he was like he traded 1 for 1 twice at the beginning of the game. And then some of this stuff is hard to explain without visuals. Like, what was he at? Yeah, because his opponent, what was it? I can't remember what the exact prize situation was now. If he had a 2 prizer on the board, his opponent could have won on that last turn. So he just like tried to build up his hand to get ready to build up a Mewtwo in one turn and, you know, one shot the last Goldengo. And he also couldn't two shot the last Goldengo because that Mimikyu had 30 damage on it. So Monkey Dory could have moved 30, knock out the Mimikyu, and then knocked out the active. I'll be right back. I'm going to turn the audio on. I just got to go grab something.
This penalty, it's going to be a DPL because I looked at.
And Cody's even explaining exactly. Yeah, he's been around the block. He knows how this works.
He honestly might already be a Pokemon professor. It just we know exactly. He's saying exactly what I just said too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a easy mistake to make, especially when you're thinking ahead, right? You're planning out exactly how this turn is going to play out. You know you're going to have those two cards in your hand. You just got to do the things in the right order to get them in your hand.
Yeah, I mean, last time that he did this, he did directly put them in his hand because he just tilted his Golden Go that was active. It works that way, and sometimes you just get a little bit ahead of yourself. You got the lights on you. You're already thinking, what am I supposed to do in a matchup like this? This guy
You're down a game.
Yeah, he brought a Mewtwo out of nowhere last time. I had to read a Murkrow.
I didn't even know if this guy played Mewtwo in his deck, and then I lost.
Surprise, surprise, all over the place, but certainly not out just yet. I mean, this is a great setup that Cody has here. He built a pretty nice board. He's going to be taking a knockout. If you're down 2 prize cards, this is the board you want to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely starting to build up a pretty solid board. And looking over at Charles' side, I mean, things are still not looking great, obviously, with the setup. He's going to need some help here. Hopefully that Ariana found a Proton or a Rocket's Transceiver. You'd have to think, with so many copies in the deck, you know, surely now we've been able to find one.
I did get a little bit of a hint. I mean, if we're going to hang around here, you might as well know. Yeah, we did see the Transceiver added to the hand from the Ariana. So we'll have access to some plays here. Now, I'm a little nervous about the energies, though. We saw 3 grass energies hit the discard pile, I believe. Finding another energy for Spite Ups might not be guaranteed.
Now, you can use the Team Rocket's energy, right? It doesn't provide both energy, but it works for your colorless slot, right?
I mean, it's not pretty, but it works. You might limit some other plays, but
I mean, what other
plays do you need?
Yeah, you need the one for the Mewtwo. That's it, right?
Right. It's we're not asking for very much here.
Looks like our judges are kind of explaining things to the players. This should be a pretty simple fix. Like we've mentioned, it's a common enough mistake, so hopefully we can get back into the gameplay here pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, we have not seen terribly much from Charles this time around. Looking through the list, he's got a lot of great cards that could help him get a big setup and start to target down these last 4 prizes he would need, hypothetically.
Let's see if we can maybe listen in a little bit to this conversation as the judge is explaining the ruling here. Oh, as he steps away. Great timing.
Nailed it.
We were talking about the Team Rocket's Transceiver. I actually want to ask you, you know, as someone who has spent a lot of time in the game over the years, you obviously played back whenever Holland's Transceiver was a very played and very good card in the game for many, many years. You know, what's it like for you to be able to see those kind of same effects come back? Is that a cool callback to your history, or do you just kind of think about it more in the modern lens?
I loved the Holland engine. That was one of my favorite cards that we had in the engine, was using that Transceiver. Not only did it help you search out your supporters from the deck, but you could also target the discard pile, which was so helpful back then, having a card that works as VS Seeker or searching out the supporter like the current Rocket's Transceiver does now. It was the best of both worlds.
Looks like we are getting back into the game here, Kyle. Let's get now to the table and get an update as well on the prize penalty, whether that has been issued. Recon Directive being used for Cody. Looking at the top 2, will add 1 to the hand, and sure enough, you see by the mark on the left side for Charles' prize cards, it is a double prize penalty. Charles will have to take 2 less prize cards to win this game.
Yep, we added a little more time to.
All right, I am sorry about that. Had to call and order some pizza. Yeah, I missed what happened as well. Yeah, I think he saw an extra card, so we got it. Or the Goldengo player saw an extra card, so he gets a 2 prize penalty. Oh, and I was thinking about it, the only other thing that the Goldengo player potentially could have done was like try to use one of his one prizers to knock out like the Mimikyu. Like if he could have got 2 energy onto a Dracloak, he could have bossed up the Mimikyu and knocked that out with the Dracloak and not put any of his own 2 prizers in play. And then that would have also like made it so he could have potentially won the game. And now that the Goldengo player's board locked himself out of Monkey Dory, this guy can torment him out of the game potentially. Yeah, that's my guess, is he saw an extra prize just because of the way that he was like, or not an extra prize, an extra card, because he was holding a card face down on the table, and that's usually what that means. He's got the jamming tower in place, so that makes it so he can't retreat and attach an energy to the Murkrow in the same turn. That's a little bit tricky to deal with. Huh, I wonder what card he showed him. The picnic basket, maybe? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he saw an extra card because he's like being so intentional with his movements now when looking at cards. And that's usually what happens when you accidentally see an extra card. You're like, all right, I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen again. How is it still 6-6? Where was it like a judge call the whole time I was gone, basically? That's kind of what it seems like. So I wonder if he's just gonna try to torment and make it go to time and just win 1-0. That might just be the best play at this point. Oh, and back in the day, like, well, I say this like it was a long time ago, a few years ago, but they would make it so when you got a prize penalty, you physically took the prize cards. So like he would be able to use counter catcher right now if that was still the case and knock out like the Murkrow or whatever. It is definitely for the best that they changed that. And seeing the top card of your deck was only a 1 prize penalty, which I think would be fine to switch it back to that. But they changed it when 3 prize Pokemon were a thing because single prize penalties were really inconsequential with 3 prizers in the format. Yeah, he's got the Rockets energy. But the Dengo player does have a switch in hand, and he's burning the Night Stretcher now. Oh no. Wait a minute. Oh, he's still just going to try to prize race him. Oh, that makes sense. He's got a 2 prize penalty. But his energy switch is prize too. Oh no. I wonder if he knew that. That's tough. I think he might have got a little bit ahead of himself here, but he could potentially not get punished by this guy not having a Monkey Dory on the bench. He kind of like overbenched himself or overplayed his bench. Ooh, that's unfortunate. I thought he was just gonna torment there. And if this guy finds a Turo, he's just bodied. Who knows if he even plays Turo though? We haven't I haven't seen it yet at least. So that does feel bad. I feel like he had to two-shot the first Goldango first before letting Monkey Dory get put into play. But I could be wrong. That seems like the best way to go to me. Did he not have a picnic basket in hand already? There's no way he plays two, right? Oh my god, he plays two picnic baskets. What is happening in the world? What? Yo, that's crazy. Double picnic basket. He was very worried about Grimmsnarl, I guess. Oh my goodness. There's the factory. Really needed that one last turn for sure, and then he would just like be in such a good spot. Oh, he can just counter catcher it back up, but maybe he plays two energy switch. This is one of those things that it's like really hard to say what is best to do, not knowing his exact list. Because if he can't, if he doesn't have a second energy switch, I feel like he might have had to hit into the Goldango before freeing up a bench spot for Monkey Dory. But he's definitely not going to be expecting two picnic baskets either, which could definitely make the math super awkward. And he probably should have attacked with the Spite Ops with two energy and no Defiance Band. I've never played on stream, but I can imagine it's like kind of nerve-wracking. I know I'd be like nervous playing on stream for sure. He just nest ball and not get the monkey? Is it already in hand? I think you definitely want to bench it and get a dark onto it. Or at least a second metal or a metal onto a bench Dengo. But if he just like benches a monkey with a dark, he can't be torment locked because it does 30 damage. So he just like the Rockets player would just be doing more damage to his own side of the board than he is like messing with his opponent. Monkey might be prized. Maybe that's why he benched himself out of it. That would make sense. It would make sense for certain. Getting so much energy out of the deck is interesting. I don't have much experience with Goldango, but I would have guessed that he'd want to, yeah, Monkey Dory must be prized, that he'd want to thin different cards out. This guy can get another Tarantula into play Maybe not anymore. Well, 500 to 4 isn't the worst thing in the world, but he could just like gust back to like Dreepy, Cloak. I cannot tell what the last card in the Rockets player's hand is. I was gonna say, imagine if he whiffed the knockout, but he's definitely not gonna. Discarding the Night Stretcher instead of the energy, which is probably just not the way to do it right now. He's got more than enough energy in hand. Yeah, I wonder why he discarded the Night Stretcher instead of one of the random energies. There might be a reason for it that I just don't see. It's very possible. What is that? Oh, he plays a Sacred Ash? I guess it makes sense if you're trying to stream Spite Ops. Huh. That's a tricky spot to be in. And like with 4 Goldengos and a Cloak and a Dreepy on the bench, you gotta assume your opponent's gonna have boss next turn. Does Mewtwo say only discard basic energies, or can it discard special energy as well? He's got Arven, he's gonna have to switch. Actually, you can probably just draw back into the switch almost definitely. The Dango player's gotta be running low on energy at this point. The way he's just like been ultra balling him away and going through this many one prize Pokemon is definitely tough on the energy usage. This game is very close for a 2 prize penalty game. I guess I was wrong. He does not seem to be running out of energy anytime soon. I think he doesn't want to attach the metal because maybe he has a metal prize, and I think they often play 3. It just says energy, thank you. So if he does play a second energy switch, he still has most of what he needs to get the knockout next turn. Or to potentially get the knockout at least. Yeah, this is like what he had to do last game. Knock out the Mimikyu. Huh. I don't know that I don't know if I see the vision with knock out the Mimikyu, but I'm probably missing something. I also haven't seen a Dragapult in his deck. Maybe he's worried about that. Yeah, I was wondering about if it said just basic energies, because oh no, maybe it doesn't matter. Actually, I was wondering if he could discard the Rocket's energy off of the Murkrow for Mewtwo's attack, which sounds like he can. And I was thinking if he would have to do that if the Spite Ops got knocked out, but he just wouldn't have enough energy in play to do what he wants if that happened. So the Rockets player is pretty close. He took the E switch too, but he might be down all of his Rockets energies. I haven't been here enough to know how many energy is down. Oh, that A spec is so useful at this point. Oh wow, how did he play the whole game without his A spec and like never have a problem with energies? Oh, he's got energy switch ultra ball in his hand. So if the stadium doesn't get bumped and he top decks Giovanni or a receiver, he just wins. Which playing the Sacred Ash, I don't think that was very good idea last turn. Now there's like a lot of top decks that aren't Giovanni's or receiver in the deck that didn't really need to be in there. Who knows though? We'll know if it's his day, if he still top decks it anyway. Huh. Yeah, this is the part where Mewtwo only discarding off of the bench is like such a hindrance to the deck. Now he just doesn't have the resources to energy switch and attack with a Mewtwo and still do 280. Yeah, you just have to promote Murkrow and hope. Nope, that ain't it. They're just gonna get Spite Ops and Torment, and then the guy just has to retreat. Oh, he's losing on turns too. That's unfortunate. This is the start of the end for this guy. You can see it in his eyes. His opponent ignoring the fist bump, showing him that he's got the cards. Yeah. That sucks. He was so close yet so far. And tying at 4-1-1 feels terrible too. It's essentially a loss for all intents and purposes. Unless the 2 ties makes the difference into top cut, but I just don't know that it will. Getting congratulated for a tie. Love to see it. Support from the homies. And the whole crew is there. Never like to see a tie on stream. Big Sag. Oh, was his eSearch Pro prize that game? It's kind of crazy that the Rockets deck can just like clunk out like that in the middle of the game with all of the outs that it has to supporter cards and stuff. Like all, yeah, it happens. What did he top deck? Another Ultra Ball. So Sacred Ashing the Pokemon back in technically didn't end up mattering. You know, the way she goes, sometimes she goes, sometimes she don't. What can you really do? That was a cool match though. Both those games were pretty close. The 2 prize penalty was almost like almost hurt the Mewtwo player more because it made it so that he didn't want to concede that game because he's like had such a clear line to win, even from being pretty far behind. Which it definitely is hard to just concede a game with a 2 prize penalty. Um, what was that, round 7? 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that was round 7. 2 more rounds to go. Let's see where everyone's at. Whoa. That is not my favorite way to read that. What the heck? Oh, that is like hard to look at. What? Is it broken? Let's see if we can. Oh my god, I can't believe the Brave browser search engine actually brought up the right thing. That search engine is such a pile. Oh, that's unfortunate. Homonyms, aka standing mistakes. What does that mean? All right, we can't look at that apparently. Oh, no problem. Appreciate you stopping by, hanging out. I very much appreciate it. I wish we could look at the records on the Pokédata site. I wonder if I can look at it on my phone, which doesn't really help you guys, but I usually like to see who won their games and such. Oh no, it's doing the same thing on my phone. And that's kind of the only site that maybe Arcanine just has the pairings. Oh god, the site is screwed up. It like froze my phone. That's not good. That is not good. I wonder why they do like this cloudy effect over the camera just to make it like obvious that it's like a camera angle. All right, Arcanine. I just want to see if my friends won their rounds. Actually, Arcanine probably has so much traffic going to it right now that it's not going to work on my phone. Yeah, no shot. We got 4 minutes. It did activate my account. None of my daily game opponents moved. It doesn't look like. Why is that so loud? Yeah, no, they didn't. Live. Whoops. I'll definitely have to try out that Mewtwo deck. I look forward to seeing the list. Even though I do wonder if you just like basically have no choice but to like play a Fez in there. I wonder if they'll ever bring back the Australian International Championship. Probably not, but that was kind of a cool event to watch. Even though I don't know, Australia's kind of, I don't know if I would go there. That's kind of terrifying. They have the biggest spiders there. And I'm not really much of a spider person myself. But Australian accents are pretty cool. Oh, is it gonna work? It works. We can look at the standings now, I think. Refresh. High rate 0.16. Yo, Ray Chen 7 no. Is she rocking the Toad Scroll again? I'm so curious. Round 8 is already paired. Ray versus Stefan. Let's see who Ryan's playing. David Rzepska. Who Ryuki is playing. Irko Valencia. I am terrible at names. So there's what, 6 7-0s? 6 that's what it looks like, yeah. Quite a bit of 7-0s. That means there could be 2 9-0s. Wait. So 3 people will be 8-0. Yeah, there could be 2 9-0s. That's pretty cool. Kind of crazy. Let's see. Tord is at 601. So my guess for the stream match is Azul. Who's he playing? Azul versus Rowan. They have to put that on stream. They have to. That would be crazy if they didn't put that on stream. Oh, that's not good. I don't see my friends. Grant Manley at 502. Oh no. This is a tragedy. Not like that one tragedy, but let's see. Nope, I can't spell. Or I can't letters apparently. 511, that's not bad. 421, that feels bad. Those last rounds are hard. When you're at like 421, I don't know. If I'm ever like 421 at a regional, it's basically over. I get in my head way too much. And I just like start overthinking it. And I'm like thinking more about the next round than the current round. And it's just like a spiral. Just a terrible spiral. What's the point of the timer in the corner if it doesn't even mean anything? Are you Team Rocket? That is a question right there. What a beautiful looking river. I didn't even see this part of the opening ceremony. There's no one there. They are buying time. I feel like when I remember I've been to a couple of majors, I think, where there was 2 stream tables and it was like they had a backup stream table. Well, obviously there's always 2. There's like multiple there's one for each event, but I thought at one point they had a backup, but they made it very clear that they don't after John just like dipped out of that game super quick. hopefully, at least one of my friends makes day 2. That'd be cool. That would be cool. I can't find my last friend's name. I can't remember his last name either, though. Oh yeah, he's 4-3. That's not good. That means no day 2. I wonder if tomorrow will run smoother. This event, like, they seem to be stalling in between every round. Or at least that's what it seems like. I could definitely be wrong about that. For sure. For sure. Let's get back to you at the desk. Thanks, Adam. Chip and Kyle. That's weird. They were putting Kyle with that girl commentating for a long time now. And usually like Chip and Kyle are like more analytics or whatever it's called, so they don't get put together. Are they gonna say what Ray's playing?
Leading the charge atop her Toad Scroll EX.
She is playing
Ryuki
Toad Scroll.
Okada with one of the strongest seasons, right there behind 7-0. What a start.
Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic to see. We've got so much diversity here as well. Ryan Antonucci getting the job done here now, 7-0. Stefan Ivanov with the 7-0 start. I mean, it's NAIC. What else did you expect?
This is his tournament. You know, he's made the finals at this tournament 3 times. He's won it twice, and he's playing Zoark. He's got Trade in his deck. That is a pretty powerful pairing, Stefan alongside Zoark.
Yeah, it feels like he's got the fast pass. He can get right over to the front of the line.
Let's go ahead and
the
get him
opening
into,
days.
Let's get him into top
Yeah,
cut.
just start him off 9-0.
What's
Why
going to
not?
happen, and we'll see how things shake out from there.
Well, maybe we can find out who will join him. We've got a lot of other great players here.
So Ray is playing Toad Scroll. That's so cool. That deck was feeling like really consistent and strong online, but like I've said a couple times, it just felt like if you go up against a safeguard Pokemon that's not Mimikyu or Cornerstone, you get bodied. But I don't think anyone's really playing those cards because they're not very good against Guardy, and I guess maybe they're not very useful against Grimmsnarl either, perhaps. So maybe that just makes them not very good. Oh, Tord's playing Mahone. I'm shocked that they picked that over Azul Rowan. Because this is technically a winning into day 2. These two are already locked for day 2. So the past would tell me that they always pick this match. But I guess not. This would be a fair match to stream too. Henry Chow versus Nicolas Galaz. Those are 2 good players as well. Is CL? I wonder if CL is Chile. Mahone versus Tor, that'll be a decent game though, for sure. For certain. That's crazy. Like, there's a lot of the players that you would expect to do well towards the top. It is Chile, thank you. So I thought, I was like, I know he's from South America, but I don't know what CL is. That's my guess too. I think he's probably playing Pulsar. Voltar does seem pretty good. I think Tord might be playing that as well. Dude, Ray Chen's on a crazy run. She went, what, like 701 at the last regional into Top Cut? Now 7-0 at the very next event. That's crazy. Sometimes, you know, you just figure it out. Toad School is the play. Even though it did kind of not do anything at the very next event. I think the last podcast that I heard Mahone on, it sounded like he was leaning towards Grimmsnarl, I think, from what I remember, but I could be wrong. Kind of what it sounded like, though. If I'm remembering correctly. I would guess Piper is on Guardy, which is playing against the Typhlosion guy. Oh yeah, that's probably it, right? And you're also pretty solid into Dragapult. Dragapult Dusknoir probably can get a little weird, but I would guess it's still favored because you're turning Dragapult into basically saying just do 200 damage, which is like the 6 damage counters of the real strength of the deck. And I think Guardy's probably unfavored, but if Guardy opens an awkward hand with a lot of their like attackers in it and you make it so they can't stretcher them back, that can definitely get awkward. Raging Bolt. She said Raging Bolt's favored on a podcast. Or she said she figured out how to play it, which the one Raging Bolt match I played with the deck, I did win. You just like try to make sure you can take the first 2 prizes by being the first to gust. And did I pause the screen by accident? No, all right. And yeah. That's most of the decks in the format, I think. So now if they'll just get to the game. Mahone hasn't been on stream for a while, so I guess it makes sense that they would put him on stream as well, because he had a kid this year or whatever and has been playing very much. Toward Rec Lab, Andrew Mahone. Let's get it. Oh my god, they didn't make him cover up his tattoo. That's surprising. I'm pretty sure they usually make him cover up his tattoo. Oh, he's on Raging Bolt versus Dragapult Badoo, whatever that means. That's gotta feel so bad. Well, not okay, that came out totally wrong. Just the way that he lost that finals is really tough. Like champion, champion, champion. One more turn would have been champion. Feels bad. Or even one more turn would have been the GOAT. The greatest of all time. Did they make them change sleeves? They're both using the same sleeves. Holt Badoo is you. It is, right? That seems I don't know. I feel every time I see Pult versus Raging Bolt on stream, the Raging Bolt the Pult player makes a crazy comeback. So maybe it is just a fine matchup. Oh, is Mahone wearing the NAIC hat from this year? Oh, I almost saw it, but I can't tell. He's got a big head. That thing is like getting pushed to the limit. Sorry. That was messed up. That looks like a cool hat though, if that's the one that just comes with the spectator kit, or not the spectator, the player kit. The orange strap and the blue. Pretty cool. All right. Let's get to the top view. It would be cool if they if they like gave people access to like somehow gave people access to change the cameras from our end. I don't know if that's even like possible, but that would be cool. I would appreciate it. Toward playing the reverse hollow. What are those, black and white or X and Y? I can't remember. Ultra balls. That's interesting. There's so many prints of Ultra balls and research now. It's always interesting to see which artworks people pick, and just the interesting energy choice as well. I like it. I like it. Not even stamped. I'm kind of surprised to see that. I don't know why I'm surprised to see that, but I just would have thought. It looks like they're having a very awkward interaction for some reason. The Ditto Star. Gold Raging Bolts are disgusting. What? Mahone has better taste than that. I know he does. Is he playing a different artwork of Raging Bolt as all of his bolts? I don't know how I miss the prize cards every single game. It's actually kind of incredible. Or impressive. It's actually kind of impressive that I managed to miss them every single time. You would think I'm trying to miss them. Yeah, that is a gold Raging Bolt next to a baby Raging Bolt. Ditto for the Fan Call, classic. Now he's got an easy attack for next turn. I don't know why. I'm mostly curious about what his third Raging Bolt artwork is. Doesn't really make the most sense, but that is what I'm wondering. 80 HP Hoot Hoot right off the bat. I wish I didn't miss the prizes. I wonder if his other 70 HP Hoot Hoot is prized. Now that is the face of a man that is locked in. At the Latias Area 0 in hand. He is he's ready to go for next turn. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this matchup. Like Tord versus Mahone, which kind of makes sense, but they both like been around and like popular players for so long. You'd think that they would have been on stream facing at some point, but I guess the odds of them even playing at an event are pretty low to begin with. So he vessels away the big Raging Bolt. That's interesting. I wonder, he must know what Tord is playing. Actually, this tournament's so big that there's a chance that you might like not even be at the same table as all the other people at your record at the more undefeated end. So he might not be sure if he's playing just Raging Bull or just Dragapult or Dragapult Charizard. Either way, does go for the attach on the baby Bolt. Gotta bench the Latias. Ooh, no Latias bench. Interesting. Not gonna get punished for it, but like it's not unlikely that you get Iono'd. And I think you'd maybe would want to have Latias on the bench. Who knows? Not me. Tord playing black sleeves looks weird. He always plays yellow sleeves, I thought. Or at least he did for quite a long time. I suppose the yellow dragon shields really aren't the same as they used to be anyway. I can't tell what the second base. Oh, it's a Badoo. Yeah, it's a Badoo. Oh, it's a Pokey or Master Ball Badoo. Are those Pokeball Dreepies as well? It's kind of hard to tell. I can't tell. The world may never know. I hope the pizza people actually call my phone when they when they get here with the delivery. Yeah, they gotta be close. I'm gonna go. I'll be back in like 40 seconds. The delivery is sadly not here yet. That is a tragedy. What does that mean? All right. So Mahone sniped a Dreepy last turn, it does look like. That's a pretty good. Having two, doesn't matter. I feel like having two lightning energy locked up on the bolt could be awkward, but probably not. I suppose it really only matters if one is prized. Da-dum. The straight pull is kind of crazy, and the fact that he's 601 with it. A lot of people were saying like straight pull is just not nearly as good this format. Oh, he's got the Maractus. Yo, that's crazy. Mahone is tilted by that. I completely forgot about the Maractus. I guess it does let you like kind of buy a lot of time, but you are eventually gonna knock out the thing. Oh, and he just has a knock towel. That's kind of free. And the Turo. Yo, Mahomes prepared for it all, apparently. He's got the one of Turo. He said, I saw the Maractus coming. I knew what you were gonna do to me, Tord. Flip this into my deck right before the match. I seen you Maractus in people all day. Turo Vessel. He really hoped that Maractus buys time, but I mean, they just have a Turo. What can you really do? Now you have no Dracloaks, nothing but a Maractus, nothing really to lock in the active except maybe a Noctowl. Geez, this is tough. A tough spot for Tord. Tord like very rarely scoops these spots though. I don't know. He sees things that the rest of us just do not see. Like as soon as Mahone picks the Dracloak here, I think I'm scooping. right? Because then you're 2 turns minimum from even like pretending like you're gonna get out a Dragapult. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what he thinks. You can't play that, sir. Yeah, just attack, man. Wait, what? So, what do we think about that? Am I missing something? He just KOs the Dracloak, right? I mean, is he that worried about getting a Noctowl stuck for a few turns? I guess the answer is yes. I feel like I must be missing something here. Like, just snipe the Dracloak seems so good. Oh, the Brock's Grit for next turn seems like the easy take. I wonder what the ball lineup in or just to discard. Looks like he's playing 2 Monkey Dories and is having a lot of trouble finding a Poffin. He's trolling all of us with like the 5 different research arts. Yeah, he still has the prime. That's why I was thinking like you just snipe the Dracloak there always. Maybe it's because it doesn't have an energy on it yet, but I don't know. I would snipe the Dracloak. I wouldn't even like considered KO the Maractus as an option. Cause like KO Dracloak, and then he brings up the Noctowl, and there is a chance that you could just let him knock it out and like attach to it twice, like crisp into it and start attacking with it. Yeah, I don't know. I just must be missing something. So if he has to Crispin and attack with Noctowl for 1, eh? No, Mahone, what are you doing, brother man? The Noctowl for 1 is kind of like flexing on your opponent a little bit. Whoa. Yo, he just hard retreated a Raging Bolt. There's the Poffins. We do got him. I am kind of surprised that he hard retreated the Raging Bolt there. Did he just have no other good option? Maybe. That is very possible. It is definitely for such a like objectively kind of boring game, there's a lot of stuff going on here. You can do it. I'm trying to think and like I can't like immediately think of a time that I've seen Tord like scoop a game from this like a position like this. He like almost always plays it out. I'm so curious, like, yeah, you just discard the grass. Probably the grass off of the baby bull. Yeah, why not the grass off the baby bull? Because it's not like you're getting to 7 to snipe Fez next turn anyway. Like what is he thinking? I would love to know. Oh, I think the pizza's here. I just gotta go grab it real quick. All right, sorry about that. Oh jeez, I went out, got the delivery, and then came back in. And we have 2 cats here, like one's my cat, one's the family cat. And the family cat has this thing where he keeps eating food until he throws up. And then my cat likes to just like take a couple bites of food and then come back for it later. So it looks like the family cat ate all my cat's food, threw up all over the floor. So I got to go get pizza and then clean that up, which is pretty cool. It's one of my favorite like pastimes that I get to do most days. But Tord plays his own lot, yes. Yeah, if Tord wins this, I just don't even know what to say. Dude, he's just like slamming Mahone's cards. Like, dude, don't disrespect me. I saw you look at me like you thought I was going to lose. Single prize left. No hoots on the bench. What the? I almost saw the hand. Dude, he's just better than all of us. Like, all the time. I would have scooped that game 15 turns ago. I guess that's why I haven't won 3 ICs. Also, I haven't even gone to 3 ICs, but like, it's wild. This happens all the time. Even Mahone, like, he's like, I can't even be mad. How did that happen? I don't even know what to say. See, I think that's why, like, yeah. Because watching some of Jason's games, I don't know if anyone is still here from that conversation earlier, but talking about like Jason and Tord and like the GOAT, like even Jason's games are the same way you watch it. Like there's literally no possible way that he can win this game, and he just somehow wins, and you're just like, how? And that's how it like, I don't know. A lot of people probably don't know this, but Puka, the commentator, has a YouTube channel called, yeah, that was insane. Is he commentating this game?
That was the problem. He discarded the grass energy.
No, he didn't. Yeah, Mahone had to discard this grass energy that one turn, and he would have won. But yeah, Puka has a YouTube channel called The Top Cut, where there's like, just, you know, it's like kind of like an LDF kind of channel where he just played games and like played meta decks or like fun decks or whatever. And like just watching some of his games is like, there's no way that he can win this game, and he just finds like the one thin line where he ends up winning. Even, oh damn, Tord was even shocked. But yeah, I feel like that's like what, how you know, like a player's just next level. Like I would just never thought he could win that game, even though maybe he probably shouldn't have. Oh, not sniping the Dracloak was weird. And he discarded the wrong energy. Discarding the grass off of the baby bull, I think, was just always correct. I think it's only ever, wait a minute. Yeah, it's only ever not correct if you can get like 7 energy on it to knock out a Pheasantipity in that exact situation. So I think Mahone made a couple mistakes, but like that's just part of like being good. Tord was able to capitalize on those mistakes and come back from a ridiculous spot and win. That's nuts. Oh, he's playing the Neo upper energy, it looks like. Interesting. So it seems like a lot of really good players independently decided that Neo upper energy is the best ace spec in Dragapult for this format. Very interesting. I mean, if Mahone couldn't win that last game, like, what can he possibly do for this game, right? Yeah, that was nuts. I didn't see the vision. I definitely did not see the vision. He's got to just be thinking like, dude, if I didn't win that, what can I do? Well, I mean, I guess toward just not even getting out a Dreepy is what you can do to win, but oh, what have I done? All right. What is he shaking his head at? Did he prize like, oh no, he didn't prize both of his Crispins. He didn't grab a stadium though. Huh. Did he mess up like that? Whoa. That's kind of funny because Tord like kind of wanted him to knock out the Dreepy. No, he's like, what do I even discard? He's very highly valuing that counter catcher. This is what I'm talking about. He top decked an Ultra Ball, and like he just somehow knew it was fine for him to not even play it. And then he top decked another Dragapult. Does he just item lock again? Yeah. It's wild. I would never think to do this. Like never. This is a pretty unfortunate Pokemon to have to put into play, but what can you really do, right? Huh. I'm so curious to see what Tord's list looks like because Dragapults have been playing a lot of gust effects, and there's usually like the minimum of like one or two stretchers or one stretcher, one super rod. So I would think he could just like pretty easily ditch double Dragapult or Dragapult counter catcher, but apparently he can't. No, he just knew he didn't need it because he's like, I'm gonna wait for him to KO this, get Brock scouting. That is like like he fully just had this planned out. I need the counter catcher for the turn. That's one thing though I've been like trying to like Tord is able to buy time in games or recognize when he has extra turns, like extra free turns, I think better than anyone that I've ever seen. Like I think almost everybody would have played the Ultra Ball there to grab a Dreepy, but apparently Tord doesn't play the Ultra Ball there. It's just kind of wild to watch. And now he's going to Ultra Ball away both of them? I'm so confused. is like, I guess maybe he's thinking that he needs the second Dreepy down because he's going to potentially get Prime Catchered this turn. So he had no choice but to bench the Dreepy or Ultra Ball for the Dreepy now. Because he does have Prime Catcher. And Tord might even know that he has Prime Catcher in hand. I don't know what if Mahone just like grabbed only Crispin off the Noctowl or grabbed the wrong other card. Nest Ball for Baby Bolt. You just get second Teal Mask, perhaps. I don't know. The grass energies run out pretty quick. He gets Fez. He said, "I'm not having what happened last game happen again." I think, yeah, I was gonna say, I think we're beyond Baby Bolt at this point. Mahone agrees. Having to Prime Catcher feels kind of bad, but like, what can you do, right? Getting, no, never mind. I was gonna say floating an energy on Mew seems pretty good, but with Fez on the bench, it's like either of them are the target. And you would need to float an energy on either one to be able to Crispin to it. And he might only be playing one Crispin and it's gone. I don't know. So he must have tested this matchup because it looks like he's like super prioritizing knocking out the Maractus in this spot. And it seems like really intentional. Like this is specifically his plan here is to deal with the Maractus on this turn. I am curious to see if he's going to knock it out with the Slitherwing and just let it get KO'd to not give Tord free damage on the Ogerpon. I don't know. That's one of those things where like you just would have to like test that line in the game and see which one is better. With 3 damage on the Fan Rotom, actually, it's possible it's just better to let him have damage on the Ogerpon. Get rid of both Noctowl. He is just going to give him the damage on the Ogerpon. Interesting. That seems like it could spiral pretty quickly. Like that is very convenient damage for Tord to have him play, I would think. Does Raging Bolt just fold to Maractus like that, where you just have to get rid of it? No, I think this is the first time I've streamed in quite a while. I always think about streaming a lot, but I don't know, it just doesn't end up happening that much. Like, especially stuff like this. Like, I don't know if I'm even gonna be able to stream tomorrow. I start to lose my voice after too much talking. Because I normally don't really talk like this. I talk a lot quieter, but to get it to sound right, like even remotely close to good on the mic, I have to project my voice a little more than normal. I don't know. It's one of those things I maybe I'll start doing it more at some point. But other than like tournaments, streaming, like people don't really like seem to care to watch someone just grind the ladder anymore. So maybe I'll try to do like an online tournament every once in a while and stream it. I always think about that, but they do end up going pretty late, which is what stops me from doing it. Yeah, that's what I have to do. I don't like talking loud normally though. I kind of mumble when I talk too, like outside of like speaking into a mic. And I kind of like I just don't talk a lot outside of making videos and like streaming unless I'm hanging out with like my friends or something and stuff, of course, but I don't know. It seems like maybe you guys can answer. People don't seem to be super interested in watching PDCG live gameplay. That's at least like I feel like the trend I've been noticing, unless it's like some super crazy deck. Which like even that isn't really doesn't super fit the way that I've been trying to make content lately. I've been trying to have it more like focused on the meta with only like more memey decks if it's something that I actually really enjoy playing. Oh, he does play second Crispin. War energy on an ogre pond feels terrible. It's still surprising to me that they just use old Pokemon coins as the ability markers and haven't like 3D printed ability use circle markers or something for the streams. Come on. Like I'm sitting in a room and the door is cracked with the fan open, and for some reason my cat can't seem to figure out how to get into the room without me standing up and letting him in. Oh, that's a good point. I never thought of that. That like with PDCGO, it was actually hard to get the decks. So you had to like watch other people play it to know if you wanted to. That's a good point. That's a really good point. So people are more likely to just like click on a deck if they have no idea what it is, which isn't really mostly what I'm like interested. I'm not super. I tried to like when I first started my channel, I was trying to just like post a more fun or post a random gameplay video like 5 times a week with like decks that no one had heard of, but that's kind of exhausting and it doesn't really fit the way that I'm trying to like do my stuff now. I do not think that they make the small coins anymore. I've heard that they only make the big coins. Um yeah, I've been noticed like the meme decks kind of get views. Well, not so much when they do all right when I post them, but like Little Dark Fury and For the Win get a lot of views. But it just seems like just from the comments I get and stuff, people seem to be less interested in general in like watching a video that's just gameplay, which I think what Bees Knees said it like makes a lot of sense. Well, I'm glad I could be of a help. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying more to think of other videos that aren't just like just gameplay of whatever deck, and I can't explain what I'm like, just like a something that's a little bit different and still more interesting. And is also not gameplay. He's got 5 energy on an ogre pond. That's kind of wild. And I've been noticing, I think people seem pretty interested to like just hear people talk about the meta and talk about decks in the meta. That is kind of like what I've been noticing. Like not necessarily a tier list. I don't like tier lists, so I try like stay away from that at all costs. But we got a hoot hoot off the prizes. That's pretty good. Having a hoot hoot on the, oh, of course, Torres Lucha. This is why I wonder how many hoot hoots Mahone plays, because going out of your way to get the 80 HP hoot hoot that early in the game is interesting to me. Highlighting different. That's interesting. There was something specific that I like had in the back of my head to ask too, but I can't. For some reason now I can't think of it. Yeah, I've been spending probably more time than I should thinking about what people think are interesting for videos. So I wanted to like at least bring it up at some point during the stream, because you know, you guys are the people. Yeah, that's what it is. The small coins make it so that they have to put 13 and above or whatever on the packaging. That's exactly right. Yeah, I've been having trouble thinking of ideas lately. And then like the last video I did, I wasn't like the biggest fan of it. I feel like I didn't articulate myself as good as I could have. And once again, this seems like a really hard spot for Tord. He's got a counter catch to the Ogre Pawn, right? To get the energy off the board? Yeah. You're giving him Fez draw, but removing 3 energy is pretty devastating. Oh yeah, thank you. That's like the main reason why I started it, because it was like a pain to find out a lot of that information. Or not a pain, I shouldn't say it like that. But when I first started playing, I would just like you put into YouTube like Pokemon TCG sequencing, and like, why is there not a video on this? So that was like my original idea when I made the channel, to try and like fill that void or whatever. One GP, 3 cloaks, and 3 fire. Nah, dude, didn't you see Tord's game? You're good. You basically won. As long as the opponent doesn't knock you out. He did not get out the Pidgeot even one game. Or he got it out at the end of one of the games, but he was trying not to put it in play. Well, one game, I think he was purposely not putting it in play because having a 2-prizer in play would have lost him the game. The second game, the opponent kept gusting it and knocking out the Pidgey. So that alone makes me think that maybe Dracloak is just the better option, because like he would have lost game 1 if he had the Pidgeot in play at any point. Because that he was like that, the game was that close to where the opponent just needed 1 2-prize knockout. Now does Mahone boss a 1-prizer? No, of course he doesn't. I think I'm not the most experienced Raging Bolt player in the world, but I feel like you just knock out a one prizer this turn and go back on even prizes. He's gonna get Iono to 1 again. He didn't even like really think twice about which energy to discard. I guess he knew he had a fighting prize, but that means that you should probably, oh my god. Would he throw down Boss Halucha? I can't even see the other card. It had to be Boss or Countercatcher Halucha. Interesting. Yeah. Dragapult's got to be favored. If you're a good player with Dragapult, I think it's just favored against Raging Bull. I don't know that I've ever seen Raging Bull beat it on stream except for the regional that what's his face won with the Raging Bolt deck, and he was just kind of like sacking them. I gotta let my cat in. I thought my cat was like tapping at the door, but apparently not. But yeah, I think Typhlosion with your cloak is probably just the way to go. For sure. I forgot to see how much time was left in that matchup. Oh, we can probably see at the end here. This, oh, that might have almost gone to time actually. Typhlosion Dusknoir. I think like if you play 2 Victini and Gravity Mountain, you can get there on like almost every Pokemon for the most part. Yeah, I thought I kind of had a feeling she was going to win that matchup. That seems pretty good for Toadscroll. But yeah, I'm kind of a Big Sprox scouting believer. I think that card's really good. There's like 5 minutes left. Roughly 5 minutes in the round. What? They tied? Interesting. So there's only going to be one 9-0 at the most now. Unless they already, no, they didn't already play. Duh, that's not how math works. Denoy is 701. Tim is 602. Owen. No result yet. Oh, Mike Fouché went? That's cool. He's 611. Ian 611. So is Moffat. Oh, he won up to 611 this round. And did Ian as well? Yep. All right. Azul 6-1. Lost to Rowan. Will Azul ID? That is the question. Oh no, my friend lost his last round. That sucks. Oh my god, no way. Dude, if my friends like were different records all day and now they're both 5-2-1, I wonder if they end up playing that on the winning, that would be so unfortunate.
Turns, really strong read on the metagame. Were there any other versions of Dragapult that maybe you were considering, or you like this specific build? I know that there's a lot of variations right now that players are enjoying.
Oh, no, I had another deck I was working a lot on. I was actually between that and this for the longest time. Like almost all up to the event. The other one was basically the deck I played last year, which was pitch to charge our Dragapult. They were like much thinner Dragapult line, but you can still use it consistently. Even if it's not as many. But decided in the end to just go a little bit back to my roots. Played a lot of say weird builds lately, so I wanted a 4-4-4 type of deck list once again.
Yeah, the classic Tord Reklev standard, tried and true list, and just wield your monumental skill against your opponents. I love to hear it. And I know that you've been kind of throwing down over in Japan, right? Training with a lot of trainers over there, meeting a lot of fans over there. Do you think that that's really helped you as well prepare for NAIC?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's awesome to get a lot of perspectives, right? And yeah, I've been a lot in Japan and China lately and played in their big events over there, and it was definitely an experience. Really happy to and fortunate to have gotten to do that. So, and yeah, it definitely helps me as a player. I get to play in China. I get to play with older formats, and in Japan I get to play with the newer ones. So I can go into the future or into the past, like depending on which country you go to. And I hear we're just playing standard, of course, like the middle ground.
I know a lot of players do enjoy revisiting their older decks, and especially I think for this standard era, being able to prep for upcoming formats over in other countries. It's really a great boon for you as a player. Do you think that there are any other factors that have contributed to your continued success in the Pokemon TCG? I know that you probably get asked this all the time, but just for anybody who might not have heard it, what really contributes to your success, would you say, the most?
Hard work. But yeah, we're starting off this event pretty well. Still a really long journey ahead. Like there's so many players, and my ambitions are,
they cut out
really
the
high,
answer.
So,
I don't even care now. You see that? They just blanked the audio out on the answer to what makes you the best. I must say I'm a little bit disgusted about that. Like taking away the information from all of us. Information is meant to be free. I just dumped water all over myself. It's a tragedy. What the heck, man? Right, yeah, I hope that my friends don't play this round. That would be very, very unfortunate. That would be big sad, as the kids would say. It's crazy. This guy usually moves like immediately all the time. Live on Chess TV, meet Chess Bra, pushing the boundaries of chess entertainment. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know, that's funny to me. Dude, are they trolling us? They like literally blanked it out. Tord versus Mahone, and Tord won. And then Skarzik asked Tord, what makes you like so good and stuff like that? And the audio cut out right as Tord answered it. That's kind of wild. Oh, this video is so old. That's funny. These are like 7, 8 years old. It's kind of weird that they're bringing them back out. Yeah, this is a super old where they he played what, Gollygarb versus Cramorot playing Zoroark. That's a pretty good game to watch if you guys haven't seen that. I can't remember what regional it is, but it's like Tennessee or something like that. Regional finals, Azul versus Pramawat. Yeah, Glisspod Garbodor versus Zorak Lycanroc. It was quite a good game, and it doesn't have the outcome that you would think. Which that's kind of a spoiler in itself, but this was a cool time for Pokemon, I think. Look at Azul playing the 1 gold energy. What? Oh, my bad. Yeah, he's got the gold energy. That's blasphemous to him now. One of the most broken combos ever. And plus Carbotoxin. This card, this is like seriously one of the most broken cards ever made. The puzzle, it says you may play one of these, a single puzzle at a time. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck and put them back in any order. But if you played 2 of them at the same time, you could just put 2 cards from your discard pile into your hand, like any 2. So it just made Zorak so strong. You just get double puzzle for like literally whatever you want. It was pretty nuts. Yeah, it was nuts. It was insane. It's like such an interesting card too. How like for so long it only saw such niche play. And then it became like so strong that they banned it right when it was going into expanded. Yeah, I always wondered if they were gonna unban it and expanded because like sure it was broken in standard, but I guess it is too strong and expanded. The Sable Garb is just insane with puzzles. Like you didn't even have to think when you had could just get back double puzzle every turn. But I think that the Junk Hunt Sableye might not even be legal anymore. You don't think they could unban it? I guess some stuff is just they don't really do it anymore, but yeah, back when stuff would rotate into expanded, they'd just be like, yeah, that card's way too insane to be an expanded. Like I think Scoop Up Net was never even legal and expanded. They've unbanned and rebanned a couple of things, which that's why I don't know what's banned anymore because I think they've unbanned Lusamine and then rebanned it, and there's a couple cards that they changed their mind about, and it's just made it like really hard to keep track of when it's like so irrelevant for us now. Dude, Guzming someone to deck out like never happened. Because Guzma was just a switch all the time. Or not all the time, but for the most part. Let's actually I want to see what's banned. Pokemon TCG banned list. Archeops. Because I think that this got unbanned at some point when I was playing. Maybe I'm wrong. I might actually just fully be making up memories. Yeah, they cleaned house. What cards became unbanned though? Oh, Wally's legal now, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, they unbanned Wally. I think that's like the card that made me know that they could do it. Rip. Poor Rangaru, what did he do wrong? He's just an uncommon. He did nothing wrong. Does this card really need to be banned with Lieutenant Surge being banned? Yeah, and Wally was banned at one point. Like a little while after I started playing, they banned it because of Trevenant, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's mostly why I wanted to look at it. I couldn't remember what the card was, but it's Wally. Because Wally and Trevenant was crazy. You just item lock your opponent turn 1 for like going first for the rest of the game. I don't know if they... Does Japan have Puzzle of Time legal still and expanded? I know for a while, I'm pretty sure for a while, Japan Expanded had puzzles. All right, because I didn't think that they banned Jesse and James, but yeah, that Trevnor deck got that Milotic banned as well. That deck was kind of nuts. That made the one regional that or the regional that it won super boring to watch. It was just like Trevnor, Horror House GX, take away your hand, GG. Is this the guy that won that regional recently? I'm pretty awful with names. Tournaments. Was it Milwaukee? No, that was Christian Labella. That name is not even similar. I don't know why I'm getting like so many words mixed up. There was a card with Jesse and James too that made your opponent discard more cards, right? And it would be interesting now because there's that Among Us that says if your opponent makes you discard this card with the effect of a supporter attack or something like that, your opponent has to discard your entire hand or their entire hand. Taiwan 701. I thought for sure Ryan Antonucci was going 9-0. Sorry, I don't. I keep accidentally putting the cursor on the other screen. So I wonder if they'll show the undefeateds this round. They've been doing that a bit lately. Whereas before they would always show like a win and in game. But I think they might show the undefeateds or who else could end up playing? Ryan Antonucci versus Kaiwin could be a good game. There's really like a lot of good games that could happen here with these standings. Give it a little refresh. Who's Nucci playing? Brandon Morris. I have to see if my friends are playing each other. That would be so crazy. All right, at least they're not playing each other. That sucks. Like going into day 2 at 6-2-1 feels so bad. Well, maybe not at an IC. You can still win quite a bit of money, but it does not feel nearly as good as going in hit you know, 8-1 or 7-2 or 7-1-1. Oh, we are seeing the undefeated game. I think that they only show the best of the rest for day 2. I know some people say that they only show best of the rest for European events, but I thought they normally did for our events, at least in day 2. Or would that not make sense in day 2? Huh. But no, I don't think that I've seen it. Or I haven't noticed them showing it at least. So we are going to see the Toad Scroll versus maybe Grimmsnarl? I don't I think Ryuki was on Grimmsnarl. I'm not sure though. I wonder if they said the matchup yet.
Undefeated. Yeah. Currently won all of their rounds, and that's what we want to see. We want to see the very creme de la creme here. Yeah.
We're gonna see the creme de la creme Toad Scroll. BDIF the whole time. No one even knew it. Embarrassing. I don't know how she's getting back-to-back 8-0s with Toad Scroll. That's like actually insane. It just, I don't know why. It just doesn't seem like a 8-0 deck to me when I think about it and the times that I've played it. I gotta just remove my hand from my mouse. I keep accidentally cursoring over to the other screen, which is not very good. Probably annoying to watch. Let's get it going. There's 9. This is the last round. This is the next round is the last round. 9 rounds today. Tomorrow has 4 rounds with top 8 or ace, possibly up to top 32. João Pedro Medeiros Sembrano. Vinicius Fernandez Armani. Yeah, I don't know. Christian Nieves. Yeah, 9 rounds today, 4 tomorrow. Apparently, to have 5 rounds in day 2, there needs to be 4,100 people, which is kind of crazy. But when I did the Swiss calculator thing earlier, it looked like there was a chance for like a really big top 8 or top cut. Which the tomorrow is the 4 rounds of day 2 and ASIM top cut, top 8, and usually both top 4 games at ICs, and then Sunday is the finals. Sunday is just like finals day, so they have a finals, like the same stream has juniors, seniors, masters of all the games. Well, all the games that have divisions at least, and then I think Pokemon Go and Pokemon Unite don't have divisions if I remember correctly. The black and red suit is kind of crazy. Interesting. Interesting. Apparently, this guy used to be like a very, very good player. Well, you know, I don't mean to say like he's not a good player now, but I believe he won back-to-back regionals or special events or something like that in Europe at one point, which I actually did not know about until kind of recently. Let me double checking. Yeah, he won whatever the CCG Grand Open is in the Birmingham Regional, back to back. Oh, and he also played the Crazy White Carom deck back in the day. That's cool. They have been taking quite a long time in between every single round. Or maybe they're just having them come on and talk earlier than normal. That's possible as well. I didn't think about that till after I already said that. But when I looked at the pairings, it looks like people have been playing for a little bit now. At least like 10 minutes ago when I looked, people were already paired, and they usually start the round pretty quick after pairings go up. Oh, that's Ryuki. Huh. I wonder if that's the guy that people have some kind of questionable or not so flattering things to say about. I think it is, but no, I definitely could be wrong. I don't want to go like saying that about people. It might be someone else that I am thinking of. I'm a little bit curious to see what he's going to be playing. He's the guy that won the first European regional of the season, right? I'm pretty sure. With the Dragapult Dusknoir deck, and that was the only time it ever did good. Until now, I should say. It was before it was good, is probably the best way to word that. I think it's the same guy. He was just like going crazy, taking 6 prize turns and stuff every game. Let's go. He's playing Dragapult. I should have known. Let's get it. Oh, he won UIC as well. That's not the guy that I was thinking of when I first was saying that. I don't think that I was thinking of someone else. Ryuki, I think I'd have to look up his name. I think he did good at Worlds with Gillespie Garbodor the year Guardia won, but all these names are kind of hard to remember at a certain point. Yes, let me search the name. Let me see. Oh no, they have the 2 worlds that I'm thinking of, but don't have his deck or what he placed. Yeah, this seems like the first year that he had good performances over here. Who knows what he did over in Japan, because we don't really get to see a lot of those results. You know, I forgot about the NAIC because that was the worst finals that I've ever seen in my entire life. It was so boring and like I felt like I wasted my time watching it and wanted it back. I just that all right, that makes sense. That's why when I try to think about it, I can never remember what happened at that tournament. I still like the last one. Like when I think of the last one, I think of the one that Tord won against Bradner or whatever, but that's not in fact the last one. We got the Jamming Tower prize. It's totally irrelevant. Yeah, they like tried to make it sound like it was all hype on stream, but I just think it's so boring from a viewing experience. Like you want to see an actual game. And the most unfortunate part is I'm pretty sure that matchup was super favored for Natalie as long as she made it past the first turn. They played quite a bit of cloth in that format, and the Dragapult matchup was very hard. Unless, of course, you donked him. Oh my god, there's a giant fly on my monitor. Where did this thing come from? I don't even know what to do about this. Get out. No. Kind of stubborn too. I like tried to swish it off my monitor and it just flew back onto it. Now it's on the back. What the heck? All right, is she gonna get the turn one knockout? Turn one KO Dreepy would be pretty cool. Putting the Halucha back into the discard pile doesn't really feel great. Or back into the discard, that's not how words work. Giving access to Halucha with Night Stretcher or whatever feels pretty bad. I'd rather just leave it on the board and make him have like Turo or whatever if he wants to use it. Because it seems like it could definitely be relevant in this matchup for sure. Yeah, because like, how does Dragapult win this matchup if they can't put 10s on the Ogre Pawns to be able to like effective one-shot them? Nest Ball from Mew. I did notice that in the podcast I watched with Ray. She's very much a Mew enjoyer. I respect that. I'm a Mew enjoyer myself. Oh, don't make me look like a fool. Yeah, figures. All right. Yeah, I wonder if this is a super like niche situation, but I wonder if she can't knock out the Dreepy, if she's supposed to just pass. It's like super hard to think about because then you're ruining your chance. Like you're taking away your chance if your opponent just goes draw pass again. You don't just get the win after that. But giving them Halucha for later could mess up the game for you. For sure. Oh, he's reading the. He can read English like that good. I wouldn't even be able to read that card that quickly. That's impressive. I would think reading a different language is harder than speaking it. I could have that completely backwards though. I've never been able to read or really speak a different language, so I don't know. Interesting. Only getting the grass energy. So does that mean she has to play the hand down to draw with Mew, maybe? Super odd. That makes sense. That very much makes sense. I don't know for sure, but it just seems like there's like more emphasis on learning second languages in countries like Japan, which is pretty cool. I didn't like the idea of like taking like Spanish and stuff when I was a kid because it was hard, but now I kind of wish that I did just know how to speak a different language. It would be really cool, I think. Prime catcher off the top? No, not today. So does she KO the Halucha? Oh my god, no supporter yet? I forgot about that. Oh, we even got the bug catching set to dig for another teal dance. Don't even need it. Just have the energy. Screw it, right? Yeah, I think he definitely benched the toad. Maybe even bench the... Yeah, that's a very good point. What language do you think is the best second language to speak? I'm pretty sure I would basically just have to learn Spanish if I like realistically. Gemma, don't do that. Sorry about that. My dog was just laying next to me and like randomly started barking. Prime Catcher's prize, thank you. Like I don't know how I've missed the prize cards every single game. Yeah, I learned like a lot of Spanish when I was younger, so it might be kind of straightforward to learn it, but I don't know. I think it's a pretty cool thing. Knowing Spanish is probably is the most useful language where I'm at. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of. What would be the coolest one to learn? Like, I'm trying to think like it's probably Spanish because that's like the language that if people don't speak English, they most often speak Spanish. Then when like people are trying to have secret conversations next to me at the store, I'd be able to know what they're saying. That's messed up. That's not a reason to learn another language. Um I guess they do just have apps that you could learn it, but um I don't know. It's one of those things that's definitely hard to do, but then when you see other people that know multiple languages, you're just like, "Oh, that's pretty cool. I wish I like also knew how to do that." Ultra Ball for Latias, that's interesting. I wonder if it's preemptively trying to get ready for the Badoo. That was quite a deck search for just to get a Latias at the end. There's a lot more outs for Dreepy and Badoo though. Like Poffins and all that. That hand looks atrocious. Oh my goodness. That's tough. You didn't even get one other basic. That feels so bad. Is that she's got to be pretty close to already just KOing this Blood Moon. I feel like if she's able to KO the Blood Moon and like spread her energy around enough, that's just going to be really hard for Ryuki. Fourth energy on the active. Now, do you evolve double Toad Scroll? I'm very curious to see that. Or is she going baby Toad Scroll on one of them to stop like the Halucha from coming back, the Blood Moon from coming back later? And it looks like that is potentially going to be the case. Or is she going to get... Oh, it's just thinning, I suppose. Baby Toad might be prized. Hard to say. So she's just thinning. That makes sense. Very fine play. How was it? 80 plus 40? So she needs like a few energy switches probably to get enough energy on different Pokemon. What, one to move to the Toad. And that leaves 3 Pokemon. I think she needs 4. No, 5. Blood Moon has so many hit points. Oh, boss on the Dreepy. Do we see the E-switch to the Toad? Yeah. That seems correct. Not having a hand attachment for another Pokemon kind of feels bad, but she's in like such a commanding position. There's not really much to complain about here. Oh, Latias is prize. That's good to know. I wonder if he plays any like Maractus shenanigans. That is hard to deal with. You have to, Iono, double boss Luminous. That's a lot to lose to research, but do you probably just lose the game anyway if you don't? This is a weird spot. He's too worried about, or he's very concerned with, I don't want to say too worried because I don't know what is correct, but he's very concerned, I think, about how many cards that she has in her hand, doesn't want to like give her anything extra to work with. That's interesting. I think Iono is probably the way to go. Getting rid of double boss at this point. Actually, who knows? Not I. He drew into a pretty solid hand though. He's got energy preloaded on the Blood Moon for later, which is definitely, which is a pretty solid attacker to be able to attach and attack with when she goes down to 3 prizes as well. So that's always good. So there is a, let me think. There's kind of a clear line to win from here. I feel like if Ray gets too many energies in different spots, though, it's going to become very difficult very quick. Of course it's prized. I feel like I'm looking at the screen when they show the prizes too, and I just miss it every game. I'm not very good at paying attention, I suppose. Well, actually, she's item locked, so she can't spread the energy around too much, but it's like you're not going to get Dragapult attack next turn, but just like hand attaching to the bench Toad Scroll is my guess for, yeah, that one. Yeah. It seems like she's in a pretty strong spot now. What's up? Yeah, their board state. Sorry about that. I had to get my brother's card back. Yeah, her board state seems pretty strong now. Just like even just getting that one extra energy on a separate Pokemon is going to make it quite a bit easier to hit for more damage, even though losing this 3 energy Ogerpon does feel quite bad. I would say so myself. Oh. Oh, he doesn't have the knockout. That feels bad as well. Dude, this is why I'm not good with Dragapult. I just like don't see the vision. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, she's got the Latias in hand. Why not just slam it? So that is 2, 4, 160. That 220 or 240. Yeah, E-switch. GG, no re. Oh. I guess that's the same difference anyway. So now she just needs like a hand attachment to any other Pokemon. Oh, she's gonna go for the boss on the Latias? Or do you just boss up the... That's something I've been seeing like quite a bit today, is when like I would think my initial instinct would be that you want to boss up the Dracloak and go back on even prizes and not get Iono to 1. Yeah, another Neo upper energy. That's definitely just the way to be. That's so funny. She made him high five for the 0 card research. But it's also like you're making him high five because he didn't Iono you. Now you just win the game. Oh boy. That's quite funny. It is quite funny. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ray took the prime catcher off of the prize cards. Yeah, it's the only spot he can really put the damage. He drew very bad that game. I don't know how he was ever going to take those last 3 prizes though. I suppose if he attacks turned earlier, he'd be down to 3, could take 2 with Blood Moon. Yeah, and then it just becomes Iono low, and if your opponent doesn't knock out the Blood Moon, just find like Switch Boss or something like that. So I see how this matchup is kind of winnable. Yeah, he didn't get anything going for quite a while. Huh. Well, hopefully we see him draw better this game. That would definitely make for a much more interesting game. They replayed the high five. That's so funny. That is definitely funny. It's interesting how like Iono, oh my god, those prizes are not the worst thing in the world, but they're not great. Double Dracloak definitely feels very bad. And then 2 energy is awkward as well. Sometimes though it seems like the like Iono to 1 Blood Moon is like enough to win some of these Dragapult players games, which is kind of silly. I wish I still had some of those Ultra Balls, the League Cup promo ones. They're so cool. We never got We never got him in a regular set, which is kind of unfortunate. Protective mycelium. Protective mushroom. Oh, the prize fez feels pretty bad, but everything else is whatever. Maybe prize fez isn't the worst thing in the world, actually. You're not gonna need it, especially where it is in the prizes. She should have access to it by the time that she would ever even like start to think about needing it. So I wonder if we'll see the Maractus come into play this game. I think that there is a fairly decent possibility that happens. Ryuki choosing second. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And like, yeah, you're definitely gonna have it in your hand by the time it even matters. Or she's definitely gonna have it. None of us are gonna have it in our hand. That doesn't make sense. It's a pretty dope sweatshirt though. The Gengar one. That's super cool. Yeah, I've been playing it a little bit lately, and once you get going, it feels pretty good. But sometimes the opening turns can be a little bit awkward, and this might just be like from not I haven't played like the most amount of games with it, but so it might just be variants, but some of the like discards, like there can be some really awkward feeling researches that leave the rest of the game feeling like you might not be able to like fully get there. That might be like more of a feeling thing though, and less of reality. So he doesn't even get a third Dreepy with the Brox. Is that just like saying either I have 2 Dreepy prized or 2 Dracloak? The no candy really is like super interesting to me. Mute for 1. KO. Get Fez off the prizes. Right? Nest Ball is not Fez. Research double pull away. That never like to see that, I suppose. He's like having a hard time getting energy into play both these games too. Whoa, what is that buddy popping from? That wasn't the regular promo one. It doesn't like I wish I could get a closer look. Was that the EUIC promo or something? Back to back Badoo. Kind of broken. Back to back. Badoo for 10. Your turn. Is that double nest ball prime catcher? So when she's not item like this, oh, super odd nest ball prime. Now we see the Fizz Nippity Grab. Are we actually going to see a Dragapult attack? Why did he promote the Dragapult cloak? That's interesting. I think he just always promote Latias here, right? Or Fez. He must be very confident He's attacking with this turn double Night Stretcher. I wonder if that means he's not playing Super Odd. Yeah, I think the Toad Scroll deck is pretty solid. You might be. It's definitely not terrible in a meta like this. Wait, which cards? Ryuki's? You like not like people when people riffle shuffle? Am I mixing up turns? Wait, I thought he researched this turn. But yeah, like I think the Toad deck is pretty good. The only things that I've struggled with the deck is awkward discards, and which isn't like always a problem. That's just like the side of variance that I've got, and of course like Cornerstone and Crustle, but those aren't like cards you really have to worry about outside of the ladder. So I think for playing it on the ladder, playing like a 1/1 Crustle line might just be like the play. The card is cooked. I gotta. Oh, I see what. They're all bent like that though, right? How do cards even like acquire a bend in that direction? Yeah, no, I saw that when they went. At least I saw the Halucha. That is why I've been like switching to trying to play like if I could, I try to get as many cards as possible in non-hollows because like the hollow rares from Scarlet and Violet bend like insane. I don't know what it is because I don't think Japanese cards bend like that. So it's like it shouldn't be a thing from the silver borders. But if I just like because it gets so humid where I live, and then in the winter it's so dry because like you know wood stove heat and stuff, and my cards just end up like looking like the arches on a bridge, the McDonald's arches or something. But I never have that happen with non-hollow cards. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Look at the Fez or crap. The Halucha. Like you can fit like a stack of quarters under there without even touching it. Ray said, and I quote, bug catching set is broken. It's the thing that makes the deck work. Why is Iron Leaves on the bench? Chris won his last round. Dude, I thought him and Logan were going to play for sure. Why in the world is Iron Leaves on the bench? Can someone please tell me about this? Did she accidentally play it down or something, like leave it sitting there and do another action? That's cool that Chris made day 2. He's not been having the best luck lately. He's in a really awkward spot this game. Like just not being able to get down Ogre Pawns to start getting those extra energies in play. Like makes this E-switch completely useless, and I think she might even have 2 in hand. What's the point? I guess if you're gonna discard it, you might as well move like the energy from the Mew to the Leaves, maybe? Logan's still playing, yeah. In that one cup, after I played my top 4 match, I finished in like less than 20 minutes. And I had to sit around for over an hour waiting. Which, I don't know. I'm not normally on that side of things, so kind of, I don't want to say it felt good, but I'm definitely gonna complain to Logan about it or keep on complaining. He played Guardy versus Flareon box and it took he went like 20 minutes past time. And I waited there for over an hour just to like, we didn't even play the finals. Which felt kind of like a lot of waiting for just to get my playmat. Her bench is an absolute mess. That feels bad. The games that I've played, I've been pretty often being able to like go from not like, never mind. I just almost said something really stupid. I was gonna say no energy and play to one-shotting a Dragapult, but that's obviously not true. You need energy already built up to energy switch. I'm curious what happened with the Iron Leaves being in play. This is what I think happened. I don't know if anyone noticed what actually happened. I think she played a bug catching set and accidentally set it down on her bench and also grabbed a grass energy and then teal danced before putting the Iron Leaves into hand, and then they made her keep it on the bench. I might be wrong though. Oh geez, that Fez is bent like super. It looks like a super uneven bend too. And like you can see how much this corner is bent from snapping his cards down the way that he just did. I've been trying to stop doing that. It's kind of like a hard habit to break though. Like placing the cards flat down and holding the one corner up in the air definitely bends them quite a bit. The Turo. Huh. That seeing stuff like this makes me feel like I'm stupid sometimes. Yeah, I think he might be. It's like a nervous, like not nervous, but like a habit. I think people like what she's doing right now. Yeah, yeah, I see what you mean. He's like bending the other corner up. Yeah, it's like memory foam. It just remembered the bend. At least they're all bent evenly. Cause it look, are those all reverse hollows? You know what that? Maybe not. I was gonna say the craziest part is those cards are probably brand new because they're all in English, but those could just be the same cards he's played with like back in Dortmund or whatever. He had nothing to play that turn. He had an energy. No, it took the energy off the prize. So he needs Neo upper this turn. He plays 2 Turos. That's interesting. I wonder, does he actually just lose if she takes a 2 prize knockout last turn? She goes down to 2. Maybe he might. And now he has 2 turns to Iona low, I guess. Yo, me too, to be honest. This is the last round. Oh, it's 10 o'clock? We got 20 minutes left at the most. I'm not too sure that I'll be streaming tomorrow, but I might try to do Sunday, like the finals day, and just watch like all the finals or something. I think if I stream tomorrow, I'm gonna try to lose my, or start to lose my voice. Well, I might not stream all the finals. I kind of wanted to start working on like I don't know, my idea is like how Sports Center will like go over all the games that happen for a weekend or something. Try to do like something like that for NAIC. Like talk to my friends and see if there was any, because sometimes you go to a tournament and there's like a deck that everyone's talking about, like, oh, that was the deck. Like find that out and stuff like that. Ren Fair. Fairs are fun. I haven't been to a fair in a long time. Fairs are dope. This is what I'm talking about though with this deck. I feel like this happens to me so often with the energy switch research, and like energy switch feels like such an important research, or not research, resource, which yeah, I think she probably should have accelerated the one grass to the other ogre pond. Maybe it doesn't matter. And using the fez here is interesting. Huh. Is she planning to Iono this turn? That was pretty smart though. Ryuki now he's just like ahead in the trade because she's never going to take a 3 prize turn. I think like those are the plays that are really hard to see with Dragapult, but they seem really important to win games with it. Like that is such a not obvious play to see. Like just Turo up, put damage, move damage with Monkey Dory, and then Turo up your only attacker and pass. Yeah, this is like one of the reasons the deck is kind of crazy. Just you can just vomit all these energies into play. And is this a one shot? 2, 4, 5, 280, one energy off a one shot feels bad. Yeah, he's just showing her how he has game. She had to pass, which he still might have had game, but yeah, that seemed a little more complicated than it had to be, but that turning up that pull was a really good play. Trying to think of how it would be obvious, or if there's like any way that it would make it obvious. I guess at that point in the game, you just think if you leave all these frail 2 prizers in play and just let Ray take 2 prizes that turn, the chances of losing are so high. I don't know. That was a good game. Games like that I think are always really cool and interesting. The headsets play like white noise so that the players can't hear the commentators or the like anyone in the audience, because like when they put their prizes down, sometimes you'll hear like people go, oh, I think they still hear that sometimes, but the goal is to make it so they can't hear that, and the commentators play through the speakers at the venue. So I'm pretty sure it's just like a static noise playing in their ears the whole time. This is looking to be a tie, which Going into day 2 at 801 is pretty good. She does not look very happy about it, but I mean, it is what it is. Actually, 11 minutes is potentially enough time to finish the game. Certainly possible. Got the Maractus is prized again, so is Blood Moon. Blood Moon wasn't relevant last game, but it feels like that's a card that could potentially be important. It is at the bottom of the prizes though, so we should get it before it's super relevant. How's your starting hand looking? It just looks like a lot of trainer cards and a few Pokemon. Yeah. And a grass. Alright, this is a pretty decent enough hand. I'll be curious to see if it looks like Ryuki's like rushing. That'll let us know how he thinks if this matchup is favorable or not. It can be hard to top deck super odd. Like that is exactly what I'm talking about. I feel like that was happening to me so much with this deck. You have a research in hand and just top deck a resource that feels so bad to get rid of. Prize Latias isn't great. Actually, prizing an Ogre Pond can be awkward as well. Because like those turns when you want to go from not much to one shot an Ogre Pond, the fourth one can be pretty important. So the energy switch to the active, going for the knockout this turn. It looks like she's pretty close to it. Yeah, she's got it now. She's got to bench the Pokemons, and I don't know if you need to play Ultra Ball now, but what, Nest Ball for Mew and play the hand down maybe? She's definitely not prioritizing what's it called? The baby Toadscroll, which maybe it's not very good in this matchup. But it did look like Ryuki's main form of recovery is Night Stretcher, so Raging Bolt's your pick to win? At this point, I don't know. I was originally like pretty on like Goldengo, Guardy, or Dragapult Charizard. I don't know how many of those are doing well though. Like regular Dragapult is still just seems to be at a lot of the top tables, which I don't think that was fully expected for this format or with the new set legal. So Ray did pick to go second, right? I didn't miss anything. I've been wondering about that. I've been thinking, originally I thought the deck wanted to go first, which was cool. I don't think the deck minds going first, but I think it actually wants to go second because it so reliably takes knockouts going second. You mean like Raging Bolt's the deck you want to win, but it looks like Dragapult is going to win? It is doing a lot better than I had anticipated. Just because I thought like, it doesn't seem like any matchup is like very favored for it. Yeah, me neither. I thought Dusknoir was the obvious build now, but I don't know at this point. Oh, that's awesome, Tyler. And yeah, it's always cool to see the deck you like win. There's ups and downs to it though, because then like people at like locals start to expect it more, and it might lead to more mirror matches, which is never really fun. Yeah, TLMS can start hitting pretty big numbers pretty quickly. It's like how Tapu Lele used to be. It was in a lot of decks, but you could just randomly pull off like awesome attacks with it. This wow. The Toad Scroll deck, I don't know why I can't think right now, does end up attacking with Teal Mask like a lot. And you can get to some pretty big numbers with it. I've been finding it's normally like a couple or a few Teal Mask attacks as you like build up to big Toad Scroll attacks. Researching that hand away feels so bad. No. That's something else I've been trying to stop doing, is like not sure if I'm going to play a card and showing my opponent that I have it. Like just holding on to that hand might have been equally as good, and just not let your opponent know that you have a research. We saw one game earlier of Grimmsnarl versus this deck, and the Grimmsnarl is actually was gonna win, but the Grimmsnarl player messed up, and they were gonna win by like just basically getting a Frostlass out and sitting there for a little bit, and then 2 Grimmsnarl attacks. I should also say, actually, the only reason that the game was that close is because the Toad Scroll player kept having to bench Squawkabilly, which I think in the matchup you might not want to put down Squawk or Mew. It seems like it gets like a lot more losable with either of those Pokemon in play on the Toad Scroll side. All right, so now it's at a point where Ray can definitely win this game, even if it goes to time right now. Obviously, she would like an extra turn. In Destined Rivals, not many cards came to stop this deck. They didn't even go. Yeah. Yeah, the not getting the Psyduck is so annoying. I don't get why they didn't just print it as a promo. Or like they could even give it to us as a league promo and just like everyone could go to league and get some for free, but for some reason they just didn't print it, which is kind of unfortunate. Or I think very unfortunate actually. How close was the game? It was not very close, I don't think. Actually, maybe it was closer than I'm giving it credit for. Ray didn't draw very well either. She drew kind of awkwardly all game. Yeah, Typhlosion was like kind of everywhere in Japan at first, but then it seemed like it kind of fell off. Like everyone was playing the like Typhlosion lines in Goldengo, and I don't know, that gets a lot better with the Silver Bangle reprint. Whatever. I don't know if they're actually just gonna call it Silver Bangle, but this is gonna be kind of hard for Ray to get a one-shot this turn, but I think she needs to, yeah, she needs to knock out this Dragapult this turn. It's gonna be really hard to get the knockout after being Iono to 1. Not gonna bench the Latias. Yeah, I think you just throw it down probably. And then just research. Is that a jamming tower? Or is that a boss? Area 0. I didn't see if she pulled the other teal mask from the prizes either. Oh, and she has the Fez to draw more cards. I can't remember how many energy do you need on the bench? It's more than 5, it's 6. You need 6 Pokemon with energy on the bench to one-shot a Pult. Is that almost impossible with the resources she's had to get rid of? Another Ogerpon with an energy definitely helps. And I think she's playing for the Iron Leaves play to pull an extra energy. She's also, yeah, I don't think she can get enough cards to do it. Got 1 energy switch. So she can only get to 4. Yeah, she needs double E-switch and Iron Leaves to get enough energy in play. She has Prime Catcher. So probably have to E-switch to the bench Toad School or evolve it and Prime Catcher something. I don't think he's Piladias. Ooh. I don't know. I think you have to do something about that Toad School on the bench. Yeah, I think right. Oh no, he's at 4 prizes. I was thinking that he was at 3. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Yeah, I read the prize or misremembered what was going on. I was thinking if he was at 3, yeah, it would just be over. But so I guess just giving the opponent the extra single prize isn't super relevant. And the energy is better off somewhere where it's safe, probably. Makes sense. So he can knock it out though with Halucha and put 10 on Fez. And if you can counter catch your Fez, Iono to 1, that could be like just a really awkward spot to come back from. But this is why Dusknoir is just so good. Of course she would have played different, but if Dusknoir, never mind. She's at 1 prize, you can't Dusknoir, so just ignore what I'm saying. I've probably talked too much today and don't know what I'm saying, what I'm trying to talk about. Yeah, counter catcher, that makes sense. That's probably better than oh, and she wins with the boss on the Halucha. Where was the Iono that turn? So 9-0 they're at the biggest event ever. That's super cool. That's really cool to see, especially because it's like an off meta deck, which maybe should have just been a meta deck this whole time. The lone 9-0. That is very cool. Curious to see how my other buddy did. Oh, both my friends made it into day 2 at least. That's cool. Yeah, that was a great match to end the day on. So we got Ryan Antonucci and Tord also at 821, as well as Justin and Christian. Ray Chen is the lone 9-0. Jackson Ford 8-1. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's 9. I'm pretty sure he's playing Dragapult Charizard if I had to throw a guess out there. Celios made day 2 at 7-1-1. That's a pretty good record to go into day 2 at, still leaving a chance for top cut. Very cool. Stefan lost his last 2 rounds. Henry Chow going in at 7-2, which 7-2 X2 maybe can make top cut. I don't know. We'll see.